Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Friday and welcome to the Razer Invitational North America, brought to you by Norton Gaming. It is day one of our Rainbow Six Siege finals. You're going to see a lot of me today. I am going to be your host, Yeso, and I've got the analyst brain trust bringing you all of the breakdowns you need. I got Jasmine and Stick joining me. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm excited to have you guys here. Stick, how are we feeling today?
You know, I'm really excited. We've got some top-level competitors. We've got a $10,000 total prize pool and a two-day event. This is really going to be some condensed action, and the team's fighting to try to reach to the top of that prize pool.
Definitely promises to be a fun one. Jasmine, I'm excited to have you here as well. Just initial thoughts here as we prepare to get into what promises to be a fun 2 days of action.
Well, it's a cozy studio for a cozy little analyst segment,
yes,
because there's lots to go through. We have an NAL team in this. We got Sonics. You know, they're the team that everyone's looking at right now. You got Wichita Wolves, the team in T3, and then you have everyone else. It seems like one big underdog story for all these teams, and I'm really excited to see if anyone can top the T1 talent that's on Sonics.
Definitely going to be a fun one today. Tons of awesome games to break down. We will be going through our quarterfinals here today, and then tomorrow will be semifinals and grands. So don't miss either shows today and tomorrow. Obviously, tomorrow starting again at noon p.m. Pacific time. So make sure you are here for both of those shows. Do want to remind you guys of some things going on throughout the weekend. We're going to be doing some giveaways in chat if you want more information on that. The exclamation point giveaway to have a shot at winning one of 3 awesome gear sets we're giving away today that'll include a Viper Ultimate, the Huntsman Mini, and the Black Shark V2 Pro headset. An awesome gear set from our friends at Razer. So if you want to get in on the giveaway, exclamation point giveaway in chat will give you all the info that you need. Do want to shout out our partners as well. Obviously, the presenting partner of the event, Norton Gaming. Our prize pool, that $10,000 prize pool, brought to you from the folks over at Norton. So much love over to those folks, as well as our hardware partner. We've got Seagate partnering with us again this weekend. Much love to them. And then Intel as well. You'll be seeing a lot of Intel plays of the game, and closing the show with our Intel Moments of Brilliance. So if you guys want to support and check out anything we've got going on with all of those partners, make sure to hit exclamation point Norton, exclamation point Intel, and exclamation point Seagate in chat, okay? Remember all of those. I'll remind you throughout the day, throughout the weekend, for any information you need, so make sure to do that. I also do want to let you folks know we are hosting some watch parties at the Razer stores in San Francisco and Las Vegas, and there's going to be some exclusive giveaways at those events as well. So if you are in the area, head over to those Razer stores to check out the action, and you can also grab yourself one of these exclusive Razer Invitational North America mouse pads. They're awesome. I'm taking one home with me. Very cool. So if you want to get one of these exclusive mouse pads, head over to those watch parties. Gentlemen, before we head over to the casters, we got a couple of great men on the cast here today. You touched on it a little bit. I want you guys to each pick kind of your favorite for the weekend here, and kind of what your thoughts on what they'll bring to the table. We'll start with you, Jasmine.
Well, we got one obvious, outlier here. We got the team that almost won NAL. They were this close. We got the Susquehanna Sonics, the pro team. It's the boys, Yeti, Grixer, Super, Kansan, and Rexon. I mean, they're a powerful roster to go up against. I think any team that goes up against them is meant to be afraid. Even if they, even if they're not bringing out the NAL strap book, they still got gunners on their team, and we're this close again to almost taking down OXG in the NAL. So, I mean, it's difficult, definitely, to compare between the winners of the NAL, or almost the runner-ups of the NAL and anyone else. But we'll see if anyone can do it.
And Stick, you got to give me something else, because I can't just run with those boys all weekend.
All right, well, I'm glad that I prepared for this ahead of time. One team in particular that I wanted to talk about, looking through kind of the total competitors that we have today, has got to be Dubium. I've heard a lot of good things about this roster, their experience going back, a few kind of those star players that maybe you're not predicting to have the best tournament. When they show up in the lobby, they are going to let you know about it. Additionally, on top of that, the Wichita Wolves, I'm good friends with a lot of the members on that roster, some potential players kind of rising to the level of Challenger League into more the T2 sphere of Rainbow Six. They have a ton of potential, and I think are going to be right there kind of in the middle of the heat so far between Sonics, who are probably the team to watch. And finally, Lord Esports. You might not know much about them, but a good friend of mine, Neoteric, plays for that roster. I was frankly surprised to see them make it here to the final 8 of the Razer Invitational for North America, but I'll try to give him a good cheer on through the event.
All right, well, definitely tons of exciting action to keep an eye out for. Don't miss any of it. We'll be here throughout the day. And once again, tomorrow at noon for our semifinals and finals. I did see someone say in chat, you want to get one of those Razer jerseys like I'm rocking today, or the one behind me? Shop.esportsarena.com. Just head over there. There's some sweet stuff over there. But we're ready to go, folks. We got the boys going. We're headed over to our casters. We got Jacob and Jesse ready to bring you all the action. It's going to be a fun day today. One final reminder, if you're in the Las Vegas or San Francisco area, head over to those watch parties, get you one of these awesome mouse pads. You're going to want to get in on it, as well as all the awesome giveaways they're doing over there. But let's get into the fun, boys. Jacob and Jesse, let's take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. It is really, really cool to be back in an environment with this son of a gun once again. It's been far too long since Jesse and I were able to get onto a Rainbow Six casting booth, but we're finally here, ready to break down the action for the Razer North American Invitational. I'm Caliber Jacob, he is Jesse J. Chick, and we have an NAL team in the fray where we absolutely did not expect a team of this caliber to be rising for a tournament like this.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shock. I mean, I think the analysts said it best. Jazzman and Stick, they are going to be the favorites in this tournament, but I think there's some more challengers out there that could definitely give them a run for their money, especially in a tournament like this where, they might be running a little bit loose, a little bit out there, trying to show off some skills, right? Make some flashy plays. So that's what I'm excited to see. Obviously, the Sonics, they're a really talented lineup, and they can make some pretty cool plays happen. So I'm excited to see what they can bring out on these maps.
So we got 4 different games that we're running through today, or 4 different parts of the bracket more specifically. Sonics and Zero Risk is the game that we are obviously going to be starting with in a hot second, but there's a couple things we want to go over format-wise before we get underway. The first of which is we are single elimination best of 3, which means 4 quarterfinal games today, then semifinals and grand finals for tomorrow. And the way that this works, contrary to a lot of other tournaments, is we actually have a locked map pool, which is something that you don't see very often. So round 1 for every team will start on Chalet, then to Consulate, then to Oregon, which means all of those quarterfinal games will be played on those 3 maps more specifically. Then we'll move on to Cafe, Club, and Villa for the semifinals tomorrow, and then Coastline, Consulate, and Oregon for the grand finals right afterwards. So the same set will be occurring for every single team. They don't have to worry about map bans or anything because they are already set. So just kind of keep that in the back of your head in terms of what map we will be going to next. It's not that a team more specifically wanted to go to that map. That's just the way that things are predetermined before we kick things off.
Yeah, and so that should be pretty interesting to see. Should make teams, have to adjust on many different maps. Will really test their pool. But here we have the teams competing in the event for the weekend. Of course, you're going to see all the rosters on your screen now. These are going to be the primary starting 5 players for each of the 8 lineups we've got here. Again, Dubium, the St. Louis Leviathans, Lord Esports, NTNS, the Sonics, Wichita Wolves, Zero Risk, and Phoenix Academy. A couple of names that you might recognize in there. Sonics, obviously. Phoenix Academy, if you're a big Mexican esports fan. They've been kind of tearing firing it up down there. The St. Louis Leviathans and Wichita Wolves you might have heard as well. So definitely some players and some names that we are familiar with in the Rainbow Six scene, and again some new fans or some new faces as well.
It's good to see a couple of other familiar faces in this lineup as well. For those who do follow a little bit more of the North American T2 scene, it's really good to see guys like Dubium, Sergeant Taylor, Cobra, Kardama, Fate, and Little Homie. I absolutely would say, given the opportunity, keep your eyes on this squad. It's not just that we're anticipating one team to kind of dominate the entire field. We are looking at some of these squads to give us a little bit more of a show, whether that means they're trying to prepare for something down the road. Maybe it is a Challenge League qualifier. They're just trying to see if they can't strut more of their stuff and bring more of their ideas to the table. And there is some pretty obvious competition throughout the rest of this field that should give them an adequate challenge. Some of these guys are considerably lesser known. Some might call them pug stack teams, but that is kind of the glory of a tournament format like this. Anyone can kind of jump into the fray, put their name down, and see if they are worthy to contend with the best.
Well, I think we are ready to jump into the game. Here it is, Zero Risk versus Sonic's going to be starting us off. Again, Chalet, if you'll remember back, is our very first map between these two teams. It's the newest map in our pool, so there's still a lot of, developing strategies. The meta is still going to come a long way between these two squads, and it looks like we might be having a bit of a rehost to just start things off, which, that happens sometimes, so we'll get this underway, and yeah, hopefully we can get in with the bans and all that, start Chalet. I'm really excited that we get this, for one of our first, well, I guess our very first map, because it is so new and there's so much still to explore on Chalet, even at the highest level.
I'm going to say, you kind of been out of the casting ring for long enough that the first thing that you got to do on a tournament has to be the newest map that got added to comp. Like, I'm not saying I'm a little bit nervous for you, but hey, by the same token, it's still going to slap.
Come on, I know the call-outs. Like, I play the game.
I'm not saying you don't know the call-outs. No, I totally don't mean that.
I mean, listen, we'll be okay. Last time we casted together was a little bit ago, but I've been focused up, obviously, on the NAL desk with you by my side, Jacob. We've got this, and particularly, I think, with the Sonics coming in, it should be pretty fun just to see, again, how they perform on this map. We did see them play it once in the regular season of the North American League. It was the final week. They played it against Xset Gaming, another one of the scrappier teams whose playstyle might resemble some of the squads that Sonics play against in this tournament. And that was a close one. I believe 8-7, if I'm remembering the scoreline correctly. So they very narrowly won that one. And yeah, I think that does bode well for the other teams showing up here. If Sonics have already looked shaky on this map before, might happen again.
It totally could. It's not to say that everyone's going to have nearly like the same play style or like the same strat books like the analysts did mention briefly. I think you have a little bit more freedom in an environment like this to kind of do you however you really want to, experiment or try something, or, in some cases potentially even not try in the same level you might in other tournaments like this. But the cool part about that is just the creativity or the flexibility that you can offer the rest of your team. And also don't worry too much about trying to, I guess, bring too many things out of the woodwork too early. So you have time, especially in these first couple of maps, to get acclimated to the system. You're playing on a map that you didn't have to prepare necessarily coming into this, or some teams actually they knew the maps going into this, rather than like, there isn't a ban phase we have to worry about. So they actually could have taken that opportunity to dry run Chalet and see if they have some better semblance of the map if they didn't already.
Yeah, there's no excuse really in this first round to not be familiar with a certain map. They know where they're going. There's no mystery in that. So that is nice to see. And again, as I mentioned, top of the show, it will force teams to have a wide map pool. There are some tournament formats where, you can kind of specialize in one or two maps. You can force those maps to get played. Well, not here. You've got to really be proficient in everything if you want to make it all the way to the grand finals and, of course, win that prize pool. And I think, the prize pool is a huge deal, because it does mean that there's going to be teams putting a lot of effort into this. I think particularly, like, for the Sonics, they're not just going to go up against teams that are, like, playing for fun or just, like, messing around. Like, people are going to be giving it their all here, because, $10,000 on the line, all provided by Norton Gaming. I mean, that's a pretty big incentive to show up and, do the best that you can. Even if you don't get first, like second, third, fourth, absolutely prizes worth playing for. So, I think this is going to be a good showcase of the skill of these players. They're going to be giving it their all. For some of them, this is probably the highest paid tournament that they've ever been in. So we're really going to get to see like the best of these players, at least the best that they can offer.
Look, if I had the opportunity to fight for a chair, and I didn't have a really good chair before, and that first place prize pool of some of those Razer Iskers is on the line, I'm absolutely going to take that opportunity if it's presented to me. And yeah, aside from the obvious prize pool incentives, the gear incentives for these guys is pretty darn high. So there is plenty of reasons to want to do well and to compete in some capacity. The only way in which you would not be receiving anything through the course of this tournament is if you were in 7th or 8th place. So if you go out first, you have a really bad score line, and you were within one of those two bottom placing tiers in this tournament, then you're not going to be receiving anything. So if you're able to, at the very least, make it to 6th, then you're splitting $50 per person if you have 5 people on your team. I want to say one of these teams has 9 players on it last time I double checked, which is kind of ludicrous. However, there is still 250, then 500 if we go to 5th place, 750 if we go to 4th, and then 1,000, and then scaling upwards from there, from 3rd all the way to 1st place. And that is not including all of the additional gear that you can still get to improve your setup, depending on how high up you place in the tournament.
Yeah, and Jacob, I like to, stand when I cast. A lot of people think that's, for comfort reasons, so that I can, have maybe a bit more breath when I cast. It's actually just because I don't own a chair. So I kind of played myself. I probably should have entered this tournament, won the tournament, and then I could have collected on that Isker ergonomic gaming chair provided by Razer. But unfortunately, I'm a caster, so I don't think that's available for me to win. I think it's probably too late to enter. I'll check on that, but I think I'm stuck here with you.
Yeah, at this point. Hey, you act like being stuck here with me is a bad thing. We're stuck together more often than we care to admit on the NAL. Come on, you can't be doing me dirty like that. Dog.
No, of course not.
Already.
Of course not.
Game hasn't even gotten underway, and you're already doing me dirty like that. What the heck is going on?
Listen, this is how it goes sometimes.
It is.
Yeah,
we are in the middle of a request process. Just bear with us for a hot second while we try to get everything sorted. I want to say it might have just been teams on the wrong sides, or ban order was just a little bit wonky, but we will get back into the swing of things in a hot second, and we'll get this one going. And also, just because there are 4 games running today does not necessarily mean that all of them will be covered on stream in like the same span of time. We are looking at the Sonics versus Zero Risk game, which we're looking, if it goes to 2 maps or 3 maps, we will kind of be playing it depending on the weather. Wichita Wolves and Lord Esports is another one that we are looking at on the docket later as the schedule progresses, just to see if that's another one that we can grab right after this game is over. But all the quarterfinals are happening in staggered formation. That way, that there isn't, one game happening in the exact same time. It's just kind of giving teams the ability to start at different times, so it's not all of them happening simultaneously.
Yeah, and so there is room for overlap there. So if the next game gets started while we're still doing this game, that's okay. They can get underway, and we'll keep the tournament moving, which I think is important. We got to get through the day eventually, so we'll go through as many games as we can, be live as long as we can, covering these matches. And yeah, it should be a good time. Again, just being able to see all 3 of these maps that are getting played out today, tomorrow with some more maps as well. I think it's going to be a good one. And I think the big storyline for the event still is, as the analysts, mentioned, can anybody take down the Sonics? Because whilst sure on paper they're the favorites, in a format like this, where Sonics are getting a pretty good paycheck just by being signed with their org, other teams maybe want that prize pool a little bit more. I could see them pulling out an upset.
The possibility always exists, and I always do love an underdog story, whether it be that, there's one big bad wolf surrounding the whole herd of sheep, or if it means that the sheep can kind of rise up and prove that they have a bigger standing, especially from an NAT2/T3 circuit. And some of the other teams that are in this bracket also do have a lot of standing, just by nature of their rosters. Some of them have already had a lot of competition experience, or they're just getting into it. Some of them already have progressed through tournaments as well. Like guys on Dubium, especially Cobra and Kardama, which is the team that will be playing against St. Louis Leviathans in just about an hour's time from now. They've played in Challenge League before. That was actually the season that you and I casted of CL way back in the day. That's practically ancient history at this point in time. A lot of them also have people who have been in CL qualifiers before, like Fate, like Little Homie, who's played in USN. So names on that team are probably recognizable to anyone who's been in the scene prior to this one. And then, like you mentioned, we also have a Mexican T2 team in here as well. An academy roster to a Mexican Pro League team?
Yeah, so if I can talk about this team a little bit, this is kind of exciting because how the Mexican scene works, right, is they have their Tier 1 league, right? They have the Mexican division, which is the 8 best teams in Mexico playing out. The top 2 teams from that league go on to play in the Latin American Copa Elite 6, right? Very prestigious tournament. They give out SI points, super big deal. And so the actual Phoenix Esports, the primary roster, finished top 2 in the Mexican division. They went to that tournament. They finished 8th in Latin America, which is like respectable. They're still getting SI points, right?
Sure.
So not a terrible finish for them. But then what happens is the bottom 6 teams from the Mexican League go into play against like an open tournament where a lot of the tier 2 Mexican teams go on to play against. So we get like a mixture in the Mexican scene between sort of the lower end of tier 1 and the upper end of tier 2 playing this big tournament. And what that meant was Phoenix Academy actually got the opportunity to play against some of the tier 1, primary division Mexican teams. And they played that tournament at the end of the stage 1. They got first place, Jacob. They managed to stomp all of the teams in Mexico. Of course, the top 2 Mexican teams didn't participate because they went to Copa Elite 6, but it was still a really impressive result from them. And so I think they are one of the favorites coming into this one. I don't think the analysts mentioned them. Of course, North American bias, maybe they're not as caught up on that squad, but
just a wee bit by nature of our jobs. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's really exciting to see how they do in this tournament. It's the first time that they've played against North American rosters, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, so something like this for them is definitely great experience, and actually the team that they are based from, this is just the academy roster. The actual Phoenix Esports did compete in these qualifiers earlier, but then unfortunately fell victim to a couple of protests, and actually they were being beat by Dubium up until that point, so it's not to say that they were only defeated by way of, or a nature of protest in the middle of a tournament, but they still did participate here. There were a lot of other notable CL teams that were also in this qualifier at some point or another, but ultimately because of the way that things fall, for timing reasons and because we have a crazy transfer window that's about to open up on Monday after the conclusion of the Invitational, some teams simply weren't able to compete in this tournament because they have to worry about Challenge League playoffs. So there were a lot of people that were, invested in this, that were giving this a shot, seeing if it was worthwhile to jump in or put their name forth into the fray and see if they couldn't walk out with the potential for $5,000 on the line. So we had more teams that were involved in this. The cool part about this, though, is we also do give more of these teams that haven't had more of a spotlight a chance to kind of see what they can do with a little bit more of a bright light, especially with a team like the Sonics that's also in the fray. And something about the fact that these dudes are here and they're hungry and they're looking for something to do on just a random Friday really does kind of speak to how much they're looking for some really positive result this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the fact that these teams are so fresh, so kind of, again, the fact that it's their most important tournament that they've really played in. I'm sure a lot of these players, the money would go a long way. I know the gear is always going to be nice no matter what level you're playing at. There's some really cool prizes being given away for, not just the people playing in the tournament, but also the Twitch chat viewers as well. I know, we had on the desk, they were talking about all the giveaways that you guys can enter, and I believe that's just by typing !giveaway in the chat. So there's plenty of ways for people to get in on the action, whether you're playing here in the tournament already, in which case you probably shouldn't be watching the stream, you should be practicing, or whether you are watching the stream and you want to be, getting in on those giveaways because, there's a lot of really cool incentives just to play and to watch and to come out here. I know there's the viewing parties in the stores as well, which is like a super awesome thing where you can go and get a sick mouse pad. And if I wasn't stuck up here in Canada, Jacob, I might go get one of those mouse pads myself. But unfortunately, it's a little hard to travel right now.
Such a problem because you also didn't end up knocking one of these, which is the only time I'm ever going to be able to make fun of you for not having gear at the same time I've got gear. But if we wanted to, also these bad boys, you might notice that it looks pretty darn traditional to a normal Black Shark V2 Pro, but the problem is there's a little bit more of a design on this bad boy that isn't necessarily standard.
Nice.
You may or may not have gotten a couple of these custom done. You may or may not end up getting one based on how the Canadian Postal Service works, but just
we'll see how that goes. Yeah, well, it's all dependent on, of course, Canada Post arriving to my door in the middle of nowhere in rural Canada. So fingers crossed, but we're still waiting on that. There's a lot of cool stuff going on in this tournament, though, which I think is the big take home message. It's not just these teams fighting out for their own prize pool, but with your own gear that you can get watching the stream at home or going to viewing parties. There's so many ways to interact with this tournament. It's going to be a good time. And I'm hoping that some of these teams in here as well can start to create a bit of a fan base because there's a lot of squads coming in that are kind of unknown. Not necessarily the Sonics, but like even right now, they're playing against Zero Risk. I don't know much about Zero Risk. You watching at home probably don't know much about Zero Risk either. this is a good opportunity to get to know these teams. And these are squads that are absolutely going to be going for Challenger League in the future, going to like reach those upper tiers of North American Siege. And so I'm really excited to maybe get a little bit of sneak peek at the next generation of talent that'll be climbing up through the ranks in Challenger League, maybe one day all the way to the North American League to play and, prove that they are one of the best teams and capable of climbing the ladder in North America.
I would say maybe we get a look at the next generation, but by that same token, if we also bring it to more of a meta point, we'll see whether these guys have the endurance to not disband after this tournament is done with. I'm just
sometimes
saying,
that's what we get in
it's
NA.
a common trend. You hope at some point some teams are going to buck that trend and they won't fall back into the same routines. But ultimately, we don't necessarily know, because once the tournament gets underway, we'll have a much better picture about where these guys sit, if they're happy with their placements, if something behind the scenes isn't necessarily working properly, or if something is, if they find massive success. If the 4 teams that we've mentioned so far in the Sonics, Dubium, Wichita Wolves, Phoenix Academy, those are the ones that we look at more broadly as being the teams we expect to go somewhere in this tournament, probably looking at that top 4. We're not necessarily looking at the other 4 simply because we don't have prior experience with them. Doesn't mean that they can't still show up in a massive way somehow over today or tomorrow, preferably today, simply because there isn't really a last chance in a single elimination bracket. So give it some time, see if they upset somebody, because if they do, this would be pretty damn interesting overall.
All right, Jacob, my favorite part of the broadcast is live, and it's the bans. We've got Sonics with the first ban, banning Thatcher. I kind of thought this would be what they take off of the board. A lot of like newer teams struggle when Thatcher is taken away. It is the most popular ban in the North American League and globally across CG Sports as well. So very much like a standard thing that Sonics are going to be used to. But zero risk, maybe not. I mean, at this point, it has kind of like gone up through all the divisions, right? So they've probably gotten pretty used to it. They banned the Maverick. That's kind of an interesting one, Jacob.
I would call it interesting, to see 2 bans both situated on Hard Breach in some fashion or another for Chalet, I do think is pretty normal. The other map that it's pretty comparable in terms of this kind of style of play, I still kind of consider to be Coastline in some fashion, but to see a double Hard Breach ban for Coastline is super uncommon. So the fact that we're seeing it for Chalet just means that your options for what you can do on Hard Breach are significantly more limited. There aren't that many things you can do aside from bringing an Ace and a Thermite at this stage in the game, and the only thing you can really do to get stuff off of walls is Kali. But the other ban that we see on defense is a Kaid, which means wall denial operators still are few and far between. It's just a Mute and a Bandit. There are very, very few things that you can do on defense and on attack now, simply because of what these bans look like overall.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with these bans, to be honest. These are like relatively high-level bans. I think Maverick and Thatcher both being off the board means that against a Mute or a Bandit, you're going to really struggle to get walls open. Zero Risker starting in the attack, that's honestly a very risky, situation to be in, because I think this is going to start to favor the defenders more just based off of these bans. And so Zero Risker kind of putting themselves in a disadvantage at the start, hoping to come back in the second half. If they go down in rounds, probably not the end of the world. Chalet is a map that we typically associate being a little bit more attacker-sided. Typically, the attack have the advantage in a lot of the rounds just inherently because the bomb sites can be tough to defend. But these bans might sort of tilt it the other way. So interesting that Zero Risk would go for something like that. It shows that they're at least confident in themselves, and I'm really excited to see as they jump in here if they can at least get a couple of rounds here on the first half.
Always good to see the Sonics back in form whenever we have the opportunity for it. And something also to note just about the way that this plays is that Chalet being new means that things are absolutely still being figured out about its meta. It's always, it's shifting, it's evolving. Teams are looking for ways to morph it into their own baby as time goes on. We always associate maps with kind of having an association with one team or another, especially at very high level play. Like Space Station Gaming is always the team we've associated with being a very good clubhouse squad, but I don't really know if in North American competition at a T1 level, if we know what map or what team is really dominant on Chalet. So maybe the Sonics are looking to bust some creative ideas out here as we begin this first game in our best of 3.
So Sonics have gone to the most popular bomb site in the North American League, and they're holding it in a really standard way, right? They've got a couple of shields up on this top floor. Really important on this map that you can make sure that you hold down the top floor and that you can prevent anybody from getting up above you and really ripping apart like the rest of the scoreboard or the players, right? The biggest issue with this bomb site, if you're defending, is attackers getting above you, using Sledge, which is what Alex player's on right now, ripping up those floorboards and making it very, very difficult to actually like fight in here. So I'm hoping that we see a good defense from Sonics on this top floor. Again, though, it's going to be a pressure from Zero Risk to actually force these guys out and get the kills. Coming in now to the top floor, still trying to make sure that they can clear it out.
Now where the drone game will begin for Zero Risk. I do think it's nice that some of them have opted to slap a clan tag on there just so we're aware of who they are. Alex player, Death from Inside, Mods, Shadow, and Glizbot. Good to have these guys along for the ride while we figure out how they're going to do against the juggernauts of this tournament more decidedly. And we begin with mostly a push coming from the top. They're clearing out all of the top floor, looking to ensure that there isn't additional utility that can be used elsewhere. So as soon as we understand where Zero Risk are pushing from, and we know how the Sonics are looking to respond, are they just going to turtle on the bomb site, or are they going to allow a couple of roamers to roam free someplace? Zero Risk's primary objective is obviously making their way towards the bomb site, but as we get into a couple of early engagements, it might just be that Kansan indeed, yes, will be the first player taken off the board, but only momentarily. He's only in a down but not out phase, so we'll see how long it takes for him to get back to his feet.
Officially not the opening pick just yet, but they are looking to secure Kansan. He might not be in the most optimal position to pick him up from the ground. Of course, still bleeding out. They will get him up now. So not going to be quite a kill, and that's going to be it. Shadow going to be the first one taken down by Yeti, playing that top library stairs position. Great for him to get that kill. Again, Zero Risk taking this push pretty nicely, and they get the trade. And in fact, they get more than the trade. Grix are also going to go down to Glizbot, so that's a 4v3 advantage. 30 seconds to go, though. This timer is going to be a big problem from Zero Risk. Again, they've taken the top floor more or less, but this is even still being contested by the Sonics, and they got to get to the main floor before they can actually win this round. To plant that defuse kit, they've got to still go downstairs. There's shields up that they haven't cleared out yet. They want to destroy those. There's still other bodies from the Sonics up on this top floor. Time's super low now. Rexon's going to be able to get one headshot onto Glizbot. Rexon for his second. Couple of big kills coming out, making the man advantage back in favor of the Sonics. He will get downed, but the time is just too low, and Sonics clean up on the kills. Kansan for the final one, and it's 1-0.
Little bit of early aggression from Zero Risk. It's not bad to see, though you still couldn't clean up the kill on Kansan, which means it's a little bit more difficult to contend with. You don't want to leave any of those players in a position where they can get picked up, because when they do, they will make you pay for it, and Kansan ended up being one of those lost players in the end that turned it into a hellscape for Zero Risk. So good job for Sonics to be able to ensure that only one player being down did not result in an entire round loss, but for Zero Risk, you got to clean up on your frags. Just be a little more clean in the way that you take your top floor approach, and then from there, you probably have a much better shot when you make your final execute onto the bomb site. Aside from that, everything for Sonics seemed like it was pretty darn textbook.
Yeah, and so, like, going into this, I wasn't really sure what level of play we were going to see from Zero Risk. Like, this could have been a team that totally, like, just came out of ranked and didn't really know any of the metas or any of the strats. I want to say right off the bat, from just one round, it's clear Zero Risk, like, know what they're doing, right? They might not be that experienced. They might not have everything nailed down. But, like, this is a team that understands the meta. They know how, like, the proper way to push. Like, that was a good-looking push. It was a little bit slow. But overall, like, that was a pretty standard North American way to push that bomb site. And so, right off the bat, I know that this is going to be, like, at least a competitive game, right? You're always worried about this, right? When you've got a professional team, the Sonics, versus Zero Risk, who we don't know much about. There was that worry going into it. But I'm very happy to see right off the bat that Zero Risk are playing good operators. They're attacking in smart ways. And whilst they probably will go down in a couple of rounds just because they are starting an attack, I've got some confidence in this team that they can get a couple of rounds off Sonics and just maybe push us into a win.
The fact that they're also attacking on what is a pretty attacker-favored bomb, or just attacker-favored map in general so far from an NA perspective, is also probably a good thing. Get some early momentum on your side, and hopefully things don't totally skid into a total downfall as the rest of the game progresses. It's a nice confidence boost to start with, and the fact that you also saying or complimenting on their level of play, I think for these guys is probably some of the highest praise they've ever received, because it's Jesse Chick saying it to them. So if that kind of play continues, I would hope that maybe we can see this transpire into, let's say, a 4-2 half for Sonics. If it goes to 3-3 and Zero Risk were able to get 3 rounds in their first half, they would be sitting in a very comfortable position heading into half number 2.
Yeah, totally. And so we're going to look into this round here. It is going to be a kitchen defense, so again, we're going to be on that main floor. Top floor, once again, going to be very important because, again, if Alex Player can get above that bomb site, use his sledgehammer to rip up the floorboards above the defenders, he's going to be in a really strong position. Again, Sonics know this. They're going to try to defend that top floor. You can see Grixer is up there right now on your screen, playing that Valkyrie, doing the best they can to hold this one down. Also, with the hard destruction, again, you've got Death from inside on the Thermite, but it's going to be tough for him to deal with these mute jammers. Kansan 6 picks over to that operator, so he is going to be able to bring it, and unless you can get above this bomb site, dealing with those mute jammers is going to be really difficult, and you have to deal with those if you want to actually enter into the site through one of the reinforced walls, which genuinely you do want to do attacking onto this bomb site. So up top going to be really important for Zero Risk, and this is where they're focused right now. Getting into some engagements, again, we're a little bit low on the time for them still not getting any kills so far, but I like where this is going so far. We'll see how this push actually goes.
Ooh, one swing. Yeti just knocks the pistol peak right off of Gliz, and Grixer will follow up with a kill of his own. So a 3v5 scenario, Zero Risk trying to drone, just spending too much time at acquiring positions for both members of Sonics, and they make them pay for it in the end. Now Yeti, he's crept up all the way to Piano Doorway. Might have an easy kill on the window. He does. One more off the swing. Can he avoid the frag grenade? He will still find Alex Player as he falls through the window, and Rexon finds one to clean up himself. The Sonics only leaving 2 players upstairs. The rest of Zero Risk are trying to clear just 2 players off of the second floor. Nets with absolutely nothing, and Sonics go up 2-0.
Listen, Jacob, sometimes you're going against a team and Yeti's on the other side of things, and he's just going to swing you, and that's a tough spot to be in if you're Zero Risk. I think Yeti played that pretty aggressively, going for a lot of those swings that he maybe didn't have to, but, he hits the shots. I'm not complaining. He was definitely on top of things in that round. So, again, you saw that most of the fighting was going down on that top floor. They were focusing on that because they know how important of an objective that is, but there was that pressure up above, and they had the intel from the Valkyrie cameras as well, which I believe was helping them with some of their swings. They knew exactly when they had to swing, when maybe the opponent's guns might be down, where their opponents would be standing, largely because of those Valkyrie cameras that were being brought by the defenders. So a lot of advantages in there for Sonics, and they're able to win a couple of gunfights and lock it down for the second round.
Yeah, sometimes the counter is simply having Yeti on your team. Like that.
Yeah.
It genuinely doesn't have to get more complicated than that sometimes. Though, I will say, the only real thing I have a problem with for Zero Risk in that round is just how long they were taking on their clear overall.
Yeah.
Perhaps more intel and more droning could have suited them better if they were looking to take those initial engagements. But the thing about a tournament like this is you're not necessarily confined to the normal North American style of play, which is if you have players off the bomb site at like the 1.5 mark or the minute mark, leave upstairs and go back to the bomb site. You're not really supposed to worry about that in an environment like this, I don't think, which means players on defense can stay in rooms perhaps a floor or 2 above a site for most of the round if they so choose. Yeah. Sometimes it's kind of a death trap if it's in the middle of a choke point, and there are going to be a lot of people who will be fighting in that specific area that you chose to stay in. But the Sonics had one player top Solarium and another one in Bathroom and kept them there for the whole round, and Zero Risk didn't really know how to respond to it. So maybe given some time, we'll see if the Sonics want to continue with that trend on their defensive half, and maybe if Zero Risk even want to pick up the same thing for themselves as we continue. It's just a matter of how does this environment differ from T1? Probably in the way that you get off your roam.
So up here we have another master hold, so this is going to be the 3rd bomb site Sonics want to go to. They're holding the same area of the map, except this time it is actually the bomb site. Cans in the opener onto Glizbot, making sure they can get that pick onto the Ash. That's not only a really good gun taken off of the board for Zero Risk, but also a lot of explosives that would be used to deal with some of these, shields that are being brought by both Super and Yeti, as well as the bulletproof camera being brought by Kansan. So that's definitely a big hit to your utility game. Interesting enough that we've got a couple of roamers down below here on the Sonics. I think they're kind of anticipating maybe Zero Risk will try to go below, do something through the floorboards once again in the opposite direction, right? Shooting upwards rather than downwards, but So far, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of pressure being placed on Kansan, and as he punches out that hatch, if he faces anything, he's got an escape route, which is nice.
Yep, he can dive back to the bomb site on the lower floor if he so chooses. Though, by the way, this I do believe is the single hardest bomb site that we have seen, especially from a new map in the comp pool. The fact that almost no teams in North America at a T1 level have been able to successfully defend. Oh no, I have this backwards. We're not on basement, we're instead up on top floor. But this is still really difficult to hold because of the number of places that Zero Risk can push from. It just doesn't seem as though their push is necessarily multilateral right now.
Slight man disadvantage, make it a little bit greater as Yeti hits a shot on the mods. That's going to put him into a 3v5. Rexon with another one. It just gets worse and worse. They do still have kit, and time's not terrible since they are already pressuring into the bomb site, but they need to start collecting their kills. Alex taking a bit of damage from the big window, prepping a nade. This is his final grenade that he's going to be able to toss out. Throws it in, but unfortunately it won't connect, and he's going to start getting some swings thrown his direction. Pulls out the secondary SMG, still hunting for a couple of kills, but he's playing it pretty passive. He knows that if he dies here, that will be the end of it. Unfortunately, with that time, he can't really afford to be too scared. Death is also going to get downed, which means he's not going to be a help any longer, and the push down the fireplace stairs makes it a flawless round. Sonics are going to take it 3-0 now. They are looking unstoppable.
So far, perfect site rotation. What's the, oh god, I'm trying to remember. There's a reference that I've actually used a couple of times that you said before on a cast from a pretty long time ago. And it was the idea that if it's 3 rounds in a row on defense, it's a perfect site rotation. If they end up going to the bomb site that they haven't played yet and win that, and it becomes a 4-0, that's a world tour.
The world tour.
Yeah, I really, really love that analogy.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see that from the Sonics necessarily. Again, the 4th bomb site on this map is the basement. It's Wine Cellar Snowmobile. It's really bad. Defenders shouldn't go there. We've seen a couple teams try it in the North American League, and I believe it was lost 10 times in a row before a defending team eventually won it. So, you know, Sonics are very much aware of that fact. They know it's not a great bomb site. They're choosing not to go there. They go back to bar games, which is probably a smart decision. Again, if you're kind of new to competitive Siege, bomb sites, after you win them once, they'll lock for 2 rounds. So although they won bar games in round number 1, now we're here on round number 4, it'll unlock for them, and they can play it again for a second time.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, if we end up seeing a snowmobile defense, I will be a little bit surprised. Though, to be fair, this might be a testing ground for Sonics to say, hey, we haven't really been that great at our snowmobile defenses so far, so maybe we take it into a T3 tournament and see if we can't make some adjustments. But at the same time, so far, I don't really know if I have much confidence in Zero Risk to be able to dissect a defense like that super heavily. The thing that I dislike about that site is you can't really extend into any other part of the map, whereas for Bar Gaming, the site that we're currently on, you absolutely can extend someplace else. You can open up more holes in walls, you can have some longer angles, and you can place utility or a floor directly above the bomb site, and it's far easier for you to utilize. So the entirety of Zero Risk are going to spawn at the same part of the map. They'll all be on the northeastern side and see if they can't flush Grixer out of this power position inside Trophy. Instead, he will back away. So many drones, so many bullets. He will escape with only about 70 HP still remaining in his back pocket. But now he's being joined. The Ella and the Malusi might be about to storm out the doorway and find a kill or two here. One on the rappel, but no, it's found perfectly as Shadow Arch nabs Grixer and will still come back down looking for one more fight, but the Ella has now retreated. Grixer only able to do a little bit of damage, no kill off the back end of it, and Super, for his own part, he's got the FO-12. He doesn't even have the Scorpion, so he will retreat into the basement.
Yeah, I appreciate the attempt from Super running out and shooting at somebody on upside down rappel with the shotgun, but unfortunately the range isn't really there. And similarly with Grixer, I mean, it's a bold play. Maybe that's what you got to do in a tournament like this, but doesn't pay off. It does give man advantage in favor of Zero Risk. The nice thing is those weren't your top roamers, right? That's sort of the big crux of this defense. There are still players up on the top floor hiding behind these shields that are in really powerful positions that we saw Zero Risk struggle to clear in the very first round. They did eventually get a hold of this area, but it just took them so long. And the fact that now Sonics are throwing even more stuff for Zero Risk to try to deal with, that's going to slow them down even more. So good they got that pick, but the job's not done from Zero Risk. This timer's always against them, and Kansan will equalize the man count, meaning they've got no advantages. But there's one. Trading on to Kansan, absolutely acceptable. They're once again in a decent position.
First time they've had a really good man count advantage so far through this match, and they want to keep that and capitalize and get their first win on the board. But a little bit of misdirection from that grenade. The shield will still remain in place. That is the same thing he was trying to destroy, and it nicks the window still instead. Maybe one more kill at the very top of Fireplace Stairs. It might just be possible as kills are coming all across the map at the moment. It just falls on Super with that shotgun to see if he can't grab these last two. Yana has been down, so the job is made a little easier, though I do believe she is mid-process to be revived, and she is. Here come a couple different ping options for Super to use. One shotgun through the floor will down the Yana for good, but now he's a floor below the bomb site, so he will need to find a way to get back up, and is probably going to be in a post-plant scenario, as Death from Inside should get the diffuser down with no problems. He is full HP. Mods is only about 70. Super, for his own part, also has full HP, but not that many blasts left in the FO12. Can he get one with the pistol? It's not possible. Death from Inside comes down Fireplace and cleans Super up, and that is Zero Risk's first round against SQ.
Not too bad. Again, I think it was definitely aggression from the Sonics. That definitely was their issue that round. Obviously, holding up on that top floor should be a really powerful position, but they were really swinging off of their shields. Not even, mentioning the initial aggression outside of the big garage, running out on those repels. They lost their first player there. And then up on that top clear, that's really where, the meat of the round is always going to go down. And although Sonics had powerful positions, they left those positions in search of kills. They did get their kills, but trading from Zero Risk was fantastic. You saw they were coming at it from multiple different angles. They were outside the windows, making sure they hit their shots. And even when one of their teammates would die, they would trade those kills back. And since they have that early man advantage, that went all the way to the final round. And, you've got an Ella with a shotgun trying to defend in the 1v2. This is a big open map, particularly in that Fireplace sort of opening area. That's not going to be an area where Super's thriving very often with the FO12. So, unfortunately, they lose that one, but Sonics, they've got a couple more rounds to go on this defensive half, and plenty of bomb sites to choose from.
Yeah, the big question is just, will we see basement at any point during this game for Sonics? I think if we're talking about like a standard rank rotation, and if that's where most of Zero Risk end up playing, I would say maybe on Zero Risk's defense is where we could potentially see it. But the thing that I do like about this is it's more that you don't have to use it as a bomb site, but you can utilize it instead as an escape route. There's always going to be a floor below you with a hatch somewhere that you can destroy and use as a drop down if you're in a tricky spot or a situation for some reason or another. So rather than using the basement floor, in the same way that you might for multiple other maps, you can instead use basement almost like Villa. Is you can get down to a floor below where most of the action happens, find a way to get to a different staircase, work your way back up to a site. That's really just if you're in a really troublesome position for some reason or another. So the fact that the Sonics have decided we want all of these drop downs open at a moment's notice in case we need that escape route just kind of demonstrates the way that you probably should be playing Chalet if that bottom floor bomb site is so indefensible.
It's a bit of a different take this time from Zero Risk. You can see they're coming at it from the solar side of the map. That's sort of this north side of the map that they're currently positioned around. They're also not really focusing top floor just yet. They might go up there a bit later. Alex isn't going to be a part of that, though, and that actually devalues them going up top anyways, because they can no longer use those floorboards, rip them up. Alex was the one with the sledgehammer. He's an important player. So they could choose to ignore it at this point. I think they still want to take that ground away from the defenders, deny those positions to the Sonics, and with a pick on a Super, this is looking pretty good. 4v4 is still a solid way to push this bomb site, but top floor control is going to be a necessity, and they haven't really made much ground there yet, Jacob.
Yeah, the problem is that the sludge is dead, so the fact that Super is downed is only good so long as he is downed, but the sludge is permanent, and there isn't that much soft destruction that is left in the hands of Zero Risk. It's really just kind of falling on the ash at this point, still having 3 breaching rounds and 3 breach charges that she can use whenever she wants, but it will come down to how much top floor control they have, which for the moment for Zero Risk is not very much. Malusi is waiting for Shadow to move up the staircase, but she is still kind of tentative, moving from room to room very slowly, but the sound cue should give her away at some point. Glizbot, no more soft destruction unless it's in the hands of the Zofia now, as she is taken down by Grixer. So, pretty disadvantageous position for Zero Risk, but there are ways to move around this.
I kind of like that they're going at it maybe a little bit more of a basic push. This is going to speed things up, or at least in theory it should. However, they're now only in a 1v5. Rexon has been eating these players for dinner, and that'll just end it with a flawless round. Sonics, just in a blink of an eye, it is over, and they're going to be able to claim round number 5. Seems like that last round wasn't something they wanted to repeat.
Definitely not, and that's already another flawless round on the back of the Sonics defense. This is not the first time we've seen it so far. It may already be the third. I don't know if I have my notes right, but the thing about that is Zero Risk are playing very slowly. The kills that they're finding are moments where they decide to whip around corners, to get a little bit more aggressive, to get feisty where they can, because the Sonics are doing the same thing. They're positioning people in so many different corners of the map that it's rendering it a little difficult for Zero Risk to move around them or to clear roams, because they're approaching mostly from the same side of the map. If you look at their spawn points, most of them are going cliffside. Only Glowspot is going lakeside, and that's been something that they've really decided to stick with. They're like, safety in numbers will keep most of our people together as soon as we spawn in, rather than moving to different parts of the map and trying to attack from different sides, which means their attacks are kind of one-dimensional, gun skill not included. So I want a little more adaptation from Zero Risk, just one more round. Honestly, if you can win this one and go to the second half at a 4-2 split, that's not terrible when you're moving to defense.
One thing I'm noticing from Zero Risk is they're playing this game like a competitive team, and usually that's good, right? When you're playing against teams of like equal skill, you're playing the game how it's quote-unquote meant to be played, you're playing the meta, that's kind of how you want to take it. But since Zero Risk are going against an opponent that are significantly more experienced with them, I almost wonder if it would make more sense to sort of run this more like a ranked team, just to try to throw Sonics off. Because right now, you and Sonics are playing the same game, and as much as it pains me to say it, like, Sonics are better at this game. You're both playing competitive Siege, you're playing structured, well, Kansan's running out, I guess, but generally you're playing structured Siege. Maybe Zero Risk needs to just go aggressive, get a little crazy, play a little bit unorthodox. They might find a little bit more success, because while they're kind of doing the right things, sometimes that's not what you need to do to win games.
Now, the operator selection is standard. The same thing for the Sonics, honestly. I can't even really say that the ops that the SKU are bringing are out of meta or a little bit whack in some way. No, all of them absolutely can be utilized in multiple ways, regardless of what tournament they're in. So the fact that we sit at this point for Zero Risk, where it really just kind of comes down to their methods of approach, hopefully it's only one or two minor adjustments that carry them the rest of the way. So, from Library, they want to acquire more of this top floor control. They have a shield at the very top of Fireplace Stairs that's going to be their first objective, and Rexon will make things infinitely harder to deal with as he knocks the Zofia out of play, and Glizbot almost, for his part, has been taken out of the equation, but only just barely. Maybe some more attacks from the sledge can also help, but there's no crossfire, and there's two kills back-to-back. Yeti, the Rain Man himself, and now all of Library has been re-ascertained from the part of the Sonics, and there's nothing that the rest of Zero Risk are able to do in terms of reclaiming it. The only thing they probably can do in this scenario is get the diffuser and then get the heck out of there as fast as possible, but Grixter is not about to let them have it that easily. More runouts as Alex Blair does at least take Rexon down on the runout. Can he recover the diffuser, or will there be a run out before that's even possible? He's just kind of waiting in the wings. There is a chance for him to get the diffuser, but for the moment, he's just, I'd say he's almost nervous waiting for someone to pop out a window, and Kansan does just that yet again. Not a flawless round for the Sonics, but a 5-1 half certainly seems like they're on the path of decimation.
Yeah, this is a little bit tough for Zero Risk, the 5-1 split. I mean, in that round, again, Yeti was swinging, and sometimes you just gotta get shot by Yeti. It's really tough to counter that very aggressive playstyle coming up from both Yeti and Rexon. If I didn't know better, I'd say they have some sort of a bet going who can rack up the most kills, because they are very much reaching for those picks, even if it might not be the smartest idea. But again, they got the gun skill to back it up. They know they've got the gun skill to back it up, right? They're going into these games, they're going into these gunfights, and they know for sure, like, we're likely going to win them because we are professional players. We have some of the best gun skill in the entire, region, let alone the tournaments. And so, they're going for these picks and they're hitting their shots. And there's not a lot you can do about that on the side of Zero Risk, except, and I hate to say it, but hit your own shots back.
The thing about the game that closed out the North American League stage for the Sonics, it was also on Chalet, and it was against XSET. That match had no rights to be that close. Actually, it was the second to last game, if I'm remembering correctly, because their last game was against Mirage. But thing to keep in mind for that match is it came really down to the wire. The Sonics were contending for the #1 position in the NAL at that point, and XSET at that point, I believe, were already locked into a dead last position, so they couldn't climb out of ninth place. But it was still an 8-7 game. It went all the way down to overtime match point. It was so incredibly close, and a lot of that stemmed from XSET getting aggressive and Sonics somehow being mispositioned or simply not ready for where XSET were coming from. I think Zero Risk can probably channel some of that energy. You can play unpredictable, and Chalet is a big map, ultimately. There are lots of spaces where you can hide, or rooms that you can fortify yourselves in, prop some utility or some reinforcements up in there just to give yourself a little bit more space. The Sonics are kind of working to your pace right now because you are on defense. You set the pace ultimately. So just don't allow SQ to get out to a fast start, and you should be okay.
Alex player on the Rook is the operator that sticks out to me on this defense. Ooh, good drones. They deal about half damage to Alex player, but unfortunately can't find the headshot, can't get that kill through the Rook armor. I kind of like this. Like, I saw this, the French operator strats being brought out at SI, believe it or not, on this bomb site. There are a lot of long angles playing around this site. There's the hallway, which can be pretty good. If you want to challenge the windows, and there's a lot of very powerful window positions from the attackers on this site, taking a better scope is going to be a really good way to do that. And so I don't actually dislike the Rook pick. Usually I'm not a fan of it because you don't really bring a lot of utility. But I think here it kind of works. They've also brought, the Castle Barricades, the Surya Gates on a Rooney from mods. So they've got a lot of stuff going for them here. No wall denial means this gets open fast, though, and they are in. Unfortunately, they get just shredded to pieces. Rexon finally gets one for the trade, but with 1:40 still on the clock, we're not even halfway through this round. Sonics have picked up the pace and forced themselves into a man disadvantage. Walking in now to get one. Rexon's popping off, but he does get traded. That's a triple before he finally hits the grave thanks to mods. And now in the 2v2, I think we're going to see things slow down just a little bit from the Sonics.
Yeah, Sonics are trying to bust the bunker, so to speak, as fast as they could, but they weren't accounting for somebody remaining inside that power position in bunker. So it'll come down to where the plant is and how adequate Zero Risk are at reclaiming this. They're not pressuring this at all. Super does have coverage, and pretty good coverage at that. So now it just might be more of a utility wing, but he'll be removed from play. So now it's all on Kansan. 5 kills, but he needs 2 more. 1 for the Aruni. Can he make the quick swing around Piano? He'll whip the pistol out, find the castle. It will not matter. Shotgun and a knife in quick succession, and death from inside puts fast one over on Kansan, nabs that diffuser. Zero Risk put their second round on the board.
All right, a couple of close rounds now that have given Zero Risk a couple over, again, the second best team in North America based on Stage 1 standings, and just winning out those gunfights at the very end. That 2v2 was worrying because Kit was down. Since they'd planted that diffuser, you got to assume that the attackers will be in an advantage. They should be able to just play it a little bit more passive, not take those gunfights. And although they didn't deny the plant, which I thought was a mistake in the moment, Zero Risk caught them as they were trying to get back into those more passive positions. Zero Risk did a great job, obviously, getting the coverage before they could run off and making sure they hit those shots. Always important during the executive siege round. You've got to be able to catch those players when they go for that aggressive stuff. And so, love to see it from Zero Risk. Again, kind of aggro from the Sonics. They had a whole minute and a half still to work with it. They chose not to utilize. They went for a kind of a soft rush instead. But ultimately, that's going to be another round on the board for Zero Risk, and they're got to be happy with that.
The question is, can you replicate that kind of success over and over and over again? Like, if you win a round on defense and it's a really close round, it could go the other way at a moment's notice if you're not careful with it. I do think that the Sonics are the kind of team that can really make you pay for mistakes like that, but ultimately, if it comes down to a 1v1 gunfight and Kansan loses it, then he kind of deserves to lose the round in a case like that. For Zero Risk, how do you replicate that same kind of success over onto different bomb sites? If you're able to do it on Master and Office, that's really good, but now you're heading to Bar Gaming, which I do believe is a more popular site overall for Chalet. So don't allow the fact that one round very nearly slipped through your fingers to kind of tank your mental. I think you've got one up. That's a really good confidence booster. I would be screaming in comms if I was able to defeat Sonics in really any context on any round. So take your small victories where you can find them, gentlemen, because that's a really good set. Kansan's rocking the fuse. He's going to clear out, I'm assuming, if there was any barbed in Mudroom or maybe a player there, but instead he's at half HP himself, and now he'll just kind of slowly waltz towards the bomb site. Okay.
I mean, Kansas on the fuse. We've got a Lion from Grixer already getting into the bomb site. Utilize that to get the kill. Rexon with another one. Super's planting. He's on Blitz, by the way. I haven't even really had time to mention that. Where are the rest of Zero Risk? They're in your sight. You gotta come stop this, but unfortunately, you're not around. And because of that, Sonics just walk on in, get that kit down inside of the game's or inside of the bar bomb site, and now we're in a post-plant position. 3v5. This is very tough for Zero Risk. Some of those Capcan traps didn't even get placed on the map because this was such a fast round, but a couple of quick kills make this into a 3v3. This is a little bit better, but that time is not on the defender's side. Alex can get another one, a headshot onto Grixer, traded out by Yeti. Kansan just holding fast inside of the mudroom, waiting for somebody to come against this kit and go for that disable. Of course, is in a position to try to deny. Yeti in the back bar in a good position to stop this as well. They've got to be the ones to enter into sight. That smoke could be the difference maker, but Yeti pushes through it anyways, shuts down Alex player and Kansan for the final frag. The Sonics gets a little shaky at the end there, but they close out round number 8.
Yeah, for a second, I thought Zero Risk could bring that one back. They were really close. Other than the fact that it went to a 3v3, that's just where things really fell apart. It wasn't a matter of Zero Risk picking off Sonics players that couldn't get refrags, because I think Sonics pushed so fast into the site that they weren't able to give any of their players any adequate time to get crossfires going, or to watch angles, or to watch flanks, or anything like that. They pushed straight in, got plant down straight away, and they were able to delete, or Zero Risk were able to delete 2 Sonics players that didn't have those crossfires set up, and their backs weren't being watched. So while Zero Risk is making their rotate back to the bomb site, it means that the Sonics are able to move around based on who's alive and who's still dead, and like players in mudroom and like outside the building and still inside the closet itself. So many different angles that you can hold that Zero Risk simply aren't going to be aware of, especially if they were still setting up utility. Like you said, Capcan did not have all of his traps down before that rush reached its completion and the diffuser had been set. So had to make a quick correction. Zero Risk came close, but ultimately no cigar.
Sonics looking to make this a bit of a speed run through the quarterfinals. Of course, we all thought that they were the favorites coming into this, but the way Sonics are playing, not just the fact they're up 6-2, but also the fact that these rounds have been very fast when the Sonics have been on attack and have had that ability to control the pace. We're only a couple of rounds in still, so we'll see how these next ones go. Maybe with Sonics now being on match point, that'll cause them to go a little bit slower, but something tells me Sonics want to get to map 2 as fast as they possibly can. They just need to get one more round, and they will take this map. Zero Risk, on the other hand, need 4 in a row to force overtime, and then they got to win it there, too.
So, match point, you're staring it down. I would say it's not a massive cause for concern because you have a couple more chances to get this right, but now I would be concerned because look at the setup from Sonics. 4 people. They're just going to do a very tertiary drone of Games Room, and they might be able to just burst their way in. Look at how many smokes they've got as well. It's all smoke all day. Someone's about to blaze it, and guns are about to start blazing while the diffuser gets planted from Super. There's no way they have a counter for this do Zero Risk, but no, a Nitro Cell will still deny the plant. So instead of it being a really clean execute on the site with nothing but smoke nades, now the diffuser still needs to be reclaimed, but the problem is the guns on Sonics are simply too good, and the rest of Zero Risk are now looking for ways to correct their mistakes. Diffuser has now been reclaimed, but there are no more smokes left. The only 2 players that have them have expended all of them on a site take that didn't even work. So now for the Sonics part, you have Yeti and Rexon on 12 and 13 kills each, but how do you make an adjustment here?
I think Zero Risk have very clearly read into what the Sonics are doing. They've realized the Sonics are going for a lot of these fast kind of rush style plants, and that was a really good C4 to deny that kid. If that C4 doesn't go down, this is going to be totally over. Sonics win this round. So really important clutching up there, and already Sonics are back to the bomb site. They will lose one, traded it out, thankfully, to Grixer, but this is going to be a 1v2 now. Rexon just finishes it off, and that'll be the game. Map number 1 going the way of Sonics, and again, a bit of a weird finish there. We had the glass that we didn't even get a chance to talk about, but hey, that's how it goes sometimes with these 2 squads, and definitely good play by the Sonics all around.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is sometimes, at least for SQ's part. It was done not necessarily to perfection. I think the things that they had 1 or 2 screw-ups with are things that are like super, super easy. You're like, oh, we know why that didn't work. It's a rush strategy that we didn't time very adequately, or we left too many people on a roam someplace that we simply couldn't get refrags on. Whatever the case may be for the Sonics, it genuinely isn't a concern anywhere.
Yeah, I think there's nothing Sonics look back on that game and are like, all right, we'll fix this before we go into the NAL. I think probably the mistakes Sonics were making were due to the circumstances of the tournament, less so, problems with their actual gameplay, but that's all right. And again, like, talking about Zero Risk a little bit here, because Sonics played it pretty much as expected, Zero Risk had a pretty solid gameplay, like, going in here. Again, I wasn't sure if they were just going to run around and not really have any strats and just kind of, play ranked style Siege. They didn't. They definitely knew what they were doing. They went with meta holds. They were bringing good operators. They weren't bringing any, like, cheese picks. You could argue they should have done that because, again, they're going against such a, a mismatch, at least on paper. But you know what? I thought that they played pretty well. I was pretty impressed by their strats and everything. Little bit slow. If we've got to pin, one major mistake on most of their attacks, definitely would have liked to see that speed up a little bit. But all in all, Zero Risk, not a bad team. I was pretty happy.
We'll see if they can't do or make a couple of corrections for their own part when we move over to their second map, which it's coming up and it has been predetermined. They kind of knew how everything was going to work for this second map because they knew what the rotation was going to be. So for their own part, there is some things that they still can kind of prepare for, but still really, really good, I think, for Zero Risk in terms of the promise that they showed. If you're able to get that many rounds against the Sonics, even if they weren't bringing their entire NAL strat book to play, still a lot of things that are commendable from them in that match.
Yeah, 100%. And we're going into the second map now. Again, because these are ones where we really don't get to see these teams choosing their own maps. This could absolutely be one where these squads are just a little bit more proficient on the second map. I believe Consulate is the second one. I wrote it down. I should double check that. Yeah, it is. Consulate's going to be our second map. And this is one that Sonics actually didn't play at all throughout stage 1 of the North American League. So it's kind of brand new for them. They haven't really shown any strats. They might be a little bit less comfortable on it. They might not love this map. So I think if there was going to be an opportunity for Zero Risk to jump in and, claim a victory, that could be it. But it looks like we've got here the Intel play of the game here.
This was the one time that Zero Risk really gave us hope in terms of being able to make a comeback happen. The rush strategy from Sonics had already failed by this point in the game, so it came down to ultimately what was a 1v1, but the shots from Rexon at this point were exquisite. There were a couple of opportunities for players on ZR to line up pretty adequately, but he gets one frag, finds the other one straight to Piano before he gets traded out again. That is a pretty darn amazing 2K from Rexon.
Yeah, very happy with the way that one worked out. And of course, once we get to the end of this round, this was the one that ended in the 1v1, yeah? Or is this not the one that I'm thinking of with the clutch? No. Okay, this is just the play from Rexon. This was, Rexon hit a lot of nutty shots. Again, we were joking about who was going to get more kills, Rexon and Yeti maybe having a bit of a contest there. I don't know who actually did top the kill feed. At this moment, though, it was Rexon, and he is feeling himself. There's a reason why he's considered one of the best fraggers in all of North America.
And I don't really think that reputation is something that you can take away from him, especially not when it's something he's been cultivating for a pretty darn long time. He's had his off and his on days overall, so the fact that he was on 110% for this game is a pretty darn good showing, at least for the rest of the Sonics. But they really only have one map that they got to contend with right now. They're looking to end this series in a very quick 2-0, if possible. We are going to Consulate, like you mentioned, so with the scope of that map, because there isn't that much that Sonics have really shown, I would say for Zero Risk, the key is more, are you confident in what you can do on this map rather than attempting to counter for what the Sonics might attempt to do on this map? And I'd say for the rest of this Razer Invitational, that is probably the smarter way to go about things. Don't worry about what your opponent's doing. Worry about what you're doing, because that is where your skills can actually be put to the test.
Yeah, I think, Sonics can't really do much VOD review because this team, as far as I'm aware, don't play in any leagues. There aren't any VODs actually to review, so you can't really get any footage on them. And for Zero Risk, you could go back and look at Sonics games and try to read into that, but based on how they played Chalet, I think it's safe to say that Sonics probably aren't going to be playing these maps like they usually do in the NAL. They seem to be playing them a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive, and so I don't know if there's a whole lot that you could actually read into that if you were trying to, counter-strat your opponents, even going up against the Sonics, who, sure, they have the most VODs available, but they also have the widest strat book, theoretically, being the top team in the tournament.
For this tournament, 100% they are. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they're able to mold and shift around the teams that they find in this tournament. So far, we've seen what Zero Risk can do. They are trying to play competitively, even if that same style doesn't necessarily work because of what is a pretty obvious skill gap. But there are other teams that are in this tournament that might present Sonics with a different challenge. Teams that, you know, are trying to counter the style that they know the Sonics play from a North American League level. It's just whether the Sonics are going to bring that exact same level of consistency into a tournament like this. And there are other teams who probably play faster, more loose, perhaps a more ranked-like style, like you mentioned, where there isn't as much coordination. You're relying very heavily on your frags. That entire environment in Siege Ranked is based around who gets more kills rather than it being from a strategical point of view. And to a certain extent, Zero Risk did play like that, and the rounds that they won weren't off of some crafty objective play or from any crazy positioning. Instead, it was about taking advantage of moments where the Sonics weren't paying enough attention to nab those frags, and it really did create a good environment where they could have repeated that success over and over and over again. But you can only capitalize on your opponent's mistakes for so long. At some point, you got to make your own pushes.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for me, right? Like, they were winning a lot of the rounds that were scrappier, that were sort of more chaotic and weren't as strategic. But that's more so how Sonics played rather than how Zero Risk played. You know, Zero Risk were trying to take things slow, and then Sonics would run out a big garage with a shotgun, and that wouldn't really, you know, go too well for them. Or they would try some really aggressive peeks off shields. And so these were the rounds that we were really seeing success come in, particularly on the defense as well, on Zero Risk. When the Sonics would rush, that's when we had the opportunities from Zero Risk. So I think if things started to spiral out of control for Sonics, they probably would have reverted back to a more structured playstyle, and perhaps that would have worked a little bit better for them. But again, Sonics were probably winning this game with any playstyle that they brought to the table. And so, you know, they played how they wanted to play. They managed to pop off with their frags, and I think they made it a bit more of an entertaining game because of it. So I'm kind of glad that they played that.
Yeah, 100%. Seeing if we can't get this second map underway in a second, or if we will be looking for a break in the meanwhile while we get everything situated. And so far, after just one map, I don't know if that's going to be the same pace that we see from every game. The way that the bracket itself has been balanced is that I think for our part, the teams that we do know or had a little bit more advanced warning on, or some knowledge about the players who were on those teams coming into this tournament, are facing the teams that I believe we don't have that much knowledge on. So it's guys who are in T2 or T1 or Challenger League or wherever it might be against the teams that we can call pub stacks, which isn't a derogatory term. We more mean that as you signed up for this tournament hoping that you would have a chance to make it somewhere without a whole bunch of prep, which is honestly super darn respectable if you have an opportunity to make it a great distance. So good job if you were able to qualify for this tournament. If you're any of those other four teams, like that just shows that you were willing to slog through the qualifiers in order to get to this point, and that by itself should be commended. But it just sometimes means that you might meet your fate at the hands of one of the best teams in North America, which is just how it goes, because anyone can sign up for these things. So map number 2, we head into Consulate. And the Zof ban already is something that the Sonics are just like, nah, we don't want to worry about this. Though this is a pretty common ban for them. Or, I wouldn't call it common. It's a ban that from the Sonics we see more than I believe any other team in North America.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a bit of a comfort ban for them. And of course, being on Consulate, a map that does lend itself a little bit more to be attacker-sided, similar to how Chalet was. I think it makes sense to ban out one of those more frag-heavy operators. Banning out maybe like a Thermite or a Habana doesn't do as much for you on this map. So fair enough. They banned the Thatcher on the side of Zero Risk, and then the Mira. Again, these are very like structured bans. You expect these bans when you're watching maybe the highest level competition. If you were watching like the North American League, for example, those would be commoner bans. For Sonics, you know, Zofia is a little bit more maybe reading into the operators at Zero Risk were playing well last game. They also ban out the Malusi, who can just be kind of frustrating to play against, and certainly one of the most powerful defenders in the game at the moment. So again, solid bans from both teams. There's nothing crazy. There's nothing out of the ordinary. I wouldn't have minded if Zero Risk wanted to go for something crazy like, you know, maybe like a blitz ban, because that was getting played by the Sonics, or something kind of funny like that. But they go standard. I don't hate that either. If this is what they've been practicing, if they practice without a Thatcher and they practice without a Mira, then that's what they want to play, and I don't mind that at all.
I don't mind that one bit, and it also just means that if you have a comfort operator that's been banned, you need to prove that you're more flexible around that op no longer being in play. We see it more often with Ash, I think, is probably the textbook example of a comfort operator that everyone's been using in this game since launch, always very aggressive. If you can't play Ashe, then what are you going to do? So it does force you to utilize something different. If it's just, you know, an operator that's less fast or different guns or different, you know, utility or mechanics, there is still something to a very like safe operator pick that you no longer have in your back pocket that you now have to find some way to work without. So having Zoph be gone is another example of that in some cases, though I will say at this point, because Ashe is still available, if you're zero risk, slap that on the on the player that you are most comfortable getting frags with, go heavy, get aggressive, and get in Sonic's face.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing that comes out when you ban Zero, Zofia is going to be the Yana, and that's what Glizbot has jumped onto now. Yana, Ashe, and Zo are sort of the three main operators you see on the entry position. They're all very fast, they've got great guns, and they all bring explosives, which is sort of the key things you want. And okay, Kansan, cut me off, why don't you, with a nice spawn peek on the mods. Well, we're talking about put your best fragger on Ashe. Whether they've done that or not, I don't know, but Mods is not going to give a chance to prove himself, which is going to be a little bit tougher for him. Of course, you know, this is still going to be a decent position for the team. Like, 1 down is not the end of the world, but they're going to have to try to pull this back. 2 down's a little bit worse, but they got the trade for it, right? Yeti being able to trade out for Glizbot. The big thing again, though, that's both of your entry fraggers gone, and I think Sonics have shown they're going to play this pretty fast, pretty loose. Those entry fraggers are going to be kind of important.
Another thing that's a little weird to notice is Grixer does take another player out for his trouble.
Grixer, please.
That's Super Rockin' an M870 and not the MP7. So I would say, yeah, like, again, an environment like this is where teams can absolutely get a little bit more thrifty with it. So for their own part, we'll see if it nets any kills, but everyone else on the Sonics is grabbing frags as opposed to the players running crazy stuff. Great shot from Rexon as he nabs the last player. Alex has no idea what just hit him in the face on the outside. No player from Zero Risk is even able to enter the building for the entirety of round number 1, and already things are looking pretty dire.
Okay, so not a great round for Zero Risk, very fast for Sonics, but I do want to say that's the type of thing that should only really happen once, right? If you see right off the bat, Sonics are going for aggressive spawn peaks, they're running out at you, they are taking every gunfight that they possibly can, it's possible for Zero Risk to take a look at that, really rein themselves in, play a lot more, you know, sort of slower, structured, punish those peaks when they happen. And so that's what I'm hoping for. Instead, they switch from the Monty to the Amaru. So they're not going to do that at all. They're going to rush into the building and take these gunfights head on, which is another way, and I'm excited to see how it works. Jacob?
Yeah, I'm excited too. You can get more creative in situations like this. So if you have the chance to, why not? Go nuts and see what happens. Supernova, not the MP5 SD.
Grixer's gone.
Yeah, he's just...
What happened? Did they shotgun
him? It was either a shotgun or... No, the impacts are all still up. Yeah,
like
because Rexon's rocking Boss G ACOG, that's why.
Yes. Super's on shoddy, Rexon's on shoddy. It's gonna be a good round, Jacob. It's gonna be fun.
It's just a case where they're trying to challenge one another to see if they can't, you know, get some weird kills with some weird weapons here, which, hey, to be fair, Rexon is currently rocking the weapon. If he has the ACOG on it, I wonder if it's possible to look at it in a second, who would have the single longest scope of any gun on defense because it's the meme scope put on the meme gun, and he does indeed. He's watching the same angle that he was watching from before, but Zero Risk, I think, very wisely have not spawned south side and will not be contesting the window anytime soon.
All right, we've got a game on our hands, folks. Zero Risk are more or less going to be aware of this playstyle that Sonics are going to be running. I'm really interested to see what Alex player does on this Amaru. Again, there's some really aggro stuff you can do. I think all 3 Vault cams are outside the building. So they are going to be spawn peeking the best they can. Zero Risk are playing it they're playing it quite scared at the moment. There is somebody outside the building that might be an Amaru clone as well. Or sorry, not Amaru, but Alibi. They're going to run in yellow stairs now, though. Take the gunfights that they can find. Glizbot, the first one to get downed. Rexon finishes off with that Boss GA cog, finding his frags right off the bat. He can be happy from the bottom of the yellow stairs. Yeti comes up. Rexon another. Yeti for his second as well. And death from inside now in the 1v5. His whole team has ran inside of yellow stairs. and all of them have been slaughtered. The best they can say is they dealt maybe 40 damage to Yeti, maybe 20 damage to Rexen. Grixer, the lowest member of his team, and that's because his teammates shot him at the start of the round. Now, Death will get a kill, finishing off the frag on a Yeti, so making sure that there will be no 3K in the future of Yeti. Rexen, of course, still could find his third, a C4 thrown out yellow, and there's the run out, going to be finishing it off from Grixer. There was an air jab there, but doesn't really matter at that point.
Hey, I'm cool with the yellow stairs rush. There are ways to get that to work, but it usually requires more top floor control than they had in that scenario. Probably also making sure there's no one basement who can just come up on a flank like Yeti did with the alibi and stopped things dead in its tracks before it could really get going up to the bomb site proper. So, good spirit, good attempt.
Yeah.
Bad execution, ultimately. You can't do a lot of these steps out of order, or in some cases opt to simply not do them at all for takes like that, which do have success rates, and there are examples of them working properly, but it's not just a case of, oh, we'll open the door straight or the barricade right up and just waltz into sight, because there are plenty of players from Sonics who, if they're not on the bomb site, will be everywhere else around the map in tandem. So that's your problem.
This game started, and I got the vibe that Zero Risk were treating this almost as like a really high-quality scrim, right? It seems like Zero Risk are trying to improve as a team, maybe enter some leagues, and then eventually grind their way up to Challenger League. That seems like, how they're playing, and so they're playing standard to try to figure out what they can improve on, what the best teams in the world will pick apart in terms of their strategies and their executes, and figure out really how they can improve. Then Sonics kind of threw everything at them, including the kitchen sink, and I think Zero Risk have now, at least in that previous round, gone, all right, we're not really getting much practice out of this, let's just run around and also try to gun, which might be their best strategy if they actually want to win this tournament. So I'm glad that they've maybe switched gears a little bit. Again, might not be the best if they're trying to improve as a team, because most teams that you play your level aren't going to play like this. They're not going to play this aggressive. But again, if they want a part of that cash prize pool, they're going to have to do well against the Sonics here. And of course, that's what they're going for. Now, Rexen still has the Boss GA cog. Hits him with a nice shot. I'm sure it was. That's going to be, I believe, another spawn peek coming out from Rexen to take down mods.
It is what it is. If you want to play at a competitive level, just be aware of where those peaks are at as well. That's just
for sure
one thing you always do double checks for. I will say, at higher level competition, there's kind of a gentleman's agreement to really not try for spawn peaks unless you are that aggressive. Not
whatever works.
That's true, but it's just not something you see nearly as often as you do in T3 or in Plat Ranked, wherever you might end up playing in this game. So if they can correct for that mistake, then they'll probably be all right going forward. And I think you're right. They are trying to see if they can enter competitions, because 3 of them have a ZR clan tag. So take what lessons you can from this game, boys, because it is a very high-quality scrim. You're not wrong. But at least for this round, the attack strategy is situated from admin office side. They will be moving closer to console where they can. Rexen will not allow them any ground to stand on, and another kill from Super means it's just Thermite and Nomad now. It's just the Nomad. Yeti storms in. As soon as the Sonics are aware of where these guys are positioned, it just comes down to a full swarm onto the site, and Super will have to whip out the pistol to make it happen. Shadow, for his own trouble, grabs a couple kills, but it still doesn't matter. Super going Super Saiyan from one part of the room to the next. Oh my gosh, you can tell the Sonics are having fun with this one.
They are. That's a good way to put it. The Sonics are enjoying their time on Consulate. As mentioned before, they're doing their best to maybe speedrun their way into the semifinals, where perhaps they'll play a little bit more structured. Maybe they'll keep playing like this, though. It's hard to say. They are bringing operators that have great guns and not a whole lot else. As you mentioned, usually this doesn't work, because when you play against a really high-level structured team with the type of playstyle that Sonics are bringing in this match, you should be getting shut down. Theoretically, this playstyle shouldn't work, because if Zero Risk take their time, they watch for these angles, they watch for the spawn peaks, they should be able to predict these gunfights and win them, just based off of the fact that Sonics aren't really taking advantage gunfights. They're just kind of taking gunfights that are even or are even disadvantaged, but they are confident they can win because they are the better team in terms of skill. So yeah, what are they doing here, Jacob? Why did they move the jackets all the way? Okay, sure.
Why not?
That's what the game is.
Why not? I'll I think at this point it might just be they want a handicap and see if they can't still win rounds off of having a handicap.
Maybe it's like a game like Grixer's gonna put down the jackets, and then it's like the first person to put on a jacket and shoot the other guy wins, and Rexen
yeah.
won.
The hidden
Rexen
mini
won.
games of Siege that almost no one else is aware of until you see them in the flesh somehow. Another spawn peek from Rexen. Has anyone even
Boss
spawned
G.
on that side?
No.
Maybe?
Nobody has.
Nah, I don't think the outlines have revealed anyone on that part of the map. Instead, they're all southeast. They are looking for the spawn peaks from admin windows that they got knocked out from before, but they've brought a Monty, so maybe there's a chance for something else to work in their favor here. I will say, the fact that you have a Montang player, shields are nice, but it effectively turns this into now a 4v4 because Tachanka is dead for the Sonics, so there isn't a gun there, but you also still lose a gun if you're playing a shield operator in the case of Alex player. So
Yeah.
I believe it's workable, but you need to play off of that Monty more specifically. Push together, work in tandem to ensure that it's not a wasted pick, but it seems like most players on Zero Risk are still trying to clear more of their opponents out of admin, and I'm not certain how the Monty is going to play into this round yet for them or their execute.
Lizbot probably shouldn't be repelling in there. That's a death sentence, but they do trade it out. Rexen dies. Unfortunately, Yeti got a second one on the Shadow. I don't even know where that one came from. Was that just inside of Visa? It might have been. One way or the other, though, they are in the site, and they are in a 3v3, as you mentioned. Alex player on the shield. The thing I like about the Monty is it slows down the game, right? And they desperately need this game to slow down on the side of Zero Risk. Just as I say that, Yeti again, going for that aggressive peek, and this is what should be happening. You should be able to punish it. They do so really well. They're in the man advantage now. They have a Monty. They have a minute 30. That's an insane amount of time to already be in a 3v2. This is far and away the best looking round Zero Risk have had here on Consulate. They just need to close it out, and this is going to be an intimidating thing to go against if you're Alex player.
So we'll see if they can't use the Monty to full effect or if they'll still be able to peek around the shield. Perhaps Super will take down mods, but ultimately it is traded. So there is something good there. A refrag does mean it's far easier for Zero Risk to make their push, but it's still going to mean the death from inside has to hit his shots every time. Alex player cannot force too much away from his opponent, but Death is actually going to find the flank as Grixer with a 1 speed up means he will clank his way up yellow. Position is given away perfectly, and there's a round for Zero Risk. Something is going right finally.
Yeah, I don't know if the Monty had like the biggest impact there. Certainly once they had gotten into the round, it did. But the big thing was Zero Risk were able to actually enter the building. I mean, Zero Risk got a foothold inside, which meant that they had more limited angles they could get peeked from, right? When they're standing outside, there's that window, that door, like a million different angles that Sonics could peek out and, you know, shoot you with the Boss G. And so once you're inside, you can limit those angles a little bit better. It's easier for Zero Risk to isolate those angles, watch for them, and punish the Sonics when they go for these pushes. And that's what they did once they finally got inside of the Visa office. And really nice again with the trade when we saw Super walking up the spiral stairs. I believe that was a silenced TCSG he was rocking. Got a kill with it somehow, but traded out. So again, solid stuff there. And I was worried when Death took a 1v1 against the final player. I believe it was Grixer, which is a little risky when you have that Monty and you're in the 2v1, but hit his shots. And so ultimately, if you're hitting your shots, I'm not going to be the one to complain.
We'll see if Tachanka has any more usability in this round than he did in the previous one, because he was dead within the first couple of seconds. So I will say the Sonics are trying to give themselves a handicap. Maybe having it be by one entire player is not the play, ultimately. I think it's probably close. Maybe if it's like some HP off the board somewhere, or perhaps someone, you know, just picks a weird gun to use instead. Maybe something like that. But not an entire player off the board. But now Zero Risk, I think, are understanding what worked and what didn't. So they will bring a Monty back into the fray, but there's a Dokubi and a Ying also that are being brought. So they're kind of going in on the idea of moving in fast and quick. Maybe a Dokubi call at the same time as a couple of those Ying Candelas are flashed out, which means not only can your opponents not see anything, but you can also be heard from their phones buzzing, and there's a Monty pressuring you, and there are guns blazing at the same time with a Lion. So let's see how they end up taking this. Sonics, for their own part, have gone back to a couple more usable weapons. Rexen is no longer on the Boss G, which means that it'll be way easier for them to hit all of their shots. This is the entirety of Zero Risk now. outside Visa. None of them are attacking a bomb site from any other part of the map. They're relying on drones plus Monty to give them a lot more intel. This is so far looking very structured, but they're going to look to move faster.
I mean, if you can keep using those phone calls and using those lion charges, like, they're basically never going to be able to move on the side of Sonics, and you can start actually gaining ground. So I like this combo, right? The lion, the Dokkaebi will be able to actually get you some map control. Glizz gets the opener on a super. Again, punishing a peak that probably shouldn't be happening. This is what we should have been seeing before. Now, they are going to drop down into the basement, which is where the bomb site is. Mods gets one, but does get traded out by Rexon. The Monty now makes his presence known, and he's going to be an imposing force on the bomb site. Grixer kills Death. Kansan with another one of the Glizzbot, and all of a sudden there's only one gun on the side of Shadow. Does have 3 Candelas, Kit's all the way on the top floor, and it's actually being controlled by the Sonics. So although Shadow was able to get a frag, and now he's throwing Candelas up on the top floor, which fell down, this is going to be a pretty strong position for the Sonics. There's Grixer with the Ella, Scorpion, able to take down Shadow, and these players not playing together means that Alex is now in a 1v2 on the Monty. He's only going to have a pistol and a fully, body shield up. Doesn't have the defuse kit. This is looking pretty well impossible.
I would say so too, especially since Grixer can just come flying around a corner like he did right there, but it still doesn't actually get him the frag just yet. He is going to get cornered though. Chukka can come around from the opposite side, and it's a Monty and an Ella, and who do you think is going to win that fight? The one with a weapon up at all times. So now,
probably,
the Sonics are kind of getting back on track. Credit where credit is due though. There were things that worked about that round for Zero Risk, just not the very end.
Yeah, I mean, playing together is something that I've definitely noticed. I don't know if Alex player is a super experienced Monty player. I have no idea if he has played this a lot. But I'm noticing when we get into these low man count situations, the Monty is almost never with the rest of his team. And that's such a big no-no when playing with a Montaigne, because his whole thing is he could provide really good intel to the rest of the squad. He can scope things out with the, the safety of his full shield, and then he can help his teammates get those kills by saying he's right here, and the teammate peeks behind the Monty shield and gets that kill. If he's alone, then you're not getting any use from him with your teammate, and of course when he ends up in that 1v2 or 1v1 or any isolated situation, he just doesn't have the ability to fight back. Sometimes we'll see some crazy things from a Monty, pull out the pistol, whatever, but 9 times out of 10 the Monty's going to lose that fight. And so I'd like to see Alex player be a little bit more coordinated with his teammates, stick together a little bit more. But you're right, like the very start of that round was looking pretty solid from Zero Risk. Although it was like a 5-man glob just kind of pushing through the map slowly, they punished the peaks the way they should have been. They got into the bomb site, started fragging out. If Diffuser Kit wasn't left on the top floor, they might actually win that round.
I'm inclined to agree. It's a lot of just very small, minor mistakes, but all of it is still correctable given enough time. I think it's just how Zero Risk have chosen to adapt to whatever their current situation is showing promise, even if ultimately it's just slow. And this would probably be way closer if it was something like gun skill was comparable from team to team. If Zero Risk and the Sonics were both shooting at the same level, then this might actually be far closer than it currently is. But the fact that Zero Risk are trying to make these adaptations on the fly, they're going with what they know works. They're going for the exact same push through Visa as they did in the last round for a different site. So I'm curious if this has more of an upside potential. Diffuser is also not with this crew, by the way. 4 players are outside Visa right now, but Death from inside on the Thermite has opted to rappel all the way by bathroom window, 2nd floor to take his own picks. I'm now getting really confused by this option here.
I'm all for a pinch. I'm all for separating your teammates a little bit, but probably not your Thermite with the Fuse Kit. He should probably be with the core of the team. Either way, they get the opener on a Rexon. Grixer trades it out on the mods. They are dealing with these yokai drones. I mean, as long as they can deal with them, it don't seem to be too impactful on the side of the Sonics. So that's them off the board for later. Grixer hits another headshot onto Shadow. So that's going to be a man advantage going in the favor of Sonics. A great C4 from Kansan will deal with the Monty, and that's one of the best ways to deal with a Monty on the attacker side of things. And that just allows Sonics to get so much more aggressive. After that shield player is off of the board, they can really go wild, peeking these windows, doing what they can. And Zero Risk are still struggling to get inside the building. Nice. No, he didn't hit that. He actually just died. All right. Sonics win round number 6, and this one looks very tough for Zero Risk to pull back.
Oh boy. 5-1. similar situation to where the Sonics were sitting in the last game on Chalet. It's the exact same scoreline that we had from before. Zero Risk were able to bring back 2 rounds on defense, though, because the Sonics have started on defense in both of these maps. Zero Risk are having more success on defense just kind of as an overall misnomer. Not to say that that will always be the standard, but the thing about this map that's most crucial is that the only round that the Sonics allowed Zero Risk to have is when it was a 4v5 to start the game, and Zero Risk capitalized off there being one less operator on SQ than there was on ZR. That's just basic math. When you start the game with less people, you will probably end the game with less people, and they did for that one round. But they're capitalizing on Sonics messing around, for lack of a better term, and it will need to come down to Zero Risk having some blockbuster plays and some really hard stalls, and I don't really know if their operator selection necessarily justifies that. They don't have any traps. They've got a dock, not a bad option, but you're putting it on a player who has yet to find the scoreboard so far, and you're running a Jaeger Wamai. There is promise to this lineup overall. There's a smoke, so area denial is a possibility. There's intel that can be denied with a Mozzie. All of those ops, I think, with the exception of a dock, are ones I like. It's just a matter of how effectively they get played.
They're playing top floor, which is typically not seen, but if you're on top floor, I actually like the dock. I like it quite a lot, and I don't mind that it's Alex player again, because he was on the shield. He probably wasn't going to get any kills in the first half playing on the Monty, so moving to the dock, actual gun in his hands, I expect he'll be one to pop off. You can go for some of these spawn peeks, and this is sort of how you'd want to approach a team that might be going against you trying to spawn peek, right? Take your time, cover your angles, push together, and advance towards the building as fast as possible while still being safe. And that's what Sonics did a good job of doing there. Now, I think overall, Zero Risk's lineup looks good. Sonics doesn't. I mean, Sonics' attacker lineup is all over the place. None of these operators, other than the Thermite, are ops that we typically expect to see in a competitive match of Siege. Twitch is actually, like, okay, but, like, not very common. Glizzbot's going to get the opener with a nice headshot onto Rexon. So with man advantage and Sonics maybe not taking this with the best operator lineup ever, this looks like a pretty solid start to the round for Zero Risk. And yeah, even better.
So far, a whole bunch of bodies for Sonics are just kind of getting thrown to the wolves, so to speak, because of the way they've attempted to approach this site. Now it's all on Yeti. No comeback is possible. No flawless round for Zero Risk, but it's still a round on the board, ultimately. And again, their trend about being able to make things work on defense is only working because the Sonics are getting a little bit too frisky with their operator selections and the way they're trying to push the bomb site. It's pretty simple why the scoreline is the way that it is so far, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, that was, I don't want to take it away from Zero Risk, but Sonics did play that a little bit strange, and I think if Sonics play that a little bit more as expected, we'll see things go a little bit better for them, but solid hold from Zero Risk, you know, they knew what was coming, they expected it based off of the operator lineup that they saw heading into the lineup, into the round, and yeah, they hit their shots, they countered it well. They expected Sonics wouldn't be spending too much time, maybe scoping out the bomb site, maybe droning them, maybe throwing in flash grenades or explosives. And so they took the gunfights and they won them. And that's sometimes that's what you got to do. Going to this next round, Sonic seemingly have a bit more of a regular lineup. Still not like crazy normal. There's still some odd picks here, but definitely looks more like what you'd expect from an established competitive team.
Even if some of them are a little unorthodox, yeah, this is definitely more up to snuff, I would say, for what the Sonics could bring out on console at any given moment. I wouldn't be looking at this if I were any of their NAL opponents and trying to counter-strat off of it, because I guarantee
probably
none
not.
of that really has much impact on how this will go. I don't think cook a Tachanka with Rook plates with 10 seconds done in the prep phase is a notable NAL strat. I don't know. It could be, but
you never know what Joe's got written down.
I don't know why it would work. I'm not totally sure why it would work there. Not entirely sure.
Yeah.
But
listen, I'm good friends with the coach of the Sonics, Joe Bro. He's got the most insane spreadsheets you've ever seen, and I'm pretty confident you're right that nowhere on there is shoot your teammates after they pick up Rook armor.
Look,
that's probably not going to be one of them.
Having deep strats is a thing. I just don't know how deep or how.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the right word for it. How kamikaze-esque you're willing to go with some of these strats.
Well, with the Lance from the Collie, the Sonics are going to be able to deal with the Electric Claw on the wall and open it up with the Exothermic Charge. This looks like a very, actual normal good take from Sonics, which is nice to see. The wall opened very quickly. That Collie isn't an operator that you see very often inside the NAL, but they used her really well there. That's one way to deal with an Electric Claw. Most teams would go above with a Sledge, but totally valid to do this, to do it this way as well. You're kind of stuck with a sniper rifle now, which isn't ideal in Siege. Kanzan on that operator is going to have a bit of a tough time getting kills, but as I say that, he gets the opener on a Glizzbot. So hey, if he wants to put it into a montage, who am I to stop him from the garage door? He's actually got really good angles to try to pick off some players and, hit some nasty shots, and looks like that's what he was able to do at the very start against Glizzbot, and Rexon following his lead.
Yep, so far 2 kills off the board just from Sonics players sitting outside the bomb site. Most of them, I think, are coming from this position. Good kill, finally, as Alex player does trade one off, but Super going for the plant. He was just kind of waiting for the rest of his team to get more top floor control before he even tried going for that plant. It will still fall on the dock to find the rest of these kills. His position is node all the way back in security hallway, and Sonics are just rushing in, going for this last kill. It's pretty much like ranked, where it's like, hey, there's only one player left. Bum rush him and find that last kill to pad your stats. Grixer will be the one to do that for himself. And the Sonics now sitting on match map series point. One more and they knock Zero Risk out of this tournament.
So Sonics were taking that one relatively seriously. I do want to try to break it down a little bit. I think if I had to give some criticism for Zero Risk, the piano control would have been really nice to have to stop that plant from going down, right? Obviously, if they open the garage door with a lance, there's not a whole lot you can do about that to stop it. But you can't punish them for not taking that ground up above, right? The typical way you open the garage door is you go above, you go into piano room, you rip up the floorboards, you shoot the electric claw from above, and then you can open it up with an exothermic charge. Since Sonics kind of skipped that step by bringing the collie and just, getting the claw off with the lance, you should still have control of that piano room, and you should be able to use those holes in the floorboard to your own advantage to put pressure on the people planting. I didn't see if Sonics were pressuring that. From what I could tell, they weren't. But there was still some players up above that maybe could have contested it. We just didn't really see that contest happen because Zero Risk weren't in good positions to stop the plant from above. So, something to look forward to a little bit farther. They are running the bomb site back. Sonics are running a similar-ish lineup, actually pretty different other than the Collie and the Thermite. So they might go for a similar strategy. If not, maybe Zero Risk will have to try something new. But definitely there's things that they could have done to, make that one go a little bit smoother for them.
For Zero Risk, I think the cool part about an environment like this is it's not very high risk. You're not putting yourself in a position where you need to be pressure or you have to, have the answer for every strat in the book. This is where you can kind of play your game and see how well it works against a team like Sonics. And still, I will take small victories where you can find them. You're winning rounds against one of the best teams at this point probably in the world, which does speak a lot to what's going right and just the way you're able to play. And there is a lot of experience to be gleaned from games like this. And I think for their own part, they're probably just thinking about ways they can correct some of those mistakes. They've brought in Oryx so they can work more with that top floor contention that Sonics did bring. They had at least 1 to 2 players above the bomb site before they made their approach inside, so maybe that's helpful. There is more wall denial now, or at the very least it's the Kaid who's trying to deny solo, which at this point doesn't seem like it's working against Grixer or the rest of the Sonics who's just going to bum rush straight back into sight. Grixer with only 1 kill with a shotgun, so a 4v4 is now imminent, but there's the perfect tap. Kanzan onto Glizzbot, no more Jaeger in play, still 3 players left, but no smoke, which means now Sonics can move in, get the diffuser down on default, and this is the hardest retake in Rainbow Six, Jesse. If they're able to get that default plant right in front of the white van, it may be near impossible for the Sonics to get this diffuser out.
Nice shot from Mods. Will shut down the sniper. Unfortunately, it gets traded by Rexon. The smoke grenade being thrown in by Super, but he gets downed, and so this is a very winnable round from Zero Risk. They get the man advantage thanks to Alex, player who's starting to gun now that he's got an actual weapon in his hands and not a shield. And Rexon, one of the best players in the game, is left in a very difficult situation to try to claw back from. 1:30, so he's got a lot of time, but it doesn't matter when he's not hitting his shots. Alex is going to light up the scoreboard, and they're going to take this round number 9. Once again, maybe some momentum behind them.
Again, another situation where the Sonics are just throwing caution to the wind, trying something out. We had a sledge shotgun in that round, and he found 1 kill.
We did.
All right, just they're having fun with it. Again, the Sonics are still providing Zero Risk a chance to bring things back, even if that's not necessarily their intention. Good clutch moments, especially from Alex player. I did question the dock pick earlier. I'll take that back ever so
Hey.
slightly. He's rocking P90. He's doing a really good job with it. So credit where credit is due, ultimately. However, for the rest of the team, it's kind of like throwing bodies at a problem. It doesn't always lead to success. There are some things that work and some things that don't, but ultimately the things that you're going to want to carry over from round to round are the things that do work. Alex playing that dog is working over and over again. Yeah, maybe bring the traps back out again. Capcan being 6-picked into, which is not the one you typically see all that often, but they're recognizing how the Sonics are getting fast and in the face of zero risk. They're playing really quickly. They're trying to make an execute happen. They're rushing into sight and getting aggressive. And the counter for that is probably just making sure that you can't rush in unless you want 50 HP taken off the board. Sonics aren't running an IQ. They don't have a Thatcher that they can use in this case. So what they're doing is zero risk will simply try to stall by employing more of these traps in play. It's really only from the Capcan, but I would assume that probably takes more HP off the Sonics than they're estimating.
Yeah, I mean, that will do a lot if Sonics end up running into it, and based off of their play, I expect Sonics will be running into those, because they like to take these rounds pretty fast. You have forced Kansan onto the Monty, which I think is an accomplishment, although it might not be too fun to play against on the side of zero risk. They're bringing 8 smokes on the side of Sonics, so they are going to be focusing this plant, at least that's what you'd assume. I can't think of a single strategy that requires 8 different smoke grenades, so I guess they'll get multiple opportunities if they mess the first 3 attempts up, which is kind of nice. We're going for the CEO repel in. Again, there should be some Capcan traps on these windows. The drones should catch them. It's not actually going to be like an immediate rush into the site from the Sonics, although they are in position to jump in whenever they feel the most comfortable. However, that gets a little bit tougher with Yeti off the board. Mod's hitting a shot, and so because of that, we've got a man advantage in favor of zero risk, and they're not looking too bad.
Give it time and see how their adaptation works into their favor. With only 1 player dead, I would say Sonics still retain an advantage, but the problem is more how zero risk opts to respond to it. Give it time. So for the moment, trying to play from the bottom up, I would say is pretty smart. You're looking to dislodge some utility from the Ash, and like some of the barbed wire, maybe some of the players force some people out of position, and that's how Mods dies. He was, in the direct path of one of those Ash charges. It forces him out of where he was comfortably put, and Rexon finds the frag. And now the rest of the team is still trying to adapt to what the Sonics are doing, which is just bursting into the site. There isn't adequate coverage. There are so many angles that you're trying to hold, and maybe even going for a plant at a weird moment. Nothing seems to be working. Glizbot and the rest of Zero Risk are cleaning up on these players on Repel. Very, very well done. It's just a matter of using your Qs effectively. Can Rexon 1v4 though? Like, you're putting your fate in the hands of whether one player who is renowned for his fracking in the NAL, about whether he can find 4 kills. He won't even find 1. Consulate is Windows Simulator, and the Sonics fall prey to it. Zero Risk now, 2 rounds away from forcing overtime.
That they are. I mean, Zero Risk, maybe going for a huge brain play. They're playing on CEO. That's the top floor bomb site. Typically, you don't see teams go here in the North American League. That means that the Sonics aren't very used to attacking onto it. So the Sonics kind of just started swinging in windows. They didn't have very good bottom floor control. They didn't have yellow stairs control. They didn't try to come in from admin. There wasn't really anything gained from Sonics to be able to swing in. They just decided, screw it, we'll swing in. What's the worst that could happen? I didn't even see any smoke grenades that would have maybe locked off some of those angles. Perhaps I missed them. But when you're bringing 8 smokes and you're swinging in without the cover of smoke, I'm going to be questioning that a little bit from the side of Sonics. But again, well done from Zero Risk to be able to watch for that. When they hear that repellent sound, peek the window, you're going to get that kill every single time as long as nobody's watching for the coverage. And it didn't seem like the coverage was great for the Sonics there. So as you mentioned, overtime is looking like it might be a viable possibility. And if I'm the Sonics, I'm getting a little bit worried by that prospect.
The only thing I really want to say for SQ's side, end this series as fast as you can. It's only 1 more round up. Like, it's nice to experiment, but at some point, you got to understand when to cut your losses and just end the game as quickly as possible. However, I think we're going to figure out if Glizbot is he oh, was he punching a hole in the floor?
He was typing.
Oh, was he? Okay.
He was typing.
I'm just like, wait a second. We're looking at a player who's just crouching Just squatting in the middle of piano.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they Zero Risk proposed an overtime knife fight to decide the map, and then Kansan hit him with the "this isn't going to OT." So Sonic's feeling a little confident. Rightfully
Not going
so.
to OT.
If
They need to shore up some of their attacks if they want to make sure it doesn't go to OT. Kansan, you might have just Levron affected yourself, dude. Don't speak out of turn.
Oh, and thank you, mods, for the shout out.
We got you, mods. Don't worry about it. It's our pleasure.
Hey, listen, again, we've seen some solid stuff from Zero Risk. As much as they are kind of like
That's true.
having to go against a meme team in Sonics, like Sonics are kind of throwing this game all over the place, but Zero Risk saw some solid stuff for them, so I think they can be happy with how they played here, and it's nice that they were able to show their stuff here on the big screen. So if nothing else, I'm glad that they are getting a little bit of recognition. Maybe some other teams are, looking for some scrim partners. Zero Risk are definitely looking like viable options there. So if you're interested in, getting a practice partner, hey, hit up Zero Risk.
Why not? All right.
Yeah.
For the Sonics part, it is a top floor clear. Damn standard because they have 3 players positioned in 3 different spots on the map. It's mostly droning work, but Yeti will open up the killings. Down falls the Goyo, and it might be Kansan to get a very fast follow-up if he can find the dock. But for the moment, it's not going to happen as he retreats nearly all the way back to the closet. The rest of the team can now converge from top floor going down. I don't think there's a single member of Zero Risk who is a floor above site currently, which means the Roam has not done anything for Zero Risk. It's only the Goyo who's fallen by the wayside, and now it will end up being the Jaeger, so even more utility, and guns are being removed from the field. But mods will still answer back, does take down the IGL and the Jackal, but Grixer and the rest of the Sonics are setting up for what is a pretty darn default plan. There are a couple of different places where you could do it safely, and Yeti is doing just that. There isn't anyone who can contest this at all because all of the blue outlines are so far away from where the diffuser's being planted, and this one just might be all she wrote. Top control established by Rexon. The dock for Mr. Alex player is all the way on yellow, who might have an angle, but he needs to come back quickly if he wants any chance of getting this right. Mods, his second kill, so some things are still transpiring correctly, but players are outside, they're above, they're everywhere as far as Zero Risk is concerned, and Sonics may just have this one in the bag. Time is ticking down too drastically, too fast for them to get back to the diffuser unless they just want to wing it quickly, but that's not what they're going for. The pace has been set by the Sonics, and they are executing beautifully. Unless they can get back in the next second, they can't. It's all up to mods. Can't even find the kill as Rexon just drops the hatch, and that will do it. Sayonara Zero Risk, but we knew the outcome of this game before it even began. Sonics 2-0 over 2 maps, and that is where we will end this series for the Susquehanna Sonics.
Finishing it out strong, Sonics, when they say it's not going to OT, they mean it, and that was a really well-executed take. Shows what can happen when you're not running, Boss GA-Cog, Monty, shotgun on the sledge, what have you. Sonics, put on their pants and they go to work, making sure that they can get that plant down. It was, we did get to the 3v3, but realistically, that was never, an even situation, just because when you're in that post plant on that bomb site, it's so hard as defenders to, win that round back. You've really got to stop the plant from happening. So we have our intel play of the game. Jacob, what's it gonna be coming in now? It is gonna be round 1, the spawn peak from Kansan. I think that's a good play to set the tone of the rest of this match, don't you think?
It really is, and you're just down so bad at the very beginning of the game. It's such an insurmountable mountain to climb, and eventually Kansan he just kept cleaning up. That MPX is a pea shooter at the best of times, but it is deadly when it's put into one of his hands. So it's just utilized so effectively from some of these boys where it has no right to be. And you're right, that was round number 1. It set the tone, and you kind of already know from Zero Risk. If it wasn't for losing 2 people, that just might have been it. But that will do it for Jesse and myself for this first game. We will cut right back over to the analyst desk to break down what we just saw. We'll be right back with our second series after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Alrighty, gentlemen, welcome back here. We're in the GVO zone in the esports arena studio. Our first match of the day all done. Shout out to Jacob and Jesse. Great work on the cast there. I'm back here joined by Jasmine and Stick. A very fun series to start the day, and it seemed like we got a little more there, Jasmine, from Zero Risk than maybe we were expecting.
Yeah, map number 1 looked a little bit scary for Zero Risk. Sonics were just running around doing whatever they so pleased. And then map number 2, I mean, the gears were turned on. There was a lot of going on. There was a lot of counterplay, which is something I was very surprised about. Zero Risk, they switched up their playstyle a lot, and I was really surprised to see that from a team that, all of us wrote out at the very beginning. going from that to taking rounds off Sonics, pretty impressive stuff.
Definitely a fun one to watch there. Do want to remind you folks, we're going to be drawing our first giveaway of the day very soon, so make sure you're hitting ! giveaway in chat to get all the info you need to get in on that one. We got a Black Shark V2 Pro headset, a Huntsman mini keyboard, and one of those Viper Ultimate mice up for grabs. So make sure you get in on the giveaway. We're ready for our Seagate save of the match. Let's get into that one. Stick can break it all down for you.
All right, let's quickly take a look at this. I'm actually curious which play we actually chose to select to go over here, just because there was a lot of close moments, and I had a feeling it was going to be this one. The plant down, death from inside, and Mods, the final two, bash into the defense from zero risk to try to fight it off. Mods immediately hits an excellent long shot, as Super thought maybe to toss a grenade for coverage to deny the rotate. Now Kansan in a one-on-one, death from inside, rounding the corner, but in a moment with the pistol against the UMP and death from inside to secure a banger clutch, keeping Sonics from entering match point there. And probably one of the closest moments I remember the casters being particularly excited just about this one because of the nature of how it went. But I wanted to ask you, Jazz, what do you think kind of led into this situation? What led to Kansan not being able to make this happen?
I mean, from the get-go, Kansan was, he was planning behind half wall, and that's one thing that once you're in a plant, the objective is to get out as soon as possible. But with Super dead at this point, he couldn't cover Kansan on his rotate out. So Kansan was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and death from inside, I mean, he was stuck with nothing else to do but to just swing for his life, and that's exactly what he did. He took down Kansan, and Kansan, who did find at least one frag off of that one, was none the wiser, and that, I think that secured the second round for that team.
Yeah, zero risk. Love to see them delivering and showing up well in a very difficult matchup there up against the Sonics. Before we get to our Norton Gaming MVP of the match, do want to let you guys know, as our presenting partner, we're super proud and lucky to have this partnership with Norton Gaming. Obviously, they have brought the prize pool, $10,000, to the table for this event, and we are certainly very appreciative of that. And I do want to remind you guys, Norton Gaming and Norton 360 for gamers should be your choice to protect yourself online. If you want to make sure that your gamer tag, email, or any usernames aren't showing up in places you don't want them to be on the internet, Norton 360 for gamers is your choice. And we've got an awesome deal for you guys. If you head over to norton.com/Razer, the first 100,000 viewers of the Razer Invitational North America can get your first year, yes, your first 365 days of Norton 360 for gamers for just $1. So make sure to head over. That's norton.com/Razer to get in on that deal. And with that, we can roll right into our Norton Gaming MVP of the match. I know it was a tough choice, Stick, but who did you guys go with?
Well, yeah, you mentioned it was kind of difficult. We were sort of deciding between a couple good moments from Yeti, particular that we remember, but we ended up settling on Rexen just because of his effectiveness, of course, already securing the intel play of the game on Chalet. He had a lot of strong performances, multi-kills, really being that first sort of player stepping into the building oftentimes for the Sonics, securing a lot of map control. And, sometimes on Chalet, Zero Risk tried to play more off the wall, more aggressive, but it seemed oftentimes when it was time for the trade game to come into effect, or when Sonics were down and out, maybe they were in a man disadvantage, Rexen stepped up to try to wrestle that back and had a lot of effectiveness doing so.
Great game there from Rexen. That'll pull us right into our Norton Gaming play of the series, and Jasmine's got the breakdown for you there.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Rexen and how he was very flexible throughout his entire game, and it's the play that you not only mentioned but probably thought about from the get-go. It's this nice little lineup here that he had entering in from K9, being able to lock not one but two heads for a total of 3 throughout the entire round. Definitely helped the Sonics. They did not secure this round, by the way. We must highlight that. They did not secure this round, but it was definitely a beautiful play from Rexen at that. He definitely made himself look good. He got himself the highlight reel that he wanted. And, well, he definitely assisted getting that round down to basically a 1 versus 1. So good works there from Rexen, not only our Intel MVP, but also our Norton Gaming replay.
Great work from Rexon there in our first match of the day. And that will do it for Sonics for today. As we mentioned at the top of the show, we're just hitting our quarterfinals here. We will have semifinals and grands on tomorrow's show. That one, again, starts at noon Pacific time, so don't miss out on that if you want to see the Sonics continue through the bracket. But as we get ready to get into our next match of the day, do want to let you know about some awesome Razer products that we have gotten to check out and talk about here during the Razer Invitational North America. And the one I want to tell you about today is one you'll see behind me here in the studio throughout the entire show, and it's the Razer Isker. This is the gaming chair of gaming chairs, ladies and gentlemen. I get to spend a lot of time in one of those puppies here in the studio in between my segments. I love it. I'm super comfortable. Gets me right in the place that I need to be when I'm enjoying all of these shows, and it's what you need at home. It is an awesome ergonomic chair. It's got a beautiful lumbar support, which is great for my old man back, and 4D armrest that'll get you in the position you need to game at peak performance. So if you need to grab one of those, head over to Razer.com today. Grab you a Razer Isker so you can game at peak performance. I believe we're ready to get into our next match of the day. Production is going to let me know. Shout outs to Jacob and Jesse. Crushed it with a very fun first cast of the day. We are going to hit a quick break, but when we come back, more Rainbow Six Siege action from Razer Invitational North America after this.
Yeah. I am a legend. I am the GOAT. I am the greatest. I am the hope. Can't take my spot. I'll die for mine. You cross that line. I broke the mold. I cracked the code, and now it's time. And now it's time. The world is mine.
You're gaming across dozens of accounts, all of your inventory is filled with valuable in-game items and personal information. Yet you're just a side quest in the campaign of cyber criminals who have stolen over 13 billion records. You need Norton 360 for gamers, the next level in device security. Dark web monitoring that notifies you if your gamer tag is discovered on the dark web. A no-log VPN to help prevent DDoS attacks or doxing. PC notification optimization helps you keep your eyes on the prize. You won't be bothered while gaming. Cyber criminals had better be ready for the hardest match of their lives.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Razer Invitational North America. Yeso here with the Analyst Brain Trust. I got Stick, I got Jasmine. We're getting ready for our next match of the day. It will be Wichita Wolves versus Lord Esports. And Stick, I want to start with you. Kind of introduce us to the Wichita Wolves. We got a little bit of a broad overview, but I know this is one of the teams that you were looking at going into this tournament.
Yeah, you have to see Wichita Wolves and follow them just because of the prominence of their roster, but also kind of the reputation that their organization has as being very supportive of their players. They have, for a long time, kind of culminated and cultured a strong environment, and so as a result their rosters have a lot of success. This current iteration for Rainbow Six is definitely no different. You've got players who are looking towards kind of heading into Challenger League. As I had mentioned earlier during the pre-show, you hear a lot of talk specifically about players like Exile, GXD Jr. They really show up on game day, and so that's why I believe they're currently undergoing tryouts. There's some talk kind of behind closed doors about where they are moving to and how maybe they will perform heading up in terms of the ranks of play. Of course, coming into this, their opponent being Lords Esports. We really don't know much about Lords. I know a few of their players from my experiences previously as a comp player myself, but given that my performance as a comp player, maybe not quite up to snuff, it kind of tells you a little bit more here about the connection I have.
Jasmine, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I need a prediction for this series. Is it another 2-0 sweep? Do we maybe see maybe a close series like we saw the first time around with Zero Risk and the boys? Ooh, Jasmine is muted. We'll get that adjusted for you here real fast. There we go. He's here. I
pressed it. I did the button. Yeah. Thing about Wichita Wolves, they got a lot of name prominence. They're definitely looking up to go to the T2 scene. A lot of these players getting themselves adjusted within T3, but they're not going to be there for that long. A lot of talented players on that roster. I mean, you have Lava, you have GXD, you have Bone and Exile. And then there's Junior. But other than that, they're a really good roster. They got so much experience ahead of them. They're looking to be extremely, I would say, in favor in this game. But I mean, man, Lord Esports, we don't know who they are. We don't know who they could be. We don't know what they'll bring. Who knows?
That does sound like a 2-0 to me. So strong predictions from Stick and Jasmine. Let's hear what the gentlemen on the cast, though, have to say. Jacob and Jesse, ready for our next series?
I mean, to be 100% honest, at least on my part, I don't really have much of an opinion one way or the other, though I do know that in this series, it's going to be considerably closer because there's a little less name value that comes out of this one. It's Wichita Wolves against Lord Esports. Wichita do compete in other leagues aside from just being a pub stack and looking for places to play in a tournament, whereas that is exactly what Lord Esports seem to have done for their own part. So because we have some tournament history that we can look at for Wichita Wolves, it will probably mean they're the favorites in this one, but it will be considerably closer because they're not in Challenger League, they're not in the NAL. They've played in SCS before, but they most assuredly don't have the same kind of pedigree that the Sonics do.
We're already jumping right into the map, or to the operator bans. So we are on the same map, Chalet, as we saw for the first game between Sonics and their opponents. And so, coming in here, they go for the Thatcher ban, which is the same thing we saw before. Will it be a Thatcher Mav? No, Thatcher Nomad this time coming out from the Wichita Wolves. Solid ban. We do see this from time to time. Probably going to mean a lot of zero play coming out. Typically, that's sort of the replacement operator when Nomad's taken off the board. A lot of teams actually prefer zero anyways, even when Nomad is available, at least on Chalet. So I don't mind that ban at all. For Wichita, they're probably one of those teams that does prefer playing the zero. We'll allow them to go for a little bit more aggressive flanks as well. Valkyrie going to be taken off the board too, so that's going to be an operator that typically enables some very aggressive sort of roam-heavy play styles. They don't want to see any of that. Especially, again, when you've got maybe these more pug-style teams, you want to take out any advantages to spawn peeking that you totally can.
Very true.
And Valkyrie is one of those operators that can make spawn peeks quite a bit more powerful.
And a mirror off the board, yep, pretty standard, but that for any map can find use almost anywhere, kind of regardless of what battlefield you end up taking her to in the first place. So,
yeah,
at least from a ban point of view, I'm pretty darn happy with those. And I do believe that because it's the same order, we're going back to Chalet in the same way that we did with our first game of the day. And we will go back to Consulate in the, well, Consulate is a guarantee, but whether we even need a map 3, Jesse, what would be on deck if we had to go to map 3 between Wichita and Lord?
I believe it's Oregon, right? Yeah, it's Oregon up on dock for map number 3 if we get there, which plays very differently to Consulate and Chalet, so that would be cool to see maybe a difference in playstyles. If we got to see that on the last game, then that might have meant a little bit less of an aggressive playstyle. I got a message from Joe Bro, the coach of the Sonics, actually, and he said that they had the boys vaudeviewing for hours last night, and he was really glad that they were able to execute. So a little bit of a insight into the minds of the Sonics heading into that last game. They're going to, of course, do even more vaudeview tonight to be prepared for the semifinals and grand finals tomorrow. But we're not on that game anymore, Jacob. Wichita Wolves versus Lord Esports, jumping into Chalet right now.
Yep, I'm looking for a closer contest, just because Wichita probably can play in really any way that they choose to. I know from experience that they do tend to play fast and loose. They can be aggressive. It's not to the same level as a team from Challenger League that probably has the same expectation riding on their shoulders. However, don't look to them to take things slow. They understand game pacing. They know when to amp things up, so to speak. But ultimately, I know that for both you and me, it's our first time getting a really good look at these guys. There is still a lot of incentive for them to perform well, especially considering in their first game, they may not really be anticipating it to be much of a challenge, but I don't want to underestimate anybody on Lord Esports for the moment. The only reason why we're talking about Wichita so much is just because I recognize them, and so do the analysts.
Yeah.
But at Ender, ATZ, Amok, Neo, and Han on Lord Esports may very well be the next up-and-coming stack we just didn't know until this game began, so we'll find out.
Once again, like, to try to read into operators a little bit, Lord Esports do seem to be bringing a pretty, like, normal operator lineup. They're going to be defending here on Master and Office, and they seem to be playing relatively standard, nothing too crazy. They got the Smoke roaming a little bit in Solarium, mostly hunting for drones. Obviously, you can create a lot of those floorboard holes. Bit of a misstep. If GXD was a little bit faster on that shot, definitely could have punished Ender, but thankfully, Ender gets away with his life, and he's not going to make that same peak twice, I'll tell you that for sure. This setup, overall, going to be relying a lot on catching those explosives that get sent in towards the defenders, setting up those castle barricades, really reshaping this to make the Solarium take as difficult as possible.
So Junior having almost all of bathroom control to himself. All of Solar, there isn't utility to stop him at this point, so I think for Wichita, all of the north side of the map is essentially theirs. They have a crossfire from Big Window, so they can look at a few different angles, and nothing's happening balcony side. They're not pressuring Office. So far, it seems as though it's just Master Control that they're trying to nab for themselves. No smokes, though. No secondary utility that's going to help them get a plant undercover. Instead, they want these kills, first and foremost. If they can get maybe 1 to 2 players off of a Lord Esports roster to start with, then they might feel confident enough to go right in for a plant. There's the first one. Junior onto Neo, so things are opening up very fast and heavy. A frag nade from all the way down the hallway is going to nab Ender, so no smoke, and now GXD has plenty of confidence to go right in for it. Exile is going to do what he does best and keep fragging where necessary. Junior, for his own part, will keep on laying the pressure down before anyone is able to even figure out where the diffuser is planted. And one final kill will stop a Flawless as Junior gets knocked out of commission by Han. But can he get any more frags on his way out? The answer is a solid no. Wichita, crossfires galore, and they open up Chalet with the first dub.
Yeah, that's a great execute coming out from Wichita Wolves. I don't know. This isn't a team that I have too much experience with, so I wasn't really sure what to expect. But, you know, they spent the early part of that round getting into position, setting up those crossfires, as you mentioned. And then as soon as those picks came in, you saw the Lion Charge get used at the exact same moment. Frag grenades were flying across the screen. Everything was really well coordinated. So it definitely seems like Wichita Wolves have been practicing that execute. That's something they've done time and time again. You know, they're just business as usual for them. And Lord Esports never really did anything to disrupt that. I'm not sure if maybe their setup wasn't fully equipped for it. It did seem like maybe they brought, they brought like a Jaeger or Wamai, but still those frag grenades managed to find their targets. That's something where maybe you're looking to reposition that utility a little bit. There also could have been some more aggressive play, perhaps from down below. Maybe you come up those Solarium stairs, get a little bit of a flank going on. I didn't notice any of that happening from Lord. So really well executed stuff from Wichita Wolves. That's the type of push that could work on really any team in the world.
Yeah, and they also didn't need to worry about pushing from balcony side. They didn't do anything. Library stairs, fireplace, balcony, nothing. They just knew utility mostly was set up on that side of the map, on that bomb site, and they went, No, we won't even worry about it. We'll just push straight for Master. They had all of Solarium control. There was no contestation, no utility placed by Lord Esports to stop them in there. So it was just really well read. The info game through the first round already has proven to be pretty damn strong.
So they're going to run the bomb site back. They go back to Master and the top floor site. So this is one that definitely they could pop off and maybe do something different, but it seems like a similar lineup, and I expect Wichita Wolves to kind of run the same thing back. I mean, that Solarium take worked so well because they had all those crossfires set up. They did what they could to gain that control. I do wonder maybe we'll see something from Lord go a little bit more aggressive, right? They could go for a bit of a run out, but even this, like, great Claymore being caught by the Observer from GXD, placing that down so that no runouts can come out of the basement. They're also going to have eyes watching that big garage door the entire time. They're going to have eyes inside of Trophy. So there's like not a lot of opportunities being left from Wichita Wolves to allow Lord to go for anything aggressive. And so this is going to be tough to make a move. Really well from Wichita Wolves to be able to take this bottom floor control. Means the Solarium guys aren't going to have to worry about any sort of pressure from the flanks. They've got drones in the site. I like what I'm seeing from Wichita Wolves.
Mostly a similar take, though it's not completely the same, but it will be Bone this time opening up with that Lion to Han.
Wow.
No more Jaeger can be utilized through the course of the round. But rest of Solarium control, again, we find ourselves in an almost deja vu-like state as Lava also no more smoke. At this point, the smoke is either getting too aggressive or is just mispositioned so disproportionately, but Neo will go for the swing and almost find two. Exile will ensure it only ends with one player being removed from play as opposed to two, but it still does put Kaid and Wamai in a really precarious position to defend all by themselves. Pressure now is coming from two different angles, so it isn't solely from Solarium, though it does mean that the adaptation from Lord Esports needs to be made quicker. Ace can just go right in and try to plant. Look at how protected Wichita Wolves are giving their planter. There isn't an angle to be held someplace else. It just means Diffuser is down and Lord Esports do not have a response in their back pocket, so it will all fall upon AZT to get something going here, and he can't even find one kill on the exit. Two very similar pushes from Wichita. They both go almost exactly the same way, and they're up 2-0 already.
I think some teams, when executing a push like this, even if they have practiced it before, even if they are relatively structured teams, some teams will get into position and then they'll sit there for a couple of minutes till that timer gets low and then go for the execute. One of the great things we're seeing from Wichita is they just go once they have the control. It doesn't really matter to them what the clock is like, even if they could spend another minute or two finding picks. They know that if they go for a little bit of a faster take, as long as they have good control, which they do every time they've gone for the plants, it's going to catch their opponents off guard a little bit. And so it does feel like Lord is getting kind of blindsided by these plants. You've really got to watch out for that on Chalet, just because planting is such a good strategy. Playing objective for the attackers is so strong on most of these bomb sites. Maybe bar game's a bit of an exception, but even there, you can definitely get a plant down more often than not. So really, this is a map that favors planting. Some maps don't really do that. Some maps are way more focused on getting kills for the attackers, but this is one that the attack can very often get that kit down. And so Lord Esports got to be a little bit better about identifying when that plant is going down and then acting on it to stop that from happening as well.
Yeah, they also still provided enough reasons for Wichita to go for the same bomb as opposed to maneuvering around and trying to take onto the one in office. They went for Master twice, and the only reason why they went for Master twice is because it seemed more appealing. There wasn't more utility to clear on that side. There were probably two reinforcements, and then they were relying on their smoke to provide area denial if they did keep their smoke alive long enough to use him. So in 2 straight rounds, I think it comes down to the operator selection for Lord Esports and understanding which can get more aggressive and which need to be positioned more appropriately so as not to lose pivotal utility with only a couple of seconds left to go. But to Lord Esports' credit, they're not going to take the same bomb site 3 times in a row. They will mix things up and give another one a try, but so far, entry kills seem to be their primary bane of existence, as Exile will open the killing up again, and Endertex, not a single kill to his name, and he will have to sit down for another round.
Yeah, it's one of those top floor players taken off of the board. It seems like they do still have some pressure from Lord. They do still seem like they have good control of the top floor, but very little time has been expended for Wichita Wolves to get that opening pick, so that's kind of huge. This does seem like sort of a default hold. There's only one shield being brought by Ender, so there's no more shield for them to hide behind, maybe top of fireplace or anything like that. Engagement down on that floor. Han's going to be able to just go for an aggressive peek. Does get traded by Bone, though, so that's a really good pick to be able to get from Wichita Wolves. The fact that they don't let those kills happen for free is super huge to their takes.
Give it a little bit of time, and if they have some more pings that they can use, then that might be the best way for them to find kills, because right now they just aren't. They don't even need to worry about getting aggressive, do Wichita Wolves. They're just kind of allowing Lord to walk like directly into their sights in some cases, or go for ill-advised peaks, which is resulting in a lot of lost manpower for Lord Esports. But a 4v3 is still manageable, especially on defense, when most of the utility seems like it hasn't been cleared just yet. There are ADSs and a lot of shields that need to be removed from the field, and they are in due time. It's just taking a little bit for Wichita to work on that utility clear. So Lord can keep their players alive, push back, and maybe closer to turtle up on the bomb site rather than a roam this late in the game. It probably would be very ill-advised.
Yeah, this top floor is so powerful, but it is kind of a risk-reward type deal, right? So I don't mind Lord dropping off of that a little bit earlier, and they are up here on site now. They can wait for Wichita Wolves to get into position and then go for the execute. Again, Exile, a very important player, being on that sledge can rip open the floorboards. Junior also can get in on the fun, though, so he's not one that you can forget about either. The fact that they have an ace and they don't have any other hard breach means that this hatch is going to stay closed. Ace has already used all of his Selmas, so this is not happening. That's one of the main places where the kit usually comes down. Now, Junior up above does pick up a kill. Exile, another one. Perhaps that hatch doesn't really matter. When you're in a 4v1, you should be able to walk into sight and close it out. Time's pretty good for this defending team, but the cover is so strong from Junior. Ooh. Yeah, that's a very tough angle. If you're a muck, Junior hits a nice shot on Ash, and they're going to clean out another round.
Wichita, at this point, probably could just bum rush and frag where they feel like it, if they so chose. But instead, they're playing really smart Siege and playing more objective focused. For them, it isn't about playing team deathmatch. They're not looking for kills. They're actively scoping them out, but that's not their overall objective as the round progresses. Instead, it is still about getting that case somewhere on a bomb site. It's been their goal from round one. It's carried through 3 rounds so far, and Lord Esports don't have a response. I think if Wichita were more aggressive, they could end rounds a lot quicker if they were just scoping for frags, but that's not the case. And Lord Esports are looking for some kind of answer, but simply can't work with the drone game from Wichita. The intel is providing so much from them in so many different occasions, and right now it's working very, very well for them. But we do sit at a 3-0, and we'll be back in the game momentarily.
I want to draw a little bit of a comparison between this game and the last game we saw, right? Both of them seem to have clear favorites. Right off the bat, we knew Sonics would be the favorites, but now Wichita Wolves as well look as though they are emerging as the favorites quite significantly in this game. Sonics really did have fun with their game. You know, they kind of knew, like, there's almost no way we lose this, so let's just throw everything out of the window. We'll just have a good time. We'll run Boss GA-Cog. We'll team kill, whatever. Wichita Wolves, at least for the first 3 rounds, don't seem like that's the way they want to take it. So I don't mind that at all. If Wichita Wolves want to take this a little bit more seriously, if they're less confident they can close this out, or even if they just want the practice, right? I mean, even if Lord aren't an opponent that are on the exact same skill level as Wichita Wolves are still a team that is growing, that is learning, that want to get that experience in whenever they can. And so I don't mind at all if they want to take this a little bit more serious, you know, find things that they can work on. Even if you seemingly dominate the game, there's always little things in a match of Siege that you can improve, that you can get better on, and playing serious is the only way you're going to be able to identify those.
Ooh, opening frag finally goes the way of Lord, so it's not something that Wichita can use to their advantage at this time, but will it matter is kind of the overall question. So 1 kill, and it's Junior, so that your Ash player is gone, and he also has had several frags in the mid-round to his own credit, but the problem is that it gets traded back within about 20 seconds. Down goes Amok. The Malusi doesn't have any kills. There are 3 players so far for Lord Esports that don't have any frags. It's Ender, it's ATZ, and it's Amok, and that trend will still continue because Han is trying to put this squad on his back, use roam operators effectively to go for these kills. And so far, 4 frags ain't bad, but Wichita still seem like they have more of a response, as there is yet another trade across the map. Down falls Han, so it'll fall on Neo as the only player left alive for Lord Esports with a kill to see if they can't stall for time.
Han feeling like he's trying to make a highlight reel or get picked up by some other team because he is putting everything on his back for Lord Esports, getting aggressive. That's kind of what you have to do sometimes when you're in this man count disadvantage. But now Wichita Wolves aren't in as dominant a spot as they're used to playing in. This is a wine and snowmobile bomb site. Excuse me, we've talked about how this bomb site has been a little bit weaker compared to other sites on this map, but Lord Esports again are in a position where they do kind of have to try stuff because their other bomb sites aren't working. I don't mind going for the switch up, trying to just catch Wichita Wolves off guard a little bit. Since it is a little bit less common of a bomb site, Wichita might be a little bit less experienced in attacking it. There's definitely valid to a theory like that, but something tells me this is still going to be Wichita Wolves looking pretty good. The big thing is they've got lots of time, and they've got lots of pressure from up above.
Yep, and already Snowmobile Garage has been opened up by those Selma charges, and again, we're about to see, we didn't see this in the first time we saw Chalet so far on the play day, but we're about to see why it's such a hard bomb site to defend. How does Exile lose that fight? The Jaeger just peeks up through his own holes and gets the kill, but GXD still can't find the refrags. It's going to come down to time because not much of it is left. Neo Tarek onto GXD. Diffuser's been down by main stairs, and so it will be
Shotgun
Bone.
from
No
Neo,
deaths yet,
really
but he still
big
has
that he's able
2
to get
kills.
that pick.
One
That
by
downs
Blue,
Kit.
and
Bone
that's
with the
last frag.
1v1
He
though.
needs to get a 1 versus 1 scenario, but only 20 seconds. Ender can keep on backing away from the bomb site, and right now Bone has not retrieved the diffuser, which means Ender can run all the way. Is he going to go all the way back to main? He could use these holes to his advantage if he so chose. Diffuser's been reclaimed. He'll wait for where the sound cue is from where the diffuser gets planted. Does he have adequate cover? For the moment, it seems as though he does. Ender doesn't have an angle on this, so the diffuser will go down without a fight, but can it be stopped now in the post plant? 40 seconds for Ender. Give it a couple seconds and he understands where that diffuser has been planted. Not at the moment. His position has been revealed by how many times he keeps firing his weapon. Bone can just watch on connector, but he's all the way back in blue. He keeps moving all across the map, so Ender has no idea where he's located, and it falls on just the Jaeger to go for this diffuse. Now he does know where it is. Will he go for the fake instead? He wants to pressure the Lion. That is the right play. Go for the 1v1. But Wichita Wolves steamroll their way through, very nearly losing the round. Bone clutches up the 1v1, and that is 4 straight for Wichita.
I was feeling so good when Lord Esports downed the diffuser. They were in the 2v1. It was a huge swing by the shotgun-wielding Mute. He was able to go for a really aggressive play to get that kit downed outside of the bomb site. Unfortunately, really great play from the Lion. I didn't think he was going to be able to pull that one back simply due to the fact that he didn't have any more Lion charges. That would have been a huge help in the 1v1, particularly you enter to that post plant, and all of a sudden, like when the attacker, the defender can't move, that's going to make it really difficult for him to aggress onto you, get that kill quickly as he then goes for the disable afterwards. And yeah, unfortunately, that wasn't needed. Wins out the gunfight anyways, and Wichita Wolves continue their streak. So really dominant performance here. The closest that we've seen, though, and if they run that bomb site back, try it again, that might work.
Now they will do it, but again, for those who don't know, the retake scenario on this bomb site is as follows. Let's just say you have the diffuser and you're trying to plant like in front of the snowmobile or like on the blue tarp that you see at the bottom of your screen, or even, you know, close to the garage door as you can. All of that is legal real estate for where you can plant the diffuser. If you're able to get that sole garage door open and plant pretty close to the tarp, then it becomes really difficult for the defenders to get back to it because everyone on the attacking team can scamper outside, find power positions, and there's so much open space outside the bomb site right there that it makes it incredibly difficult for defenders to kill players who are just holding sight lines on the diffuser, which is a massive reason for why this bomb site is so difficult to defend, because teams will try to attack onto Snowmobile. They won't worry about Wine Cellar as much because you can extend kind of far out from Wine Cellar. You can defend it from above. There's more flexibility with it. But given the opportunity to open up the snowmobile garage door, plant the case there, you'll do it almost every time. So the fact that Lord Esports want to do this again, probably not a bad idea if you have a proper counter for it, but so far I don't know if there is a difference in strategy.
The setup definitely leans more towards getting your kills and wasting time on the roam, right? You've got a Mute, a Mozzie, and a Vigil. This is really going to lean towards making it very hard to drone out roamers. And so that's sort of the entire playstyle of Lord Esports in this round. They want to make sure that they can survive for a long time on the roam, maybe get some kills, deny that intel to Wichita Wolves. And with the first bit of damage coming down into lava, this might be going exactly how they wanted to. Now the Lion charge is going to go right through, and he sort of mute jammers, and Exile hits a crazy shot onto a Muck, getting the opening incoming kill. He hits a second one as well into Ender. They're all lining up for him, and he's going to feel so good with the kills he is claiming for his team. That height advantage utilized really, really nicely, ripping up those floorboards, and they have all the control that they would need to go for an execute now.
Yep, they want to rip more of those floorboards and rip some more Lord Esports players by the seams if given the opportunity. But so far, top floor control. That's their primary point of view, and they've done a massive job, or sorry, a really good job just taking all of this control. And Lord Esports now don't have any players, I believe, who are away from the bomb site, which I think at this point is kind of smart because Wichita are everywhere all at the same time. They're not giving any ground to Lord, even if they attempt to reclaim it or hold some rooms down for themselves, with the exception of Han, who is still trying his darndest, turning it into a 3v3. 2 kills will still get traded down by Junior, and it falls on Neo and ATZ yet again, like we've seen so many times in this game so far. But this is a time waste scenario. 2v3 is absolutely winnable, provided more of that clock gets wasted, and so far it seems as though it is. Still all 3 Selma charges for GXD. If they can determine if there still is a Kaid Electro Claw situated on that garage door, then they'll be able to just pop the Selma charges on it and open up yet another sightline for Lord Esports to watch. Priority is, for the moment, opening up connector directly above it. They can't get the hatch because it's reinforced, but they're waiting for somebody on Lord Esports to maybe make a rotation and just get picked off super easily.
2C4 still from Lords. This is very winnable. A good shot into GXD as well will make this even better. They got to go pick up that kit. Of course, the last line charge getting utilized to make it a little bit easier, but they're still going to have to put themselves into tough positions. Junior with a very late rotate going towards the blue stairs. That's going to put some pressure on from the side that they might not be expecting, but yes, they are. A great swing from Neo, and Bone, the last one alive, surely not. He does get off the plant, but Neo with the shotgun will be good enough. Really nicely played by Lord Esports, finally getting their first round. We head into a rehost soon.
Yep, we'll probably have to just get the sound bug all figured out, so a rehost should be triggered momentarily. We'll find out, but still a lot of good things, even in spite of the sound bug that worked really well for Lord Esports. I loved the adaptation and the fact that they were very content to not like get super aggro. Like if there was a player who was dead, the refrag didn't have to come until Wichita were focused more on their side execute. They took a considerable amount of time clearing out 2 floors above the site, and it netted 2 kills, but they also still left a roamer alive. And by that point, a 3v3 still means time cannot, be wasted in the same way that Wichita were allowing it to be wasted. Lord just had better management all around. So we're looking for the potential for a rehost has been requested by Wichita, but we will ultimately leave that up to admin decision. And I believe the same bomb site will probably need to be selected in this case, which I do believe is top floor, which again, Wichita attacked and planted successfully 2 times in a row on rounds 1 and 2, but we'll give it a second and see how we're supposed to take this.
Yeah, Wichita should be pretty confident coming back into this one again. Their Solarium take, the last couple of times they came here, was really, really strong. I anticipate we'll see probably the same thing. The second time, as you pointed out back in when we saw those rounds happening live, we did manage to see a little bit more of pinch happening, right, with some players coming up maybe around library stairs, pinching from that side of the map. Which I think is good. I think you incorporate that into your take and you probably have a little bit higher of a success rate. Not that the straight Solarium take is bad, to be honest. I feel like it seems kind of simple and maybe like a little bit poor of a push on purpose or on paper, but if you can get on those windows again, it can be really a solid take that doesn't waste too much time, and we were seeing that time and time again from Wichita Wolves. So I'm hoping we see a similar situation where they can just come in Solarium nice and easy and go for it, but perhaps not, as they are currently over on the library side of the map.
Yeah, so that, I think, is the one primary difference. Everyone was solar side. Literally, the entire team was based in Solarium and taking the master part of the bomb site as opposed to the office part. But now, we seem to be prioritizing more of a master push as, through the holes by the reinforcement. Junior can't get the kill, but there's actually no HP traded on either part of that fight, but Exile will still open things up. The poor man Amok, no kills yet on round number 6, and he'll have to wait until round 7 to have his opportunity to come back into this game. Still, Wichita, so much control surrendered by Lord Esports so soon. No one is really positioned to just stall. You're just trying to stall. You're not even trying to go for kills. You're just looking to waste time. Utility can do that. Players can do that. None of it so far seems like it's working for Lord.
Han's been the biggest player for Lord Esports, undoubtedly, and he is in a position to go for a flank, but he's got a large open area to try to cross. Here come the Lion charges, E1Ds being utilized, trying to catch this guy in and out of the bathroom. Unfortunately, Ender goes for another peek, a little bit ill-advised, but manages to get the trade as we have another kill coming in. Han in with the flank, manages to get the second one for his team. There's still a one-man disadvantage. However, as Exile leaves the game, GXD is going to be able to get another death, and ATZ will be able to claim that frag. It's a 2v2 now, as things are going to get really hectic in the middle part of this round. Kit reclaimed by Lava. He's going to be able to grab that one and do his best to get the plant down. Of course, player who had left was dead already, so not going to be a huge loss, but the nice thing is they've got a lot of time, a good amount of utility, one more Lion charge to try to close out this round and put themselves even closer to match point.
50 seconds remaining, and we will obviously try to see if we can get Exile to rejoin the lobby in a second. But with this little time, both Bone and Lava at full HP, and there's some... You got to figure out where you want to put yourself if you're Lord Esports. One will be back by Bunker, almost to the piano doorway. The swing will not result in a kill. Lava taken down to almost all of his HP in that engagement, but still a 2 versus 1 with diffuser control, and now Bone has side access. Is there even a rotate to his right? If not, they may have full clearance to plant, but the problem is the castle in the closet, the quick swing, and Bone's got a nasty headshot. Wichita Wolves up 5-1 on a chalet attack. That's pretty textbook to me.
Really loving the coordination, right? To be able, or the players on Wichita Wolves able to communicate where these kills are happening, go for the trades. It's okay if you lose somebody if right afterwards you can get the kill on the other person, especially when you're in that man advantage. That's always going to lead to a round win. So the trading was fantastic. Overall, the rush push, a little bit ill-advised. I think they could have done a bit of a better job early round, maybe going for a little bit more of that clear, either with utility, hunting for picks, but I think Wichita Wolves have proven that this is their style, right? They're going to go for aggressive kind of early round pushes, and most of the time it's worked out for them, particularly on that bomb site. So I don't dislike the fact that they were taking it a little bit quickly at all. It did kind of get risky for them in the end, but you know what? They clutched it up, and they're going to get another round.
You have a couple different side options that you can take in that case, though, which kind of confused me because you've lost upstairs twice. You literally have lost on rounds 1 and 2, the same site that you lost on round 6. Granted, round 6 was considerably closer. It was a 2v2 scenario, and there were some things that had been changed, but it's still a case where there are other options on Chalet. I don't really think, you even opted to go down to basement, to Snowmobile Garage twice, when it's by and large considered one of the worst sites on this map, but the other options are still there. You have Kitchen that you can go to. You have Bar Gaming, which you hadn't won yet, which you could have, revised a particular defense on to retool it for what Wichita has brought from an aggression standpoint, from a droning standpoint, but you didn't. You went back to a site that you already have a 0% win rate on, and it continues to be a 0% win rate. Even in the little minutia of things like that, where you have the ability to direct where Wichita goes, they have to come to you. They're the attacking squad. You set the pace on defense, whether it be with the site that you select, the operators that you bring, or the way that you retool the site to fit your own standard. It's supposed to work, but you need to pay attention to the small details, and right now Lord Esports are kind of allowing a lot of these small little things to slip through their fingers.
Yeah, it definitely feels like I'm theorizing here, but maybe Lord Esports, since they don't get to choose the maps, maybe they were a little bit less familiar with, not all the bomb sites, right? If they're a little bit less practiced, this might not be a map that they like to play very often. So that could be something where I'm just theorizing maybe why they didn't go to multiple different bomb sites. But you know what? It is what it is. They only get one round on defense. It is a bit of an attacker-sided map. But 5-1 is still a huge mountain to climb, so I really want to see Lord Esports back on the saddle, making sure that they can get these next couple of rounds to build up momentum.
Yeah, I'm looking for it because of the way the Chalet swings. If you can get a couple of attacking rounds in a row, I think for both the Sonics and Wichita, both of them have proven that momentum definitely is a drug. And if you can get a little whiff of momentum, then suddenly the tides can turn in your favor. But give it more than just one round. Give it maybe 2, maybe 3. Lord Esports need to settle into a rhythm, and the problem is they only have like a 1-round buffer until it hits match point, so you will need to move pretty quickly, like rather than allowing things to kind of fall into a tailspin. But attacking approach for the moment. Looks like most of the players from Wichita Wolves are situated upstairs, which makes sense because Bomb has historically needed to be defended from this point. You need to hold on to library and most of this very soft floor directly above games room before you make your plan execute. And for the moment, it seems like Wichita are just, no, they're fine. They don't want to worry about these peaks. Lord Esports need to force these players out of position, and Wichita are not falling prey to their bait.
I'm excited to see what a Mutt can do with the R4C. Of course, going 0-6 right now. I'm hoping to see him pick it up a little bit here on the attacker side of the map. Got a very good gun in his hand, so definitely has the potential to pop off here now that he's on the Ash. Han, the other player that's been moved on to a very aggressive operator, and he has had a very different story throughout that first half, so he might have to do a little bit more heavy lifting. They haven't been able to get the office wall open, which is usually a really big step. Probably some sort of an electroclaw down below that they can't deal with from up top here. Lava, the opening pick onto a Muck. Unfortunately, my hopes for him not really realized. They're going to go down with a one-man advantage in favor of Wichita Wolves to start off this round, and it seems as though they might be giving up a little bit on this top floor clear. The fact they've lost a player, you know, they have definitely wasted a good amount of time, but as I say that, they're in, they've cleared out the shield. This is a good place to be. As long as they can clear out the rest of library and start pushing downwards, they're in a decent spot with a decent amount of time to make something happen with his execute.
Yeah, kill the library player. Han and Nia are both in pretty good positions to do that, or at least make sure that there isn't a player there and they've dropped the hatch. Just make sure that there's no one at that point, but Lava still is going ham with that MP5, and it's wrecking havoc on Lord's chances to use this utility in counterplay. So for the moment, I don't really know if they've got a response anymore. That's all 3 Selma charges that Ender still has that he's not been able to use on any other part of the map, but at the very least, they have top floor control and they've got diffusers. Here comes a rotate. Ender can force pressure from this window right here. He can't plant by himself. The sledge, no, he actually will be able to, but only if the sledge is able to run cover. Han does find a kill, but the smoke has not been removed from the field just yet, and that means there will still be so much denial in play. It's all left up to Ender. His team dies around him, and Wichita put themselves on map point.
They were in a tough spot. I don't think it was an unwinnable spot pushing into 3v5. I think they could have used that top floor pressure a little bit better. Obviously, that smoke being in a position to, you know, use those toxic babes on the main window, that probably could have been denied from a good position up above. Unfortunately, it just wasn't seen coming out there from the attackers. So the time was a bit of an issue too, right? I said they had good time and they had an okay time, but eventually once they got towards that bomb site, they'd reposition a little bit. A lot of that time had bled off of the clock already. So, you know, unfortunate they couldn't get it. I think the bigger thing is just not being able to watch their flank. A couple of big kills happening early on in that round that went in favor of the defense, made it very hard for them to come back. And probably the best bit of criticism I could be giving them there is, you know, just not losing to some of those picks and watching your flanks a little bit better so you can keep that man advantage going into the push, because although it was a winnable push, it wasn't going to be easy. And yeah, Wichita Wolves shut it down really well.
Yeah, on the attack, Wichita had a lot of those entry frags, and it was leading to consecutive round success. I want to say there was one round where they didn't get the opening frag on their attack, but it was still a round that they won, and the round that they lost, they were getting that opening frag. So just bear that in mind. If your team gets the first kill, it's not a guarantee of winning a round, but you need to turn it into some sort of success overall. And on an attacking spree, you don't want the first death to come while an attacker is looking for a kill and it falls to a defender. That's the worst thing that you can possibly do. You want the attacking team to get that opening pick because of the way that the defending team is still setting that pace overall. I like how Wichita was able to turn most of those opening kills into, whether it be a momentary advantage or it meant that they could just go full force down Lord Esports' throat. Something about that was still working to their advantage, but for Lord Esports, that same advantage just doesn't seem to be present when they're, you know, they're fighting for map control. They're taking a really long time to get situated, and when that happens, you're ultimately just, it's a time management thing over and over again, and the best thing you can possibly do is even the odds out a little bit. If you know that Wichita Wolves has considerably more gun skill or more game sense or whatever that is, just take a player out, and now you're looking for an equalizer. Even if it says 4v5, that means like you can also run with some confidence from that opening kill as well.
Just take a player out, you know, as easy as it can be. For the stats, I mean, typically it varies wildly based on the circumstance and on the team, but as a general number, usually your win rate jumps up from a 50% chance to about a 70% chance if you can get that opening pick.
Boy.
So
this is why we keep
absolutely value to get that opening pick. It's something that a lot of people like to track, one of the most valuable stats inside of Siege. So definitely something that teams need to be concerned with. Some teams are really good at getting that opening pick. Some teams are really good at converting those opening pick. Some teams teams are really bad at both. It just depends on sort of what style of squad you are and what you can succeed in. So yeah, ideally we'll see a little bit more of that coming in throughout the second half. I will say it's usually a bit of a bigger deal for the defense. If you can get that opening pick, it's really hard for the attackers to claw that back, but still very important for the attackers as well if they can get that, equalize a little bit. Oftentimes we see the defense has a bit of a sixth man on the field just because they have the timer on their side.
Yeah.
More often than not, executes come in, and the attackers are really pressured to get into position, go for that time plant. Even if it's like a 4v4, right? If you've got a plant really late into the round, that player's forced to be on the ground. He's not really in the round until he can actually get that kit down and then stand back up and fight with his team. So
We're in a live round. Oh, this is
that we are.
Oh, this wasn't a replay. I totally assumed we were looking at a replay, but no. Instead, we sit at a 4 versus 4, and Wichita Wolves are trying to stall Lord Esports out from a second floor bomb defuse. So, 1 kill. Oh, GXD doesn't have any rights to win that fight. SMG-11 from that range does rain havoc at the best of times, but doesn't mean that the rest of Lord can still force entry into bunker. That seems to be where their attack is situated. No one coming from solar. It's two-pronged. You want to push somebody into bunker. There isn't a possibility for smoke cover, so you have to cover with your weapons instead. And so far, 2 players probably have the ability to push that far in, but there's still so much utility left to burn. Shields, players inside piano, players all the way back inside master bedroom. Is there enough clearance to go for this plant? So far, the answer is probably no. It falls on Ender with the diffuser in his back pocket, solo against 3 men left to find, and it will be Bone to close things out. Good half for Wichita Wolves. They decimate Lord Esports on Chalet. When we head to Consulate, will it be the same case, Jesse?
I hope not. I mean, we do talk about how Consulate and Chalet are pretty similar maps. Different in that, Consulate is one of the oldest maps that we have inside the pool. Chalet is relatively new. It's the newest map that we have inside of the pool. So, bit of a change there, but in terms of how they actually play out, they can be kind of similar. So I am worried a little bit if Wichita Wolves come out on this map and look that confident, then probably does bode well for them going into Consulate as well. But you know what? We have to wait and see. I think mentally it's going to be a big thing for Lord Esports to just go for a reset, right? If you can, take a minute or two here, reset your mental, because that game, they really weren't in it. There were a couple of players that we mentioned that just weren't necessarily hitting all their shots. I don't know if it was necessarily a coordination thing sometimes, but it did seem like on their attacks, they were getting outgunned. They were hoping that Wichita would make some mistakes, and they just kind of weren't. Wichita, unlike the Sonics, took that very seriously from start to finish. They're playing it as if this was, their every single round mattered, and it does, right? Because sometimes all it can take is one round in Siege to really spiral out of control. Wichita played this game very much, with the idea that they were going to win it and they weren't going to let anything go wrong. And despite from like 1 or 2 rounds, they got pretty close there to a perfect game.
Yep, they were pretty darn close. And it was coming down to, if I'm remembering correctly, the way that they won their sole round was again off of the mistakes of Wichita positioning. They were defending basement for the second time, which already kind of a hard bomb site to work with, but they had early man count. They had a roamer. They had a vigil in a really good spot, even though Wichita had cleared out all of the top floor. When they worked their way down to first floor, that's where they met with a roamer who just had their number, and it prevented them from working the rest of the soft floor that's right above that site as fast as they would have wanted. If you could have opened up some of those holes earlier, maybe you force some players out. It's, they're not able to just sit in a corner and kind of wait for the diffuser to go down. In that case, they had so little time with which to work, and they had a player who was just fragging out of his mind on the side of Lord Esports. Good for him. Han was doing what he was supposed to be doing, and it turned into an eventual round success. But that's an individual play. And the big problem for teams in Siege is you either work as a cohesive unit, which I think it's pretty clear Wichita was. I can't even name who the top frag was because they were doing so well across the board. But the other problem is if you're playing individually, you can't always constantly rely on one person to be the difference maker. And Lord are kind of hinging their bets on one person being able to clear a lobby out. So adjustments need to be made here for sure.
Yeah, it's inconsistent, right? I mean, Han played amazing. He hit his shots. He was running around, fragging out of his mind. Fantastic. But you're not going to do that for 7 rounds in a game.
Nah.
I don't care who you are. You could be Bolo, but you're not going to be able to do that without solid teamwork.
One.
There's only one, and it's unfortunately not Han. So yeah, that's something that will win you a few rounds. And when you get to those close games, when you're against an even opponent and you're going 15 rounds, those individual players will absolutely make or break games. But when it's like 7-1, 7-2s that you're playing, they're not going to be enough to pull you out of the gutter. So there needs to be a little bit stronger in the coordination front as they head into Consulate. We do have the Intel play of the game. Here we see the round number 3. This will be a round win for Wichita Wolves. And, this shot was pretty nuts from Junior. Backing up to the crosshair, that's just... you like to see it from Junior, but it definitely feels bad if you're Lord Esports.
Yeah, it's just being caught in a bad place. And it's a standard take, too, ultimately. I do think...
The shot was good, too.
We were focusing on all of Junior for this round. Yes, we were. That was probably the sexier of the two, but it's still
for sure.
It's coming down to the verticality play of Chalet. It has a couple of rivals, I'd say, overall for how vertical you can play. Being a floor, sometimes 2 floors above and looking for kills. But Junior just understands where he needs to be focused the whole time. It also is proof at the comms for Wichita to reveal positions or like where they heard somebody for like 2 seconds. GXD, while he was planning, may very well have heard where Amok was positioned, and Junior just has his crosshair trained at the doorway, and that ends it. So good stuff for Wichita through 1 game so far. They're making a very, very strong case that they should be in the semifinals tomorrow.
Trust from GXD as well, in his teammates to be able to get that coverage. If your team's not watching, it's very nerve-wracking sometimes to stick on that plant when time gets kind of low. But no, he have full confidence. Like, I've got 3 guys alive. They're going to watch me. I don't need to take this gunfight. And there was like time for him to stand up and take the fight if he wanted to, but absolutely the right play to stay planting. And so, credit to GXD for trusting his teammates there. Overall, we have the bracket being pulled up now, actually. This is good to see.
Right.
Dubium won their match that was off stream against the St. Louis Leviathans. I think that's expected. Them versus the Sonics could be a really good game, Jacob.
I am looking forward to that one, honestly. And that's more because that's a whole bunch of people who used to be in Challenger League or on CL qual teams finding their own footing against a team that will probably give them more of a challenge than the St. Louis Leviathans, just kind of as a base. Overall, we are expecting some of that. So Sonics versus Dubium is locked in for tomorrow. Wichita, I'm going to assume that if Lord play map number 2 the exact same way they played map number 1, then we will probably see Wichita go all the way through. But the other game that is starting up, I think right about this point right now, is Phoenix Academy versus NTNS, who is the team that, if I'm remembering right, had like 9 players on their roster when they were moving through qualifiers. So which of those 9 will be playing as their starting 5 will be figured out in that game against Phoenix Academy. But if we keep on watching this Wichita Wolves game, there are some things Lord is doing right and some things that they're just not. I am curious about whether the Mexicans are capable of playing the team from, where is Wichita again? What state is Wichita? What state?
Dude, I'm Canadian. I didn't even know that was a state. I know,
which is why I'm trying to rack my own brain about
is
where.
Is that a city? I didn't realize it was even a location. I thought it was just like a cool name. Somebody in chat is like screaming at you right now. I don't have it open, but I assume.
True. No, I got the cue from Stick. It's Kansas. So if we end up seeing Kansas go up against the entire country of Mexico in the semifinals for tomorrow, I'd be very down for something like that. But that is just what we have pulled up while we head into map number 2 for Wichita and Lord Esports. And it's back on Consulate. It's the map that I definitely think does not need to be in the pool, probably in the comp pool any longer. Wow. But I digress. Hey, Border is good. Theme Park is good. Theme Park is good. I want no argument from people who decide to take it out of the comp rotation. I like that map overall. Also, the bans have been selected. Jesse, do you want to run over those real fast?
I do. Jackal Nomad for the attacker bans. This is going to be a roamer's paradise. Those are 2, flank watch / flank hunting operators that will do a really, a ton of work on those roamers. And now both of them taken off the board. You're basically stuck with Zero, maybe Lion, maybe Gridlock, like not ideal options. We see the Lion being brought out on the side of Wichita Wolves. And then for the defensive bans as well, I believe it was a Valk and a Kaid. Is that correct? On the Kaid? I know it was definitely a Valk. Okay. So, again, one of those Electric Claws being taken off the board, you don't have to worry about that. And Valkyrie, a very common ban on this map. She just empowers runouts and spawn peaks so much. I don't blame these teams for wanting to take her off the board.
Nope. I think the Valk ban is becoming standard really everywhere, regardless of what region you're playing, what tier of league it might end up being. Get Valk out of play. For the Invitational that's happening at the exact same time as this tournament, she has the single highest defender ban rate of any operator in Rainbow Six currently on defense. It's
Yeah.
pretty ridiculous, and it's not without merit. The intel that can be gleaned from those cams just is something you never want to deal with, and if you can hit your shots with the MPX, it makes that operator all the more potent. Did every single member of Wichita Wolves stop their rappel at the exact same time to drone? I swear that was like eerily in sync.
Listen, that just speaks to the coordination that this
They're in
squad
a
have.
Vulcan mind meld again. They're reading each other's thoughts.
Well, I don't know about that, but we're here on CEO, and the opening pick goes in favor of Junior, traded immediately by Han up on this admin side, and you can tell already Wichita Wolves are aware of where that is. Beautiful ping coming out from a drone, and GXD capitalizing off of that. Very well played by his teammates, able to catch it on the drone. Bone with another one already. We're not even a minute into this round, Jacob, and already we've seen 4 players hit the floor. Looking very good for Wichita Wolves now with a 2-man advantage. I mean, really, against this team over on Lord Esports, they are looking to be the favorites. We talked about how this team goes for quick executes. Well, they are in a very good position to have one start off right here.
Yeah, the last 2 players need to hedge their bets and realize you can't get aggro against a team that does it far better. But you've got a Maestro, so cameras can still help to deny the plant if it goes down, and they're going to open up. GXD will open Bosco spot. He will also probably be the one tasked with going for the plant. No more smokes on Ace. A Claymore is being utilized instead, but oh my gosh, the potent use of Ace has gone down considerably because you can't just open up a hole and then smoke it off, go right for the plant inside the smoke, and then bail again. So definitely needs more coordination. And there's the frag down through connector. GXD just has it perfectly scouted. The last player does fall victim to the Lion charge at the wrong moment. Neoteric can't contest lava, and already the momentum from Chalet is being continued for Wichita.
And that's just the power of this bomb site for the attackers, right? Like, first of all, they have really strong window positions to catch those players who are rotating out of admin. It was a pretty aggressive admin roam to come in from Lord Esports, which isn't inherently bad, but you know, you're not playing very much drone denial on that roam, which means that they're easily able to catch you out on those drones. The ping comes in, and although you've got a lot of cover in that room, all of it is soft. And so as soon as they've got that ping on you with the drone, the intel comes in from the window player GXT. He's able to hit that shot easy peasy, no problem at all. And from that, you know, the kills kind of continue to spiral. So really well played. Again, the coordination seems excellent from Wichita Wolves. We talked about their speed. Once again, coming in very fast for the plant. They don't waste any time unless they really have to.
I approve of the site change overall from Lord Esports.
Me too.
I think it's something that they looked at Chalet and were like, well, we tried the same bomb site twice in a row several times and it worked once. But let's go for a bit of a mix-up and take something different. The problem is, switching bomb sites on Consulate, if you're consistent with your operator lineup, will probably mean that you just can't throw Wichita off their game. Ace can be used anywhere as a hard breach on this map. Thermite is probably more of a concern because you really only are capable of using Thermite on Garage as opposed to top floor, because you can't really use those exothermic charges in a... Like, you can wing the Selmas from Ace from distance, but you can't do it with Thermite. So, you still have so much potent utility that needs to be dropped in several different locations to help work on a bomb site over here. But why are we all... They're still going for a top floor roam clear. They're not even going like in for Garage or like pushing Visa. They still want all of this clear the way it's supposed to be done. But so far, 2 frags. Here comes Han. He's lighting up the same way he did on Chalet. 2 kills in Lava and Exile. They don't even know what hit him yet. Okay. That's a phenomenal start for Lord Esports. Where was this last map?
So I don't mind clearing the roam. I don't mind that at all. I do mind walking into the roam without clearing them at all. Han hitting some nutty shots. I don't think they knew anybody was in there. I don't think they had droned it yet. Perhaps they had, and we just didn't quite catch it. In either case, the shots are nuts. Junior's in sight. What is he doing? Okay, sure. Getting clobbered by Ender, I suppose. The SMG-11 comes out. They're in sight again in a default plant spot. Ender with the second kill of the round. Bone now in a 1v3. What has gone on here, Jacob? It looked like we were doing a roam clear. Then they died. Then they're in sight. This will be a nice, easy kill from Bone, catching those roamers. The nice thing is, since you know both Han and Amok were up above, well, you can just wait for them to come down, and you know that you're going to be a 1v1 on site.
Yep, and the fact that it's Bone also doesn't, like, Lord is still very much in trouble because it's this man. He already had a 1v3 clutch in the previous map, so there's nothing to say that he won't be able to replicate that same success. But he has a minute and a half with which to work. Diffuser is down so far across the site, it's just a matter of if he can maybe use the mirror windows to his own advantage. Knocks out Han. Can he find the swing on the smoke? Yup! You're damn right he can. Bone with 3 kills, cleans up immaculately, doesn't even need Case. He'll just walk around the site the same way Junior did earlier and get every frag in quick succession. Masterful stuff from Bone.
I'd be very worried if I was Wichita Wolves. There are definitely going to be some Challenger League teams looking to snipe this player off of your roster because, geez, Bone has been looking like the best support player in the entire server. Consistently on this Lion, which isn't a super common operator, but the clutch potential that this guy has shown, incredible stuff. That was a really hard 1v3 to try to win. You know, if you've got that coordination on the side of the Lord Esports, you should be able to, you know, not give them those 1v1s. Even still, like the 1v1 on Yellow should have definitely gone the way of Han. And then that final 1v1 as well. I mean, those were not easy shots to hit. Bone is hitting them every single time. So super impressive stuff coming out from him. You know what separates a good team from a great team, Jacob? It's winning those rounds that you're not supposed to. And that's what Wichita Wolves just did.
Yeah, they didn't have a reason to. They had no rhyme. They had no players left up to assist Bone. They were losing bodies and they were doing things right. Wichita Wolves were doing a lot of things right in that round, but Han, his 2K stops an entire admin take in its tracks, so the rest of the team just decides we can just push site and try to end this one quick. It really doesn't matter to clear out the rest of the roamers. But then you allow 3 separate 1v1s to take place, and Bone is able to capitalize on literally all 3 of them. He's been playing Lion every single attacking round, and he's just going to work. It's not rocket science to understand why that round went so far south so quickly. There was no one for Lord Esports to trade a refrag out, and if there had been, Bone probably only gets 1 of those kills as opposed to all 3. Positioning for Lord is definitely not where it needs to be currently.
Definitely makes sense why they would ban out, you know, the Nomad and, you know, your Jackal as well. Lord Esports would have had the first ban, and so Wichita Wolves forced that double roam clearing ban. They can run Lion full time.
Yeah.
Lava's going to get the opener onto Atzielt, and that's going to be a nice one to find onto the Bandit. Means no more Bandit tricking going on, if that's what his plan was. Usually if you bring the Bandit, that's why you bring it. Lava has found 2 now in this round, and they're also losing his head. Looks like these kills have all come from the yellow stairs. If there's been a Bandit, you're probably not opening the garage wall yet. However, with both Selmas being utilized, perhaps they have. Exile, another one, a headshot onto Neoteric. These kills are just flooding in. I don't know how they're getting them so easily. It seems like GXT's in a great plant spot. The round is over, Jacob. How do we get here?
Okay, it's done. That's it. I don't want to say Lord's throwing in the towel, but what is going on currently? All right, break down the things that we saw. We opened up garage. We took map control from a different part of the map to force pressure and make sure that Lord can't just sit in corners. Okay, top floor presence, not really existent. When Jaeger swung on yellow stairs, he was probably the only player who was capable of assisting on the yellow stairs pressure, and he lost the gunfight. He was the last man alive because his team died around him. Wichita simply opened a really big hole and just forced the issue. Like, there really isn't that, again, it's not rocket science.
Yeah, I was worried, like, I guess I was optimistic coming into Consulate, right? Because we looked at Chalet, some of Lord's strategies, right? Some of their holds, some of their pushes didn't seem super fleshed out. So I thought, okay, you know what, Chalet, it's a new map. Some teams haven't really adopted it yet. Lord didn't get a choice on where they were going to go for the map, so maybe they just weren't comfortable on Chalet. But it also seems like they're not super comfortable on Consulate, particularly with that hold. Like, there were just clearly flaws in it that Wichita Wolves were able to identify really quickly. If there was like a battle on the top floor, it happened way too fast. There couldn't have been super solid droning going on, so Lord should have been in some sort of an advantage there. And if there wasn't a gunfight up above, then there should have been Lord Esports in strong positions to deny that plant from above. So in either case, there's definitely some hole in the strategy that Lord Esports needs to go back into their VOD reviews, you know, go back to hit the books after this game and try to patch that up, because if Wichita Wolves can identify it so quickly and hit that spot, I mean, you cannot be in a solid place as a team.
Yeah, and Lord are still trying to figure out what site selection is best for them. That's 2 straight on Garage. They're going back up to Console where they lost on round 1. Again, a lot of it is reliant, or their success so far, even though they haven't won a round, is when they can find an opening pick and force Wichita to readjust the whole way they're trying to attack. Most of what Wichita is doing is this admin clear. They're repelling, they're looking for players inside, and if they find a whole bunch of players on the defense who are situated inside admin, maybe they'll take the fight, maybe they'll rotate back off of it. They're just using it for some primary intel and maybe a frag or two here and there. Once that's done, they can kind of go really wherever they feel like. Here, finally, a pick, especially from a mock, is massive, and that's your sledge. You need that because you're trying to attack a site that you're clearing an entire floor above it for the moment. So the fact that Exile is gone is a really good pick to start with, but you need more of these. Can Lava win the fight, or will it be the Melusi on the opposite side of Long Desk? They're just going back and forth, and it will be Lava to pull off for a second, but Melusi is still there, hasn't moved from that spot, and it will be a clean headshot. Down goes ATZ. What are you doing?
Aziel lived for far longer than they ever should have. That was a terrible position to be in. Somehow it doesn't get killed immediately to the desk. Wastes a bit of time, I suppose. It is a 1-for-1 trade in the end, right? You're still in a 4v4, so not that bad, I guess, but it would have been nice to keep Aziel alive. Unfortunate that that didn't happen. We see a couple more kills coming in here. Han and GXG both going to pick up one apiece, keep us at an even 3v3. It looks like Wichita Wolves have more or less now given up of that top floor. They're just going to plant inside the main door. The ping's coming in. Intel perfect from Wichita Wolves. Lava with the excellent cover, and there's nobody else to stop this plant. Now they've got it right inside the front door. They have just got to run outside, cover it from outside the building, and they're going to be in such strong positions. They've also got a Lion, of course, Bone, our favorite player in this game, back inside the building, very deep to cut off any sort of a flank. Now here's Han, big run out. They don't realize, but they flick around and get it anyways, and Bone, the final kill on a Nero Tarek. It seems like even when there's a glimmer of hope coming in, it's still Wichita Wolves that shut it down and don't let any of that happen.
All right, well, we could be very well done with this game on the course of the next 15, perhaps 20 minutes or so. It's kind of what I'm looking at.
Perhaps.
Maybe, because now Wichita Wolves find themselves 3 rounds off of claiming victory in this series. I do believe I have a frozen feed. I'm not totally certain what's going on. We'll maybe...
Mine's a little bit like that, too.
Yeah.
It's not on your end.
No, in my case, I'm looking at the fact that it says round 5, and it's just stuck on saying
Way she goes.
Yep, it happens. However, for Wichita, again, it's relying on the intel that they get from that initial admin clear. And it's not even that they have to clear top floor. They're just using it to ascertain player positions and then figure out, do we want to clear this? Do we even need top floor control? Can we just go right in for a plant? And they did. They did that really effectively when they just went straight in for circle desk. So it's not even something that they need to concern themselves with 9 times out of 10. But the only success so far that Lord is finding is when Han pops off. If Han is still in a lobby, there is a chance for the rest of the team to work around it. But if he's dead, then there's no hope for Lord Esports. I hate to put the entire success of a team on one player, but that's been the story so far.
Yeah, certainly. I think, again, it's what we were talking about earlier in that first map as well, with Han maybe being the only player that's really showing up for Lord Esports, which is unfortunate, because I think this team definitely, like, I don't know. I guess there's not a whole lot that we're seeing good come out of them so far, other than Han on those roams. Like, even when he's able to, like, pop off, as you mentioned, they still lose the round to Bone with the clutch. So, I guess the difference here is, like, Bone is still the best player, it looks like, on Wichita Wolves, but he's not the only player, right? And that distinction's so important when you compare, like, a good team and a team that is still kind of finding their footing.
Yep. It is what it is. However, again, learning experiences can be taken from stuff like this over and over again. You've got a VOD on this game. You've got, you know, you and I who are looking at discrepancies in the way that Lord Esports played. Like if they're looking for a reason or something to focus on, then there's very clear things that they can, you know, take into account next time they want to play in a comp match. Like, there are things that you can look at from this game that are still positive, even if the net result itself isn't necessarily the same. But here we go for, whoa, yet another opening frag. And this is Han. That's Bone. No Lion, his first death on the game. They're looking for this to continue for at least another couple of rounds.
So, I mean, that's a big pick, obviously, but as we were just mentioning, Wichita Wolves is more than Bone, so there's got to be more there. Exile proving just why that is, taking the kill onto Amok, another player that has been struggling a little bit. He was on that window and able to get the kill, looked like into admin. So, you're getting more of these kills up on this top floor. This is where the bomb site is. really the big strength of this bomb site for attackers is getting those picks, and there goes Han. That's been the player that's been the big shower. So Wichita Wolves, again, from outside the building, whether they get on these windows, use the skylights, get even into admin, and then focus the site from there. They have a lot of different ways that they can find kills. They rappel in. There needs to be something to stop this. Unfortunately, there's not. GXD's in a plant spot, and he's going to start this execute once again. They happen so fast into the round. The cover is perfect from Lava. He doesn't have to do anything. Waiting for them to push, but they just don't. And so Lord Esports let this plant go down. It's going to be a very difficult post plant with all the attackers outside of the building. GXD getting on that rappel, being in a very strong position. Got Junior down there on the main floor who can try to deny that disable from below. If he shoots some of the soft reach up above him, he's still got 2 in his pocket. GXD, the first little bit of a kill. Lava with the second one, both coming from this main CEO window. It's now Ender Text alone in the 1v4. 20 seconds on the clock. He's got to do something amazing to win this round, but he can't do it. GXD gets another kill, and Wichita Wolves continue their streak.
Back to back to back to back to back. The last time Lord Esports won a round was like midway through their own Chalet defense.
Yeah, that was like 45 minutes ago, Jacob.
Yeah. Dude, it might as well have been a half hour ago with the speed at which Wichita is just blazing through these rounds.
Honestly.
They're going quick. To their credit, it is working beautifully because they're not focusing on frags. They're not getting heavy-handed and saying, oh, we don't need to worry about the objective. They're still playing the way that they were playing Chalet, and that's priority on getting case down every single time. It's about that plant. If we had the ability to check stats for players' plants, actually we can, if we're able to get back to the main screen and we can see how many plants Wichita have overall. Have they planted every single round except for one so far? It's pretty darn close. They've either planted 4 or all 5 rounds so far through their first 5.
Definitely not all 5, because they had that 1v3 clutch where they definitely didn't plant. We'll count them now. We got 2 from GXD, and that's it. So only 2 rounds, Jacob. Your counting skills might need a little bit of a sharpen up.
Shut up.
But I think a lot of these, they've just been going so fast, right? And there's a couple where they definitely started the plant and then won before the plant actually happened.
Right.
So, that's going to happen sometimes when you're winning rounds relatively dominantly. For Wichita Wolves, again, it's kind of round after round, things spiraling. It does seem like Lord Esports don't have the best overall, concept on how to hold some of these bomb sites. I mean, there's good ideas, but they're just not really fleshed out. And Wichita Wolves are doing kind of an amazing job at consistently spotting those things out and taking advantage of the holes in Lord Esports' strategies.
Take bets on if they win the round with a minute still left to go? We can. We totally
Well,
can.
okay. Bone on the Nook. This is kind of an interesting switch up. It's been on Lion all attacking rounds so far. That's a rush,
Ooh,
maybe?
They are going hard.
Oh, yeah, look at this. So, they gotta go to the basement first, but they want to drop this hatch. They're gonna stack everybody up here. It's like a bit of a staggered rush to go. Drop it in. Neo's gonna get one, Amok another. It's not gone so well for them. They have to back off into Archives. This has gotten scary. GXD, however, the big player, will be able to get a nice kill onto Neo. Help things slow down just a little bit. There are good Surya gates that will stop them from running in without taking too much damage, but a good peek from GXD takes down Atzalt. That's going to be a player that you no longer need to worry about in the bomb site. And with Romer still up above, they could absolutely start this plant. There's Junior for the headshot onto Amok. This is not going well. Only one player alive. It's Ender. Where even is he? He's on the top floor. Oh, he's got nothing here. He's got to walk down Spiral, but they're watching it. There's no way Junior loses this. Not a chance. Hits the headshot, and that's going to be Wichita Wolves having a perfect half. 6-0, Jacob.
Match mapped series point. They're trying to speedrun Consulate, and only a way an NAT3 team is capable of speedrunning Consulate, and that is to knock one more round in the coffin, send Lord Esports home, and Wichita will put themselves in the semifinals if they're able to claim just this last one. And that'll be it for us on the day. Wichita are looking to just try to end everything as fast as they possibly can. Maybe they got a scrim they got to get to. Maybe there's it's definitely in time for dinner, especially over on the East Coast for right now. I mean, it's only like 6 o'clock, so it absolutely would say, yeah. Get yourself something nice, boys. You dumpstered a Pugstat team on the mainstream. Even if it's not a team that has a lot of comparable skill, you should still be feeling really, really good after having a game like that.
Yeah, I mean, there have been almost 0 flaws in Wichita's play, so, you're basically going as good as you can. What time zone is even Kansas in, Jacob? I have no idea. Is that Central?
I want to say it's Central, so it's only an hour ahead of you and me.
Right, so yeah, definitely getting close to supper time. They would like to close this one out maybe in one more round. Would have them, set for their reservation at whatever restaurants Kansas have. Again, I'm Canadian, I don't know. Kansas. All I know is they got Dorothy, but otherwise, Wichita Wolves looking pretty decent, right? 6-0, holding on this garage. It is thought of as the best bomb site. They're gonna be roaming. They've got a Vigil, they've got a Bandit, they've got mirror windows in sight. Lord Esports will need to really pull things around on their attacking half, and based on what we saw in Chalet, I'm not super confident.
This is the moment where you can kind of take a second and breathe if you're Lord Esports, only in the sense that we're on a different half now. You're not worried about defending. Nothing clearly was going right on your defenses, but can the attack fare any better? And I have full agreement with you. I don't really have confidence that they can turn something around. And if they do, it's going to have to be pretty miraculous. Their off lineup is standard for almost any bomb site. You can really take this exact 5-stack really anywhere, but because of where Wichita Wolves are defending, you might not be able to use all of that utility right out of the gate. It'll just come to your droning, your intel. Where can you move? Are there players situated directly above? And I don't believe from the outlines there is anyone on Wichita upstairs aside from one player at the top of yellow. So that's probably your primary objective. Kill the player top yellow, and then you can start to work your way periodically from one floor to the next.
I'm interested to see what the timer is like when they actually get to the bomb site, because going for this full clear for an inexperienced team, which I'm assuming Lord Esports are, you can definitely waste your own time even when you don't need to. So far, they have cleared out the top floor. They're not 100% sure if they have or not. I feel like they do know, though, based on how they're playing, or at least assuming that there's not going to be anybody pushing them in, too aggressively. They catch the Malusi, but it's just a moment too late, and Lava gets a second. Oh, Han and Amok both going to fall, and now this is really falling apart for Lord Esports. They've got 3 players alive. They really need to step it up to try to get this clutch. Not only do they now need to clear out Lava and Junior, who's fragging somewhere else on the map, but they're going to have to transition this into a plant as well. This just looks so difficult for these last 2 players, Neo and Atzielt. This is so much to put on their shoulders, and that's a good start, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, Jacob. Bone, oh boy.
Nope, it's all up to Neo. He's got 4 players left with so little time, but he could turn something around if he doesn't get his head taken off in piano, as the rest of Wichita might just decide to converge on his position and not even worry about anchoring up by the bomb site. There are more crossfires. That's been their MO this entire time. Swinging onto yellow, Junior decides, nope, we're ending this here and now, and Wichita secure themselves an appearance in the semifinals, and Lord Esports are knocked back down to hell.
Jacob, you might not want to read into this too much, but Wichita Wolves looked far better in their game than the Sonics did. If we end up with these teams in the finals, you never know what could happen. I mean, Wichita Wolves, what a statement coming out here, pulling no punches. We saw in our first game, Sonics, they had a little bit of fun with their opponents who they clearly outskilled, but Wichita Wolves, not a single inch given in that second map. A 7-0, very clean, really well played by them, and you've just got to take your hats off and respect it, because that was a masterclass on how to play Consulate, and Chalet as well. Their takes were really well executed. I was very impressed, even if their opponents were a little bit less in stature. Wichita Wolves look like a solid team.
Yeah, but again, they look like a solid team in comparison to a squad that was woefully underprepared, that hasn't played at a T3 competitive level for a little while. Something that Stick mentioned on the analyst test that I am curious about, they look like they're playing really, really well, so why would any of these guys want to leave? I don't know the inner workings of this team. I wish I, had a little bit of insight to understand if there is something happening behind the scenes, but what I also hope is that because of the way these guys performed, take this as an experience and be able to mend the holes if there is something going on behind the scenes. But here is that Intel Core play of the game.
Of course.
It is the 1v3 clutch. We come at it at the 1v2. But this particular moment, Jesse, is probably just a reflex play the entire time. He has to swing from one player back to the second. 2 individual 1v1s from Lord Esports. Take us through it.
I'm a Bone fan, man. He's got these mirror windows to play with, thinks there's one, and finds him. Oh, what a shot. Han is just barely peeking out and then suspects where the smoke is too. Flicks over to the head. Beautiful kill on to Ender. I mean, Bone really is winning, that gunfight that he just shouldn't. The second one, maybe, the smoke's out of position, but the first one into Han, there is no universe in which the Lion has the advantage in that gunfight, but he just outskills Han, and that is so impressive to see. Well done from Bone, working on those mirror windows, hitting some nasty shots, clutching it out for his team with a 1v3. And the only reason why this was a 7-0 and not a 7-1.
Agreed, and that was on round 2. So if Lord had managed to win that one and not give Bones such an easy couple of gunfights to win, maybe the end result looks different. Maybe they at least get one round and it doesn't just prevent, or it does prevent, a crazy skid of rounds all in a row.
Yeah.
There's if you get on a streak like that, you have momentum on your side. There's no way you're going to lose something like that, especially when you very clearly have everything going right for you in that moment.
Yeah, I think when you're like a competitive team and you're in like a 3v1, you know you're going to win it, and then you lose it anyways, that just hits you mentally. You're like, man, how did we throw that one away? And it really feels bad to have to throw those in. Definitely, I think the mental aspect is a huge deal. You know, they're ending up tossing it when they really shouldn't. And it's just sad to see, right? And you never know if that 1v3 clutch hadn't happened, the mental game might be better for Lord. They might even, you know, come back and win this map. It all can really rely on just one little play going the other direction, and, you know, everything can change in Siege.
So what we're looking at in this scenario is 3 matches already completed. There is still another one that is in progress right now that we are, I mean, if the Pug Stack squads are going to do anything, I expect that final game probably will still mean that the last Pug Stack team doesn't get anywhere close to those semifinals, and it might be Phoenix. I'm guessing. That's just my fingers crossed, though. I could totally be wrong. But we have the Sonics going through. They will be facing Dubium tomorrow. Now we have Wichita Wolves going through, and that's kind of made this a pretty darn quick day overall.
Yeah, I agree. And I think sort of the teams that we expect to win have been winning, right? I think that these are the teams that we thought might be a little bit better going into the tournament. They have proven that so far. They look really good, you know, in these opening engagements. We didn't get to see that second game from Dubium, but the scoreline seemed relatively close, or relatively one-sided. It was a 2-0. We know that for sure. So I do want to see how they go against the Sonics. That'll be definitely a bit tougher of a match for them, I have to assume. But yeah, we're starting to get towards the end of this first day, and it is very exciting to see these teams finally coming into form, maybe playing to their maximum ability. And once we get sort of the weaker teams weeded out, we'll get some really good competition in the next couple of days.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm liking what the spread of these teams looks like, at least from a playstyle point of view.
True.
Obviously, getting a chance to look at that Dubium squad would probably have given us more of maybe some insight into what their game versus the Sonics tomorrow is going to look like. But the Sonics are going to be that team that just does what they feel like, because they have the very proven gun skill and game knowledge, the capacity to back that kind of stuff up. Dubium, we only know the names that are on that squad, but most of them still are notable, especially to like the common T2, T3 layman, and the Wichita Wolves is a name that if you didn't already know, you probably should, because they've played in T3 leagues before. They were in SCS. They'll probably look for other competition, maybe if they can qualify for a league like RSA at some point down the road. They will be here for the long haul. Question is, when do they finally explode? Is it in this tournament? Depends on who they face in that other semifinal, which I believe we will find out at some point later today. Not entirely sure, but we will get word on that very soon.
Yeah, we'll figure that one out. And I think for both of these squads, you know, there's a lot to break down. And I'm pretty confident that our analysts have a lot to talk about with that game. So we'll send it back over to them, see what they're up to, and get their thoughts on this match.
What's going on, everybody? Yeso back here in the GVO zone in the esports arena, Orange County studio. Another match in the books, in the Wichita Wolves do move on. Great game from them, and I'm joined once again by Jazzman and Stick after that quarterfinal. Gentlemen, any just initial thoughts on that match we saw there? Jazzman, we'll start with you.
What else is there to say besides the scoreline? I mean, to be honest, Wichita Wolves. Okay, listen. I'm a simple guy. I like simple analysis. That was a roll through. I think that what Wichita Wolves did the best there was definitely get themselves inside of the site, and they played really clinical Siege. They didn't do anything too out of the ordinary. Kind of just showed up. Lord Esports weren't ready for it, and they got a lot of trades. That is one thing. Wichita Wolves got a lot of trades, and it just didn't allow for Lord Esports to make a move.
Yeah, definitely a strong performance there from Wichita.
I feel like you're right on the money there. With the trades, I think that's sort of like a larger symptom of Wichita and their team play, right? They were constantly working together. There were rounds on Chalet, for example, where Exile would walk in. He just finds 2 picks out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden the round crumbles as a result, and it doesn't like totally turn to shreds. Wichita just go crazy. You know, they've got a 5-on-2, and so they freak out, run into the bomb site, and get gunned down. No, there's a clear sense of leadership, and they slow themselves down. They take it really kind of slow and patient, and they move in, and they just isolate, and they work their way through. For Chalet to be 7-1 and Kotzel at 7-0, You can't really get that done without the teamwork.
Yeah, big, crazy score lines there. Do want to remind you folks, we're doing another giveaway here, so make sure to hit exclamation point giveaway in chat to get in on all the fun. We got a headset, a mouse, and a keyboard. That Huntsman Mini, the Viper Ultimate, and that Black Shark V2 Pro up for grabs, so get in on that. But let's get into our Seagate save of the game. Stick is ready to break it down for you.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look over at this. I imagine gotta be the clutch coming down the staircase with Bone, just trying to fend it off. This was such a tense moment, and for Endertex, who has been kind of a patchy player, he's had some strong performances. The fact that just in the run-up to this individual one-on-one, Bone was even able to get the plant down after previously felling one of the Lord Esports defenders is kind of a performance and a spectacle in its own right. You can tell that Endertex really isn't sure what he wants to do. He tries to go for the case, and eventually he just recognizes the time is low. He's going to have to go for the swing, and challenging a one-on-one against a player like Bone really is only going to go one way.
Definitely a great finish there. It was the one round that Lord Esports was able to get on the board, so good kill there for Endertex. That is our Seagate save of the match there. Do want to talk about another one of our partners here for Razer Invitational North America, brought to you by Norton Gaming, and that is Intel. They have introduced their new 11th generation Intel Core processors. They're definitely your choice for processors in any PC that you are using. Also, if you get a Razer Blade 15, it's going to have one of those awesome Intel processors in there, so it should be your choice. If you need any more information on what Intel has got going on, just use exclamation point Intel in chat. We got the all the info there that you will need, so make sure to use that one. You mentioned, though, we were talking about Bone, and I think I already know who it's going to be, but our choice for Norton Gaming MVP of the series, Jazzman, who did we go with?
Wow, it's so weird. Actually, it says it on my notes right about here. That says exclamation point Bone. You can't see it. Oh, this bit went wrong. It's Bone, guys. It's Bone. I mean, Bone is just incredible. He is one of the most mechanically gifted players on that team. I mean, there's a lot on that team, but Bone. I mean, man, the clutches that he came up with, any situation that was bad, he was able to write himself in. Good stuff from Bone. Incredible. Not surprising.
Definitely a great performance there from Bone, and that leads us right into our Norton Gaming play of the series. Stick can break that one down for you, as well as we get to check out a little more action from Bone.
Yeah, Bone has just been a great player so far, and specifically the reason why we wanted to isolate this round in particular was the fact of kind of the run-up to how this was executed. Wichita Wolves had two strong picks leading into this at a 5-on-4. They eliminated Amok, and they got Han as well. And when this happened, we saw just in the run-up, I think GXD was the one who tossed a drone all the way into Connector, realized there was nobody playing Connector for the head holes to try to gas off the plant, and so he additionally drove his drone into Baguette, into Island, and saw that there was a player at the top of Yellow. Getting that pick immediately set up a situation where the plant was going to go down, and Lord Esports had nothing that they could do to try to stop it. GXD had really great trust in his teammate Lava out on the CEO double window rappel, constantly knowing that he was going to keep his teammate the Ace alive, and there was multiple different moments on Consulate where it was a situation like that, GXD being forced to try to put down the plant in contested waters and one of his teammates behind him to make sure that it was going to go down and that GXD would survive the ordeal.
Definitely a fun match to watch there, and you guys kind of talked about it at the start of the segment. Wichita Wolves really kind of putting on a clinic there, and sometimes that can be a little difficult to watch, right? Sometimes you really want that competitive type match that's going to go the distance. We get to those full 13 rounds, but sometimes when you just get to the opportunity to watch some beautiful Siege play, Wichita Wolves did give it to us there that time around, so we certainly appreciate it. As we get ready to go to our next match of the day, I do want to tell you folks a little bit more about these Razer Black Shark V2 Pros. I'm wearing one right now. It is incredibly light. It literally does not even feel like I have anything on my head, so extremely comfortable. Great padding all around here, and those 50mm Triforce titanium drivers keep the sound really clear. I can hear everything from my analysts, you know, the brain trust. I got to get all the insight that I need from those boys as well as from the game. So really, your choice for a new headset is going to be this Black Shark V2 Pro. Also also a very clear microphone. That awesome cardioid mic is going to keep your comms super clear and keep your team performing at its peak. So definitely head over to Razer.com today. Grab yourself one of these Razer Black Shark V2 Pros. It is your choice for a gaming headset. We're getting ready to get into our next match, so let's see what we got after this break.
These are nice. These are very nice.
I don't know how you could get faster.
The most enthusiast level experience yet in a mass-produced gaming keyboard.
The Razer purple optical switches. They're that good.
So they have laser beams inside of them.
These optical switches are the best gaming-centric switches on any keyboard right now.
I love the new switches.
And this new upgrade just makes them even better.
I was completely surprised at how fantastic they felt.
When you're gaming, oh my god, that is going to make a big difference.
Overall, in my opinion, the Huntsman Mini is the best Razer keyboard that they've produced yet.
They've really listened to community feedback over the years. Razer is really the only company who are reaching out to reviewers and media and community.
Razer has really put forth a real contender for your money for a 60% keyboard.
The Razer Huntsman Mini is a solid recommendation.
You're gaming across dozens of accounts, all of your inventories filled with valuable in-game items and personal information. Yet you're just a side quest in the campaign of cybercriminals who have stolen over 13 billion records. You need Norton 360 for gamers, the next level in device security. Dark web monitoring that notifies you if your gamer tag is discovered on the dark web. A no-log VPN to help prevent DDoS attacks or doxing. PC notification optimization helps you keep your eyes on the prize. You won't be bothered while gaming. Cybercriminals had better be ready for the hardest match of their lives.
Whoa! Hey guys! We're not on a big TV anymore. We're on the big screen. My name is Jazzman. This is Sticula. It's time to break down some games. I'm super excited to go into this match. It's the final map. I don't know if we're jumping in mid-match or if we're jumping in we don't know. We really don't know. But it's between Inten's Academy and I think their team name is Phoenix. Jeez. Phoenix Academy. Now Phoenix Academy, they're the academy team. Hello. They're the academy team. The first team got eliminated, but welcome back. Yeah, Yesa. What's
hey
up?
boys, how we doing? Yes, it is Intense. It's Phoenix Academy. I will say they're just finishing up the first map. It's been a really tight push. Last time I checked, the score was about 4-4. So very tight match, one of the closest ones we've seen all day. As we get ready for map 2, I'm going to make it really hard on you guys. You don't get the answer for how map 1 finishes, but I need a prediction from both of you for Phoenix Academy versus Intense. We'll start with you, Jasmine.
All right, well, looking at the most recent results and looking at what we've seen so far throughout the tournament, Phoenix Academy have literally been requested Moss, which, as you don't know, it's basically like the anti-cheat. People are thinking they're cheating. So Phoenix Academy, with this behind them and behind their record in the Mexican scene, I mean, they have so much experience. I think it's going to go to Phoenix Academy, but, I mean, who knows?
Stick, what do you got for me, my man?
Well, you know, on the analyst desk, sometimes we kind of have to disagree with each other, and I'm going to disagree here. I do have a little bit of bias. Of course, I knew a few friends that were now eliminated playing on Zero Risk, but I do know a few of the players on Intense. I've casted them before, their roster going back. I'm not sure what the roster looks like now because they have 9 players in total on the team, and there's kind of a revolving door of who comes out onto the playing field, but I'll root for Intense and see where they go in this series.
All right, we got a split desk here. You love to see it, a little bit of animosity. We'll get to check back in and see who our winner is on the prediction when we come back to close the show at the end of the day. One final reminder, make sure you're getting in on the giveaway. Hit exclamation point giveaway to get all the information you need to get your shot at winning a Huntsman Mini, one of those Viper Ultimate Mice, and a Black Shark V2 Pro headset. So get in on that giveaway as soon as possible. We're going to throw it over to Jacob and Jesse, though. They want to break down the bracket, get us prepared for our final match of the day as we continue Razer Invitational North America, brought to you by Norton Gaming.
So yeah, at the moment we currently sit at a point where we're just kind of waiting. We're waiting for an opportunity to see how this first series transpires, and then as we keep on moving through and waiting for that first result, we will see how Phoenix Academy versus Intense shapes up. But just as far as I'm concerned, I'm going with the known commodities. You like Stick can have his opinion, his bias as much as he wants. I totally understand that, but as far as I can tell, Phoenix Academy is coming from Phoenix. They are a Mexican team that have played at the highest echelon of the Mexican pro scene. They combine with South America, with Brazil. They form Latin America, and their academy roster is also really good. The fact that you're requesting Moss is just kind of a sign that, you know, players do legitimately think your gun skill is that good. The fact that we did hear that it was 4-4, the fact that it's close, that's cool, but not a be-all, end-all for how I think this series is going to end up.
I gotta correct you there, Jacob. It's not 4-4, it's 5-3. So a bit one-sided. I don't know. I'm not getting word on who's actually leading that match, but as soon as we get that intel, we'll let you guys know. But one of the team is taking the lead, and of course, once they get to 7, that'll be the first map, and then we'll move on into the second map, which, if we're sticking with the pattern, and I do believe we are, would be Consulate. Let's jump into the first map here, I believe. Yeah, here we go.
All right.
Chalet, it's Phoenix up 5-3, the team that you thought was going to do well, Jazzman, and now that I've seen the score, I agree. I think Phoenix are going to be able to take this one.
Yeah, I'm genuinely not surprised by it, just what we're seeing initially, but we are also jumping into the fray without any prior experience about how the teams have played. This is obviously round 9, which means Phoenix have only had 2 rounds on attack to get themselves situated so far. It could have been a half at 3-3. I do believe I heard it was 4-2, however, so Intense are only capable of getting 2 rounds on their own attack, and they've kind of let some more things slip through the cracks since then. But again, only a 2-round advantage, so if they can pull things back, it would come off the back of Phoenix Academy making some pretty critical mistakes, I think.
So look at the stat sheet just now with the players on the side. Looks like Ghana's been popping off for Phoenix. They are going for a games take now on bar games, and they did clear out the majority of that top floor. I don't believe they actually got the shields and such up above. So this might be a bit of an alternate take from what we're used to inside of the North American meta. Again, since Phoenix are in Mexico, they play a little bit of a different meta. There isn't, they go play in the Latin American finals and such, so there isn't any crossover until we get to full-scale worldwide international play between our two regions. But of course, they're close enough, usually scrims carry over. But right now, it seems as though they're going for a basic take, right? You want to be able to clear out these library and top library stairs players. If they persist, they're going to have a really good time ripping you up from up above, and you really want that ground as well. I like that they're pressuring below, too. A lot of teams will not actually place somebody down here to catch the rotates off. It's a little bit risky. There's a couple angles you can get pushed from, but I like that Gladys is, here ready to catch whoever might be forced down those library stairs. As soon as his shield gets cleared, you expect he's going to back off. So nice that they have somebody ready to watch that as long as this, player is in position once that happens.
A lot of intel, and a lot of it so far has been super fast-paced, and I think they're just kind of watching for every angle possible, our Phoenix Academy, because Intense aren't showing the same level of aggression, but by that same token, they don't have to. There are players situated below. You can't stop a plant from going down if you are trying to plant by jukebox anywhere on bar, so it's not like you can nitro from below to try to stop the plant. You really do have to be moving out of the position appropriately, and Lycos gets decimated, but he's only down but not out, and Storm does find a refrag, but again, it's effectively a 4 versus 3 because the smoke needs to be recovered, and I don't believe a player on Intense is capable of getting to him with enough time left. Gotta just to prove he doesn't even need to look back to the doorway fast enough, but now more players for Intense are beginning to make things a lot easier. It's still a 2 versus 2. Can they get Diffuser down? Owen will put it down just in the nick of time, but the cover's been removed. Can he get the plant down before he gets taken out of commission? Nope. He'll whip the pistol right out. Will Ashes, and this man is not about to let Intense die without a fight.
Oof, we've got a very close game that we're jumping into. You love to see it. That's going to be NTNS barely coming back and be able to get that round. Definitely the big thing for me was just, again, they didn't full clear that top floor. This is like such a crucial step on this bomb site when you're attacking this map. You really do want to be able to clear out top library stairs. That never really happened. I have to imagine a big part of the reason why is because Phoenix didn't actually have all of their explosives up on that top floor because they had that Yana down below looking for the cutoff. Well, you actually didn't have enough pressure to force that, rotate from top library stairs anyways. So what ended up happening was they just were sort of waiting for the rotate to happen from NTNS. Phoenix were just chilling out, waiting to see if somebody would rotate, and it never did. So they never had full control of the top floor. They were never in that secure position to move into an execute. And then when they tried to force it, you're in a really tough spot. It doesn't really work out. So a little bit closer to a tie game here. And Phoenix Academy looking to bounce back here in round number 10.
Still with a 1-round lead, just don't let it slip quick. That's really like the main case for Phoenix. Just get one more, force it to match point. If you want to go back and forth, I think at this stage in the game, just because of what the scoreline is, obviously it hasn't really been like a momentum swing. I don't even know if Intense had a lead at any point in this match so far because of where we came in. But the primary thing is just if it's going to go back and forth one round for round, don't let it be when you're tied up. Don't allow a 2-round advantage to kind of slip through your fingers. Get one more, force it to match point, and then it becomes Intense's game overall. They have to be the ones to stall and stall and stall overall, and Phoenix can force a lot more pressure on them just inherently by it being match point. That kind of thing just always sits in the back of your head if it gets to that stage. So get to that point, boys, and then we'll see where it goes from there.
Intense for round number 10, going to be trying to defend the top floor in that master bomb site, holding it down. They do have a Valkyrie. This was banned out on a lot of our maps so far that we've seen today. I want to say everyone, but I could be off on that. Certainly the majority of them, so we haven't been able to see much Valk get played. Of course, in this game, she is going to be available, and so Storm's going to be bringing that operator. Will allow for some cool C4 plays. Lycos also has one of those, so 2 Nitro Cells being brought out if they want to play from down below. Could be a very good strategy on this bomb site. But Phoenix do have pressure down there, so it's not going to be free. You're going to have to win some gunfights if you want to utilize that strategy. It all just depends what gets cleared out by Phoenix. At the moment, they're setting themselves up to go for a pretty default push coming in from this library side.
Top floor control established pretty darn quickly, as I don't believe anyone from Intense was sitting in a power position or had a hole opened up. They really just have the reinforcements here to stall and not allow that exact wall panel that's been reinforced to be opened up by a soft breach gadget. Instead, you would have to force hard breach utility to be utilized on that side instead, and sometimes you simply don't want to get rid of it, especially on this site where you need to focus most of that hard breach utility. In this case, it's just Selma's on the side of Phoenix Academy to be spent on Bunker Wall. As soon as Bunker Wall gets opened up, then you force your way in for the plant, unless you're trying to open up from Solar side, which does not seem to be the side of the map that Phoenix Academy are attacking from at this moment in time.
So as we get into this last 75 seconds on the clock, 10 players still up in the server. The pressure's going to start to mount for Phoenix. They really need to start getting themselves an advantage. It's been a pretty passive hold from N10 so far. They do have this wall open that heads towards Library Stairs, but it's going to be Gladius that gets the first kill in a limbo. Another one as well coming in for Phoenix. They've got the two-man advantage now, just peeking in throughout that bomb site. These defenders don't have enough places to hide. With 45 seconds, this is looking like a pretty solid take. Pressure on the piano window as Unflix starts with this kit. He's going to be getting about halfway through, looking to stop it maybe on this defense. The Toxic Babes are out, and they're dealing damage. Will they get the kill? Doesn't matter. He gets out and got the kit down. That's huge. Owen gets one more frag. There's another one eventually traded, but I don't know if this is going to be possible from Angel. He's going to be coming inside the backside, but it's so difficult in this post plant. 1v3 coming up against these opponents. They're going to have strong angles, and he's got not a lot of time left to work with. Great shot from Ghana to be able to finish it out, and Phoenix take round number 10.
That was okay. Top floor control. You need to establish a lot of it very quickly. They did. Phoenix had that well scouted. It was well droned, and just by nature of it, almost like their drones, they Intense just decided, okay, we'll just give you the rest of this map. So library is clear, top fireplace is clear, and it's a one-dimensional push. Phoenix aren't pushing from the opposite side of the map. Instead, they're only opting for bunker, which is pretty safe and pretty standard, but there's no pressure. No one's getting aggressive. No one from Intense decides to swing, which to a certain extent does work. However, you need to force some kind of pressure on the bomb. It was planted without any congestion. Smoke grenades did not come in at an appropriate time to stop it from going down. There simply wasn't any denial. Nobody from down below playing with a nitro cell. No one trying to hold a long angle all the way from master bedroom. Nothing. There simply wasn't anything that Intense were doing other than hoping somebody from Phoenix maybe swung into piano. So they're going back to it for a second consecutive time, but show me something different in this case, because there was nothing very redeeming about their overall quote-unquote defensive setup last round.
Based on the chat going on, it seems like maybe NTNS thought that Ashes on the Smoke was going to be able to deny a little bit better with those Toxic Babes. They weren't sure. Maybe they were thrown a little bit too late. Maybe the first one missed a little bit. Ashes clearly thinking that he should have gotten some sort of a down or something, only dealing about 50 HP. And a little bit of intel from our analyst, Stick. Ashes apparently playing on Hype Unit in Challenger League, now coming over to this team, probably just for the tournament to sub in for a little bit. Kind of interesting, because Intense, to make it to the Razer Invitational, had to beat Hype Unit in the qualifier to get here. So I guess they had an opening after qualifying for the tournament and liked how Ashes played and, well, brought him on board.
As far as I'm aware, Hype Unit did go through a couple of roster changes recently. I'm trying to remember whether he still is on that team or if he was one of the players who was removed post-CL stage. I could be wrong. Point is, he does have a lot of CL pedigree, regardless of what team he's currently on. That is a great thing to have on your side, especially against a lot of sorry, with all due respect, cracked out of their mind Mexican Academy players. Like, the only reason why some of these guys probably aren't playing at a pro level in Mexico is solely because they simply aren't of age yet. And we all can speak to how good some of these underage gunners can be, especially. So you have Ashes on your team, that should be a pretty good counter.
Yeah, absolutely. Storm going to get the opening kill. That's going to be onto the Buck. Very happy with that one. Of course, last time, it was a long time before we saw any of those frags actually, fold out and get played. But that's not what we're seeing this time around. An early pick, some early aggression. This is what you were asking for. Something, and here's a swing. Oh, Pyro shuts both of them down with 2 quick headshots. The R4C. That's a beautiful way to give yourself back into man advantage and Intense. You just don't need to swing those. Certainly, you don't need to swing that with 2. They go from having the man advantage to it quickly falling through their fingers. And just as we were saying, this looks like a way better round. They're in good positions. They got the Buck. That's an important operator. It seems like it's all fallen by the wayside, Jacob.
Yeah, at least for right now. I don't think they're going to be able to recover it either, because they're losing bodies faster than they can replenish their own HP. And now they still can go for the exact same setup that they were looking for before, but that's already 2 Toxic Babes being utilized. and there's still a little bit of a window between now and when the round ends for them to get that diffuser down, and there's only one canister left for Ashes to utilize in this scenario. So give it a couple of seconds and see if they want to make a swing. But now Storm's being down. It's just on Ashes. The swing with the SMG-11 is successful, but that's not the player with the case. Very nearly another frag, and he does end up finding it. But Phoenix Academy, off the back of us coming in with only 3 rounds remaining, they win 2 of them, and all of a sudden they are 1 map away from a date with Wichita Wolves in the semifinals tomorrow.
So, I mean, really strong play there in those last couple of rounds that we did get to see, particularly in that final round, Pyro stopping those swings. I mean, I gotta be a little critical here. If you are NTNS, you don't have to swing that. You're already in advantage. These are the moments where you've got to remember, you know, as a team with the lead, you can just chill out. You're going to win the round if everything just goes default. It's not on you to make the play. That's on them. I think they got a little bit overeager there. As soon as that door got opened up, they thought, oh no, you know, what are we going to do? We have somebody looking into our bomb site. But it wasn't that bad. They could have played a little bit more passively. I guess it is what it is. They'll look on to map number 2.
Yep, and true to form, as everything else has been so far for this first round, it will be Consulate for map number 2. But before we get to that, I am curious if there is a curious play that we can see on the intel play of the map specifically in that case, just out of curiosity, because we did come in and we missed a pretty fair chunk of the story of that game. As was mentioned on the analyst desk before, that's the closest scoreline I think we've seen from any of these series thus far. Didn't see the Dubium game, but the Sonics and the Wichita Wolves did not permit any more than 3 rounds to be won on either one of those. So let's see what we ended up here. Oh, it's the play that wins the game outright, I believe, for Phoenix Academy. Pyro is just going to hold an angle, maybe wait for a swing. He's not even pressuring at this point in the round. He's just looking for it, but they line up. They line up from Closet with the swing from the Jaeger. 2 heads, 2 clicks so fast. Yep. This one was a pretty darn good play of the game.
I don't mind Angel, like, way in the back there, going for, like, a quick peek, being like, oh, maybe I'll just see who's over there. Limbo, I guess he's holding the angle on the side of Angel.
I don't mind the player in front, I mind the Jaeger 100%.
He's swinging way too hard there. Limbo's got to cool it a little bit, especially he should know that his teammate is holding that angle, right? He should know, all right, you know, my castle's got this. If my castle dies, maybe then I think about swinging and, you know, getting his refrag, but don't swing at the same time. That's how that 2K happens, and, you know, nice from Pyro to be able to hit those shots. They line up perfectly for him, and he's like, yeah, I will take that. Thank you very much.
All right, well, I think from an overall stats point of view, this screen actually for the replay does kind of illustrate how some individual players were doing. I think the only one who is really somebody who you had to worry about, I need to remember what his name was, Lycos, I believe, on Intense. It was probably a cause for concern just in terms of the frags that he was finding. Everyone else on Phoenix was up and down the board, but they obviously still came out with a win. And they have some really good gunners on that squad, just kind of as we've so far established. So the key for Intense here is forcing a third map and just keeping your kills about the same level of consistency as you can with Phoenix. I'm already invested because Intense against Phoenix seems like it'll be the single closest game that we have on the day. But are we looking at a case where Oregon gets forced? We'll find out.
Yeah, going into the second ban phase on Consulate, they obviously will need to step it up if they want to force that to happen. Another Nomad ban on Consulate, we've seen this before. That happened in just our last game. Thatcher, obviously, a very common ban as well. I believe the most banned out operator in the entire game across pretty well every region, no matter where you look. Seems like Thatcher is not a popular op for people to keep around. Makes sense. Very strong there. So Nomad, Thatcher, both gone. Last time we saw the Nomad banned out to enable some Lion play. I do wonder if that's going to be a similar story, or if maybe we'll see a little bit more Zero or some other operator fill in that flank watch role. Valkyrie, we've talked to death about why you banned this operator, especially on Consulate. It's so easy to go for spawn peaks and aggressive plays if Valk's up. And even if you're playing passive, I mean, that intel on the roam is so valuable. And so no surprise she gets taken out. And Mira as well. Very strong on the Garage bomb site, on Teller's Archives. Can be used on the other bomb sites as well. Solid ban.
Nope, no complaints. I still remember the days when Thatcher was like a LATAM exclusive ban almost.
Yeah, me
like,
too.
They would take it down because they favored a far heavier frag-oriented playstyle back then. And we're talking like 2019, early 2020, so to speak. And then as time has gone on, everyone else has begun to adopt the use of said Thatcher ban for themselves. to varying degrees of success, I think I would say, because it's still another ban that revolves around hard breach. It's not a hard breach ban by itself, but it still matters for so many things in the context of utility that can be denied or can't be denied, especially when it pertains to hard breach. And that's mostly where you end up using it. Like, I think Thatcher, even through his rework, has been played the exact same way through the entirety of his lifespan. You're throwing an EMP down the wall, you're making sure there's no utility on the other side of it, you're trying to get it open, whether it be with Hibana pellets or Selmas or exothermic charges. You're also maybe even providing some cover for a Maverick in that case. It all relates back to hard breach, but it's no longer uniform to just one region at this point anymore. Everyone loves using it, but again, it is to varying degrees of success.
Yeah, I mean, LATAM starts a trend, then all of a sudden they're winning all the world championships. So I think the rest of the world probably is following suit and got the right idea with that.
Prediction foreshadowing from our resident analyst.
Well, I suppose it's not over yet, but they're certainly looking good. Focusing on this invitational, the Razer Invitational, though, and we've got a garage hold to start things off again for Phoenix Academy. I anticipate we'll see a similar meta to North America. They are technically in a different region, right? Mexico never actually has any crossplay with NA until they go to the majors or invite, those really important tournaments where the entire, world comes together. Because they are on the Latin American circuit rather than North American circuit, but because they're so close in proximity, you get a lot of Mexican teams scrimming against the, sort of the American and Canadian teams. So the metas do tend to be relatively similar. I don't expect we'll see much CEO, but who knows? Phoenix Academy certainly could have some surprises. And what is this? Oh, Unflixed almost had a free kill on the Lycos who didn't have his gun out, but looks like he's not going to get anything and actually gets punished down so early in this round.
All I saw was a motorcycle helmet just kind of show up at like the base of a window. I didn't even know where it was coming from, but he's not completely down, or he's down. Can't do anything aside from relay intel back, and he'll need to see if he can get picked up, but I do believe the possibility still exists for Phoenix. Just give it some time, and they can move back into position to get him. He is down inside a projector, so I don't believe there will be a player who can circle back around and get him. Instead, I believe Phoenix is probably better off just holding their zone. Like, they want the roam to still be successful. Ooh, Limbo does take the first. No, he just downs him. Never mind. He didn't actually have a kill someplace else, but it still does allow the last two roamers from Phoenix to kind of get away at least a little bit. I don't know why Kaid is the one picking the top of yellow, but the other roamer does come back down through Spiral. Both players on Phoenix Academy who were situated upstairs do get back downstairs safely. Only problem is they've lost one player in the process.
And there's another one. Pyro going to be taken down by Lycos. That's the player that we highlighted from Intense in that last map for the rounds that we were able to catch. And looking at the stats, so good for this team to be able to start getting a couple more frags. Of course, they are playing on that zero. We talked about the Nomad ban, what that might mean. It is the zero bringing in this time, not the Lion. So fair enough, another very strong operator. And they're going to use it to gain that two-man advantage. And when you lose this many on the roam clear, if you waste a lot of time, it can be pretty valuable, but they didn't waste an amazing amount of time. There is still good, 60 seconds on that clock. A little bit of pressure on Intense for sure, but I would say they're in the advantageous situation. Ash is going to make it even better as they do find Gladys, so really looking good. Moving over towards the garage side of things. I don't know if the wall's actually opened yet. It is still not open. I guess it doesn't matter. It's a 5v1. Ashes is just killing everybody, so you don't need the wall open, I guess. But this could be a threat if they weren't in such a disadvantage already.
No, there's not so much that Owen can really do by himself. All right, one kill, but one kill is not a round win. Four more of them still left to acquire, and most people on Intense are already aware of how he will situate himself. They're just going to hold crossfires. The wall itself hasn't been opened yet, I don't believe, or it's being worked on by the Hibana. Yep, has already forced entry inside, so default plant will go down back behind White Van, but at this point, hardest retake in the game, and now it does just become a lost cause. Nothing you can really do for Phoenix. I'd say just kind of use this as a chance to figure out what your next defense is going to look like, because at this point, the round is absolutely hopeless. Maybe one or two more kills for Owen if he wants to make a flank up, can get an exit frag just to pad the stats. He will do that with the sledge. Maybe one more bathroom. He just wants these kills, and there isn't crossfire from Intense in this case until finally Angel does peek all the way from yellow. Wow, that's a long angle. But yep, there we go. 1-0. And I believe that could very well have been Intense's first lead of the series.
Yes, might have been. You know, the reason why we're saying this is like so done as soon as the kit's planted, not only is it a 1v4, but statistically, this is the hardest bomb site to win if the attackers can plant the defuse kit. So if you're on defense, no matter what the situation is, it's almost impossible to reclaim that. Just because once you get an attacker outside that garage door, there's so many angles and it's such a long sight line you got to challenge. It's not realistic. So yeah, NTNS definitely going to take that one. For Phoenix, you know, you're going for a roam strategy. I don't mind that. You lose 2 on the roam without wasting enough time. You kind of know that you have to make something happen. I'm going to go ahead and assume that the reason why they lost, you know, even more after that was they were trying to make some plays. We didn't catch them on the camera, but I've got to imagine that Phoenix saw they were down 2 players, saw there was good time for NTNS, and said, we've got to make something, like, we got to get something going here. Unfortunately, Ash is 100% ready for that, and I think that is good game sense from NTNS as well, recognizing that, all right, we've now got the 2-man lead. They're probably going to start panicking. Let's play it cautious. We've got a lot of time, and that's exactly what they did. Very standard clear, and NTNS definitely feeling good after that first round.
Back downstairs to Garage we go. I think Phoenix is definitely a team that I have a little bit more confidence in, but only based on name value. Like, there really isn't anything like that you and I can look at in terms of having watched this part of the scene to understand that these guys are really good. We have 1 map win under their belts on Chalet, which is great, but aside from that, there really isn't anything else to go off of. But just by nature of that confidence, I do think that them going to a bomb site twice in a row means that they have a better understanding of what went wrong and can adapt forward and make some sort of change heading into the second round. In this case, I do believe that the operator lineup stays mostly the same, but I am a little confused. Please tell me the Maestro was not going to stay upstairs and he was just going up to console office just to destroy the hatch and just kind of leave it there. That's my guess. But use more of the roam that you have on a map like this. It is window simulator. It is verticality simulator. Use all of the things that this map gives you on defense to stall and stall and stall.
Yeah, when you're going for a roam strategy and you don't have like a mute, for example, you do often need to bring the Maestro up in the prep phase just to open some of those hatches. That's what I imagine Gladius was up to. He also placed an Evil Eye really late. I wonder if that's somewhere cheeky up on the top floor where it's going to help with the roamers, or if he just placed it late down in the basement. Didn't catch that, but you know, maybe we'll find it some point during this round. Good droning going on at the very start here from Intense, and again, as you mentioned, it is the same kind of a hold, at least in terms of operators, but I don't see any roamers. There's one going down yellow stairs, but as far as the top floor is concerned, it's fully cleared, and the main floor is like mostly cleared, if not also cleared completely as well. So perhaps a bit of a fake roam coming in from Phoenix, slowing down NTNS without putting themselves in any actual danger.
Yeah, they only figured out the top floor was clear off of intel from cameras and not putting any bodies upstairs with the potential for somebody sitting in a corner to then risk the life of one of their roam clears. So that's not honestly bad, though it does still mean that they now have to affect entry into the building itself and kind of work from top floor down, which will also still take a little bit of time because they're not totally certain how much utility is on the first floor as opposed to the second. But most of it still seems to have been decimated for the most part, and the utility that remains is still situated on basement, which means it's just a matter of clearing out what you see in front of you as you make your push down a couple of different avenues. Most of it does seem like it's going to happen on yellow. It could happen on spiral as well, but the pressure is now going to be on Intense to figure out what to do without the use of those zero cams anymore. I'd say he's done his job. They made sure that there was nobody on the top 2 floors above the bomb site with the use of that Argus launcher, but it's still something you would love to have in your back pocket. You don't want to lose a gun when you still haven't found any bodies yet on Phoenix's side, and you only have 40 seconds left with which to make your execute.
Yeah, well, they made sure nobody was up above, but they didn't watch their flanks, and now somebody is reaggressed up onto that top floor. That's how they managed to get the kill on the Lycos, and they're definitely going to be worried about that. If any more pushes come through, Pyro gets the second kill through the floorboards. Big one onto Limbo. That's not one you ever expect to win, but feels very good for Phoenix. Going to be now playing with a 5v2. This last player, Limbo, could be picked up by the Buck, but it's just way too dangerous at this point. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Angel to stay alive. He went for the pickup, absolutely a bait. Gon is going to punish it so hard, and now Angel, just as we said the 1v5 was hard for the defense, it's also very difficult for attack. Sees the barrel of the gun after getting the first kill, but Gladius is just better with the Alder, and that's going to be Phoenix tying things up way better of a round here on the bottom bomb site.
So we said Phoenix needed to make some sort of adaptation to make going back to the same bomb site twice in a row worth it. It's not even that they made an adaptation. It's just that Intense did not know what to do with so much early map control. I think they almost anticipated there being somebody maybe top yellow, bathroom side, in console office somewhere. But when they drone and use intel to make sure there isn't anybody upstairs, they're like they simply don't take control fast enough. They're waiting for people to open up the hole, or like holes in the soft floor above garage. They have one person on yellow. They don't push anyone spiral. There's no one pushing Visa stairs or archives. There simply isn't pressure anywhere else, even though they don't need to worry about getting flanked because every single player on Phoenix Academy is downstairs. So confusing on the timing, I just don't get it. I don't totally understand why they just didn't push when they had the ability to do so.
I do want to give credit to Phoenix though, because there was maybe not a change in like the setup that they ran with or the necessarily utility, but the way they played that roam was actually very different on the side of Phoenix Academy, because the first round they were aggressively holding that top floor. They were trying to waste time. It didn't work. They got slammed. So the second round they made a really good call to fake like they were doing that. Waste a good bit of time from NTNS, who like expected that to happen, so they cleared it very carefully, and then go for that late flank rotating up. And with the Nomad banned out, you're gonna have a relatively safe time going for that. You do have to worry about the cameras, the SAM cams being deployed by Lycos, but if nobody's on the cameras, they're not gonna catch you. So really well adapted by Phoenix. They're gonna take their round off of it, and yeah, I like that call. It seemed pretty high level.
Time wasting is the name of the game, and Phoenix need to keep that trend going. I would say you would do so well just by your own sake for finishing out the series as fast as humanly possible. Intenser still fighting off the back foot because they weren't able to get a win on Chalet, even though it was the closest map that we have seen so far in the Razer Invitational. But time is of the essence for Intense. You need to preserve as much of it as you can. You need to act upon that. And for Phoenix, you need to get a player up. You got to get Malusi. I'm not even certain where she was down, though I do want to assume that because it's a roam player, it could very well be on the top floor. Not entirely certain from the feed that we're looking at, but we will see if it's possible to get her back up. It is. So all 5 players still remaining up, and I do want to assume we don't have points enabled for this kind of setting, so I don't think NTNS is able to act off any of that sort of intel. Lycos, ooh! One player just kind of whips all the way from paper back to vending machine, and Lycos has no idea until it's far too late. We see the outlines, but they can't. There, finally, is the opening pick as Intense is going to hope to use that Mozzie frag to full advantage and get a round win.
Storm following it up from Ash's first kill. They're going to take down Pyro as well as Unflixed earlier in the round. So that's those roamers gone once more. This looks very similar to what we saw back in round number 1, where the roam game just didn't really have a long-lasting impact. It's pretty early in the round to be clearing out 2 roamers without losing anybody. This is bad for Phoenix. They've not managed to give them anything in Storm with the second one as well. Likely going for a play, but without having too much HP, Storm on the window is able to shut that down easy peasy. And so now we see Phoenix in a very desperate situation. They're in a 2v5. They've got to move like more up on that top floor because it's been fully taken over by NTNS. It seems like when they hard commit to these roams, Phoenix just aren't having any success in staying alive or getting picks, and you've got to do one.
Can they deny with only a smoke and an echo left up? It's possible. Area denial plus a yokai, but that needs to come down to stellar timing and ensuring that they're not getting flanked, which they haven't been able to do very successfully. Like, if you have a massive body count slide in one direction, so far through this tournament, it's looking very unlikely that you will ever clutch a 1v5, but it will still depend on what the attacking response looks like. That's a whiff and a half. The Echo might still have a frag, and he does. That's case dropped, but it's now a 4 versus 1. It's only left up to the smoke. They have to go back through barbed wire and the smoke to grab the diffuser and just get it down as fast as they can, and that is exactly what Ashes does. The crossfire from Lycos will net one more round in the coffin for Intense. Good lord, it was close, but still too many bodies lost too soon for Phoenix.
Yeah, that was a little bit closer than I think it should have been. You're in the 5v2. You're up against very good operators to shut down your plant. Obviously, a smoke and an echo, 2 of the best operators you can have in that situation. But you're still in the huge man advantage. You should be able to just plant the front door, play it safe. But it looked like Angel went really deep, trying to get that plant down. Unfortunately, died to the echo. That's a disaster moment. That's where things could really fall apart. Thankfully, they refragged. They managed to get both kills pretty quickly after that. So it wasn't too bad, and really, their good play early in the round to clear out those roamers pays off, wins them the round, but a little bit sloppy towards the end from Intense, and that's something where they got to look back at and think, well, sometimes we lose that, right? Oftentimes it's safe, but we could have played it a little bit more safe, and you're playing with fire a little bit in that situation. Don't get burned, but you got to watch out for that going forward.
I want to keep on calling them NTNS. I know that the name is intense, and I get the correct spelling, but oh my god, put an I in front of it, I beg of you. Gentlemen, I'll do whatever it takes. My own malding spirit aside, yeah, the clears from Intense are working pretty damn effectively, and the one time so far it's been disrupted was when Phoenix went for that fake roam, almost to a degree, if you can call it that. But here we go to one of probably my favorite bomb sites in the entire game, the one where the floor is literally lava. So take a look at how many nitro cells we have on Phoenix Academy's lineup. 3. We also have a Pulse, who's not running a nitro for reasons I don't completely understand.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the play very typically is you play the Pulse down below Tellers, and you have the Pulse scanner reveal when somebody is attempting to plant the diffuser. But you also can have the Pulse use a nitro cell to stop it from below. In this case, I'm going to assume, I mean, the only thing you can do is that Pyro can use that scanner from below, but the other members of his team are going to be the ones to act upon that intel instead and use their own nitro cells. But they might, I don't even know if Intents are going to bother going for Tellers. Most of them have just stormed from Garage into the rest of Basement and may just try to take Archives rather than even worrying about the first floor.
All right, Jacob, this is where the barbed wire comes in clutch. You don't have a C4. You don't have a Mira, importantly, banned out, so you can't bring her for this bomb site to deny the horizontal push. But the barbed wire gives a little bit of intel. There's Ashes for the first pick anyways, though. Pyro's already put down his utility, but still, that's a big pick to be able to claim them. Lucy Gadget is also giving a little bit of intel, like Host with another kill on the Gladius. So it looks like these frags are really falling in favor of Intense. They've now got a big man advantage. They just get pushed from Gona, but Gona loses the fight. Traded, I guess, but Ashes gets so much more than he ever should. Not deserving of that kill, but manages to, gun up and get it anyways. Well played by Ashes. And now we're in the 4v2, and they can rotate back up to the top floor. I mean, over half the round still to go. They can plant up top. That's totally fine. You've deleted the Pulse out of the server. 2 C4s still, but with no intel to guide those. And from what I could tell, most of that floorboard's still intact. This is a solid plant. Angel's going to go for it. Again, they should be able to hear it, but they're just guessing on C4s. Unflix completely misses. One going for another one, but it's far too late. Tosses it up. Won't find anything for his troubles, though. And a Storm up above. This is a very difficult retake. If you're Phoenix, you've got to come up these stairs. It's being watched by a Storm, or up the spiral stairs instead. Probably your better bet. I think that is where we see these players going from Owen and Unflex. Couple more players covering for these angles as well. 25 seconds now. They're rotating over to the spiral staircase. Not seeing anybody there either. Finally, a slow creep up here. Should get punished. Very close. Half damage, a little bit more. Unflix goes down to the process, and eventually Lycos claims both kills. NCNS, a fantastic round number 4, and they're looking quite good on Consulate.
Is it them looking good on Consulate, or is it Phoenix simply not looking like they're even in the same lobby at the moment? This is a team, by the way, is still up by 1 map, and this is the most competitive series we've seen thus far, which is great, but it still does raise questions about how Phoenix is prepared to play the site in the first place. I don't know if Pulse picking barbed wire over the C4 was a misclick of some kind, if that wasn't necessarily intentional. It still didn't net anything because the Pulse, that pivotal operator, the intel that you require to tell if somebody is planting in Tellers, is taken out so early, and there isn't a Valk that you can just shove a camera up there. They didn't opt to play Maestro, and when they, even if they did, it probably would have been ineffectual based on how fast Intense were moving to the bomb and just finding frags along the way. They cleared out everything on Archives before they even worried about putting a body upstairs in Tellers to get the plant down. Like, that's their priority. Clear out bottom floor so then we can work on top floor. Whereas the strategy usually is clear out top floor to work on bottom floor. They worked it inversely, and now we sit here at a 3-1.
I think, like, a large part of that is just the Mira ban, right? Like, it's so much easier going for this horizontal take through Garage when Mira is not able to be played. Again, my theory is that they use the barbed wire and those Banshees to try to substitute in for a Mira, still give you that intel when they're coming up, but that Pulse was way too overextended to gain any intel from the Banshees or barbed wire. So yeah, definitely not going the way of Phoenix. Maybe they got to rethink that one. And certainly, with the Banshees, the C4 probably is the right pick. But I digress. We'll move on. Round number 5, they do switch up their bomb sites, and we're coming back around try to defend here, and it's another Roam game with Ghana popping off to the very start. That's the best start to the Roam they've had so far, Jacob.
Yep, knock out the Ashes, knock out the player who used to be in Challenger League, who I did check. He's actually not with Hype Unit at this point anymore. But still, really, really good potent gunner that you can't use for the rest of the round. So as the rest of this progresses, I am interested in how Phoenix can use that opening pick to their advantage, something that they've not had for most of this map thus far. And even if they did, it gets swept aside because we've seen so many rounds go 5-2 in the favor of Intense before Phoenix really have any way to correct their mistakes. They've got ample time with which to do so now. So don't look at everything that has failed so far. Just look at how you can continue to stall for as much time as possible. You can keep on droning, but most of the drones have been, I believe, have been destroyed. Angel doesn't have any left, and so far Ash was only able to whip one of them out, and Lycos has one gun too. So you want to use the Argus camps to its fullest extent possible, and it seems like it's mostly the same clear that they had last time Phoenix were defending basement. They just put the Argus cams up top, make sure no one is in any of those rooms. Those cams can see through either side of the wall that they're in as well, which is awesome. But what's not nearly as good is the fact that Storms isn't dead. That Nitro Cell doesn't claim his life. Phoenix instead can... They still have a sledge to worry about at this point. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, well, Pyro's going to also get down. That's another big problem. You no longer have that man advantage. Lyco stopping the flank. That was huge. The one time Phoenix were able to win this bomb site. Now Unflix will be able to get a kill onto Storm to trade it out. So the sledge no longer an issue. Very nice they were able to get that trade. I think you trade a Jaeger for a sledge any day of the week. Not that those kills were necessarily linked, but still a good one-for-one overall on the board for Phoenix. They're feeling very confident now trying to hold this. There are only a couple more Ash charges to utilize. I was worried they'd be slowing down after losing Ashes early on in this round, but clearly the speed has been perfect for Intense as they continue to push onto this bomb site. Ripping up as much of those floorboards as they can. That's the last breaching charge. Still get a good amount out, to be honest, with Ash. I mean, you can still do quite a bit of damage to those floorboards, but it's not over yet. With 35 seconds, the hardest part is yet to come.
Timing is going to be so crucial, but the flank is picked up wonderfully as Phoenix, their only player up top trying to disrupt this initial attack strategy, now can't play it force into any of the rest of this round. Just dropping drones, seeing if they can't grab any more intel, are intense, but I think for the moment, Phoenix are kind of bunkered up. They're not about to leave this position, but the smoke plant is about to go into full effect unless it gets stopped dead in its tracks. That's both Glad and Unflex with 1 kill apiece, and it's going to be all on Limbo, who still does find 2 kills back to back, but it will still fall on the Kaid, who's just hiding behind White Van, and Ash can't get back to it nearly fast enough. Phoenix stopped the bleeding, if only momentarily, but they needed that round bad.
I don't know if you've got to swing that, to be honest with you. I think probably you just go for the plants. Maybe he's worried about, like, the C4 would be the threat, but hopefully you've got somebody behind you to try to cover for that. As the person going for the plant, you don't need to be the one going for that. Maybe he was going for the, the more aggressive plant position, just on that sort of right wall. That's a possibility. You do get a bit different angles to be safe from. You're safe from yellow, but you're less safe from the cafeteria angles. It's the call he makes. He goes for the swing, loses the gunfight, and loses the round because of it. I guess hindsight is 2020, so we know now that obviously swinging isn't the play. I guess in the moment it did feel like the play for them, and because of it, Phoenix will take the lead. That was a very back and forth round, and I am happy to see Phoenix taking it in the end because it did feel like they had such a good early round. But yeah, overall, NTNS did a whole lot to bring that one back, and that one easily could have gone either way.
Back up to console. So the theory that you had at the very beginning of this map about whether we would see console because Phoenix liked screaming NA teams, well, they're going to try it for their very last game or their very last round on defense, but I don't know. I'm curious. I mean, what is the Mexican T2 version of holding this site any different from the North American T1 version of holding this site?
I mean, probably not. I also don't hate that they're going here because Teller's Archives was a disaster. So if you've got to go to a third bomb site, fair enough. I don't know if lobby is open at the moment. I wasn't keeping track of that, but would have been a solid pick as well. So in either case, they go to the top floor. This is where they're at. And yeah, I imagine it'll be similar. Usually North American teams just like load up. I mean, It's hard to say what North American teams usually do because we don't see them here, but I guess from other regions, typically you load up on, guns that you can challenge windows. It's very difficult at times to not get picked off. That's the big thing, is usually the attackers on this bomb site are able to get on windows, get on the skylight, and get those early kills that will often lead into a round win. There's just so many angles they can be on that staying alive is difficult. And one of the best ways to do so is doing just that. Challenge the windows, force them to get off of those angles so that you can feel a little bit safe. You've got to be proactive when you're defending on this bomb site, because if you just sit still, they're going to find you on a window and they're going to punish you.
Ashes was the player who was taken down at the very start of that last round, so I don't want to say that the success of Phoenix hinges on whether he's able to find kills or not, but just for the moment, that initial frag, it's the opposite of what you need. If you're Phoenix, again, we're on window repel simulator, and that's just not the kind of thing you need to start a round out, especially when you're trying to hunker down and not allow Intense to find a free kill like that. Windows weren't even open, so I can't necessarily blame Smoke for being that close to it, but still, you're losing your smoke, which means you can really plant anywhere you want, and there isn't base area denial from any of the other members of Phoenix Academy. The only thing they would be able to deny with are guns and a couple of nitro cells, and that really isn't the strategy that you need right now.
I will say, there are a lot of nitro cells on the side of Phoenix, 3 of them. The problem is there's no intel, right? So you're going to be throwing those things blind. If Intense read into that and plant somewhere that's not really default, that's going to be easy game, assuming the strategy is for C4, as Glad he is with the first one, and following up with the gun of Gona, all of a sudden they've claimed this man advantage, and that C4 working very nicely despite the lack of intel. They are in a really good spot just like that. The 2 players whose names start with a G will be able to work together, get those couple of kills. Storm also getting down now, and this looks very difficult for Intense. They've got just Angel and Limbo alive on this sort of admin side of the bomb site. Gona with another kill that is going to be finishing off the 1 player, and just like that, the collapse comes in. Phoenix Academy win round number 6, and a half that looked kind of poor for them ends off not too bad.
Yeah, they clawed back.
Yeah.
Much to my surprise, seeing how those first couple of rounds played out, they defend console with weaponry, and that's despite losing Smoke super early on. There wasn't anybody on Intense who could have even gone for a plant by the point that Smoke had gone down, because everyone was, there was a shield in front of Bathroom, there was a player still sitting on top yellow, everyone on that final collapse who just kind of swarmed in from long desk all came in within like the last 3 seconds when they realized, oh, there's probably only 1 person that's left standing. And there also couldn't be crossfire set up very accurately from Intense, because they had 1 person watching, top Visa, but he couldn't cover the guy from long, who couldn't cover the one from Bathroom. Phoenix were just in too many places all at the same time, and I will stand by, as much as that bomb site sucks to defend, I will argue it also sucks just as much to attack if you don't know what you're doing.
Sure, I think that's valid. I think a lot of things suck in Siege if you don't know what you're doing, to be fair. It can be a complicated game, but, Consulate top floor is certainly no exception. One thing I want to note here is we go for a 3-3 split to end in the second half. Mentally, things might start to get a little bit draining for Intense. I mean, they not only need to close out this map, get another 4 rounds, or 5 if it pushes into overtime, but they also need to be able to win the second map as well, or the third map, I suppose. It will be Oregon if we end up there. And we talked about how maybe Wichita Wolves were rushing to get home for dinner. Well, NTNS are going to have to delay their reservation if they want to win this match, because they've got a long road ahead of them. Phoenix on the other side are going to be even more motivated to end this, so they don't have to go for that third map. They want to be able to close this one out and have the rest of their evening to prepare for tomorrow, because again, there's really important games, semifinals and grand finals going on tomorrow, and these 2 teams need as much time as possible to get ready for those. Of course, there's one thing that stands in their way, and that's going to be each other before they can start focusing on those next couple games.
Intense is trying to be the sole Pugstack team to make it all the way to the semifinals, when we initially had the other 4 teams scouted out. We thought, so far, I think we're pretty safe in saying we were 3 for 3 on predictions already. We knew Sonics was going to go, Dubio was going to go, Wichita was going to go. But Phoenix are getting their money's worth out of a team that probably didn't really have this kind of expectations on their shoulders. So even if they were to make semifinals, the question already, with just a map and a half done, already becomes, will they have a chance against Wichita if they're playing like this?
Not a great start for NTNS. I mean, Phoenix going to get that opening thanks to Unflexed. You've got the Mozzie. That's a big one, obviously, defending this bottom floor. These roamers have been really impactful for both teams, particularly, getting those kills on attack have led to round wins, and keeping them alive on defense have also led to some really important round wins. We have swapped sides, so perhaps the same story won't reign true, but we talked about that opening pick and how important it can be, and this is one of those reasons why. With Ashes taken off of the board, now there's a lot more pressure put onto the players of Intense. They're really going to need to play safe, play a little bit more passive. They could go for some swings to try to equalize. I don't think it's that bad just yet, but as long as these roamers can get back to this bomb site, delay a little bit more time, they should be looking okay, but they've got to be careful. And with Unflexed hitting another shot into limbo, well, that's not exactly what you need.
No more room, so at the very least, Phoenix can storm their way down a couple of staircases and find a couple picks, but not if Angel's got anything to say about it. That is Zof, who has had a pretty slow game thus far. We haven't really had to call Pyro's name for all that much, aside from the very beginning of the game, where he was still only able to find 1 or 2 impactful frags, and that's the only amount of frags that he's got through this game thus far. But there's still plenty of time for Phoenix to unload a couple of mags into the rest of Intense's strategy, but they're still answering back. Storm and Angel both with a couple of kills, and there's nothing on Phoenix. There is no response. None of them are able to trade out. They can't refrag. There's simply nothing doing, and now Diffuser's been down with only a couple of seconds remaining. I do believe a smoke plant at this point is possible. They're not really watching the rotate as it comes in. The smoke babe will go out, but it won't claim Ghana's life. Instead, that will be what Angel does, and now Owen, suddenly a really good man count advantage is just thrown to the wolves. Can he find these last 2 kills in 7 seconds? I don't believe it's possible. Even if Lycos gives him a chance, it will still be a headshot from the SMG-11, and Intense regain the lead again.
That's a really nice round to be able to steal away from your opponents. Phoenix can be kicking themselves if they lost that one. Obviously, they have the man advantage going to the bomb site. 1 player died up above, and then 1 player died on the breach. There was nobody flanking or anything like that, so those must have been some insane shots to come around, firing upwards to the floor holes that have been opened up by the sledge, and then through the breach as well. Those aren't angles that are easy to hit, so really good credit on the side of NTNS for being able to hit those shots and make that happen. Those are the rounds that you just wish you had back if you were Phoenix, because that hurts to lose.
What do you change? What do you change if you're Phoenix? Like, roam clear was great.
Yeah.
They had opening pick. They were really only stalled out with, I think, about 1 minute to 45 seconds left is where their entire approach vector was just stalled and they lost some of their speed. And then when they get onto their final approach, that's when they lose a couple of bodies back to back to back, and there isn't an answer, which is the biggest overall problem for teams who are trying to affect a quick entry, is when you drone out everything on the 2 floors above the bomb site, but then don't drone the bomb site, and you're leaving so many of your people in vulnerable positions, and you can't capitalize on having all of that free real estate 2 floors above. So something needs a little bit of restructuring. I don't know if it's a comms thing. I don't know if it's just because Intense are playing everywhere across the map where they're not expected to be, but they're not playing like a ranked team. They are playing, very, very smartly already for what it's worth.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that the way Intense have been playing have definitely been to a high level, right? These aren't ranked squads, as you mentioned. They are definitely taking things the way they should be. A couple of our earlier games, I guess just the Sonics one, did devolve into, not what you'd expect from competitive Siege, but this one has been a really back and forth contest, and as we head over to the lobby bomb site, we're hoping to see that continue. Obviously, Intense have the lead. This is a bomb site that can be very powerful if you can keep that top floor control. On the side of Phoenix, I don't know if they're really contesting it. They put a Claymore up by that projector runout, but it doesn't look like they are actively contesting it. So this is going to be a take that solely focuses on taking control from these windows and pushing in through either the front door or the piano windows to be able to make a plant happen. I guess it's still early in the round. They could transition to clearing out CEO, but it can be kind of dangerous. If you leave this alone, the defense will absolutely capitalize and punish you when you go for that plant.
Not really confident in where they want to situate the plant yet, though I do think it will probably end up going back to, is Circle Desk clear? And if Circle Desk is clear, then just move right in. I don't know if you're capable of hearing the fire alarm. Right,
we are
right outside of my house, but
away she goes.
All right, sounds good. That is the sign that Phoenix need to get a move on, I suppose. No, but right there. The exact position where Sledge is currently looking is probably where they're going to situate this bomb plant. I don't believe it'll be on Piano. It just depends on whether all of this utility that has been placed upstairs in a projector can be disposed of prior to making your execute back down. And Lycos doing what Lycos does certainly is not going to help.
Plant coming down from Gladius in the 4v4. Phone call coming out from Gona as well, going to make this pretty difficult to contest. Gladius gets off it for a moment. He gets off it again, being shot. That's why he's getting off it the second time. Ashes gets a kill. The Claymore, really good job to stop that run out happening. The C4, though, huge to stop the plant as well. The time, though, it's huge. A minute still on this clock. It feels like we're in the final 10 seconds, but no, we got 60 still on the clock. Swinging in, Unflix hits a nasty shot ahead of Lycos, no more. Finally going to be able to destroy one of those yokai drones as he gets into a new plant position. That's not going to be an annoyance any longer. Pyro's got to have good cover here if Storm goes for the swing. Doesn't look like Storm will, though. Still over in Antechamber. Can take this gunfight, but loses it. And Unflex will win it for Phoenix Academy. Round number 8 goes their direction, and it's once again a tie game.
Tied again at 4. It's really coming down to the wire. Both teams sitting 3 rounds away from... Well, I guess it depends. If you're Phoenix Academy, it's 3 rounds away from a date with Wichita Wolves in the semifinals tomorrow. If it's intense, you're 3 rounds away from forcing Oregon, and then there might be even more Mexican pain about to come down on you on that map, depending on if it looks any similar to their consulate play so far or not. I don't even really think that the way that Phoenix took that site was necessarily advised. Yeah, they knocked out the Jaeger pretty soon, who was playing up in Projector. It took a while to finally find Lycos. They didn't even worry about clearing the player in Bathroom up until it was the last couple of seconds where Sledge got the plant down and just decided to prone. Phoenix did it well, though it was just unexpected because I don't think anyone expects to get a kill on vending machine top yellow when you're rappelling in from piano window. Like, you could play that less risky, but I ultimately can't argue with results. Phoenix Academy tie us back up yet again.
Just the way these teams have been able to dish each other out, going back and forth, so consistent with their mental games. It's really good to see these two squads neither crumbling, right? And that's the thing too, with NTNS looking forward, such a long road ahead. Phoenix, the mental could be just as rough if you're looking at like, come on, 3 more, please. We don't want to get forced onto a 3rd map. It can be really intense in these, high pressure games. It's all about getting that out of your mind, focusing round to round. And that's what these teams so far have seemingly done a good job of. It doesn't seem like any player is like particularly slipping. You look at these kills and it's relatively even. I mean, I think the most we have is 10 and the fewest is 3. Both going to be players on Intense, and that's not that big of a spread, to be totally honest with you. So it's really cool to see every single player stepping up, giving it their all. Nobody has been having a particularly poor game, and at this level, that's exactly what you want.
Yep, and on the opposite side of the coin, Phoenix also don't, like, there's only one player that only has 2 frags, and everyone else is 5, 6, 7. So pretty darn evenly matched for a game that, again, when we began today, we weren't expecting to go this long. So credit where credit is due, I think. Oh, to Intense, I was just about to say, but Lycos gets his feet taken clean off because now they're disintegrated from the frag grenade, and every other part of this attack now is going to basically be done almost the same. But Angel, a good swing. I don't think anyone even expected him to be back quarter piano, but he is, and now drones will be destroyed in tandems, which means I don't even know if they know the Jaeger's still here. He will finally get back out of the corner, but he's already wasted 1 body. He's wasted drone intel, and I don't know how Phoenix are going to respond to that.
I mean, great trade. I don't know how Angel gets out there. I guess just not enough manpower and a little bit poor timing getting onto that rappel, letting the Jaeger escape. So that is not feeling great if you're Phoenix. But the opening kill into the top frag always does feel good. And it was a nice nade from Unflixed as well. They've still got a game plan. Of course, Phoenix can't let that bother them. Losing their sledge doesn't mean that top floor isn't an important objective for them. They'd like to be able to get inside there, and it looks like that is their focus, but it might just be the same plant where they go from these windows, they place that Claymore to stop anybody from going for the projector rappel. You'd assume that gets impacted this time around. Both Limbo and Ashes, Ashes the more likely of the two to try it, could impact trick that before going for the run out. We'll just have to wait and see, but with a minute 13 on the clock, the top floor does seem unlikely. Unless Pyro swings in and goes for something kind of late, the focus is going to be on just pushing this middle floor without a huge amount of man advantage. There's the first kill from Gona as we enter this final minute. Ashes trades it out. Gona, a second one, though, and this is going to get very close. Rushing in through Antechamber again. Still a minute on this clock, Jacob. It seems like these teams are so eager to get into gunfights that they're not necessarily in the best positions. However, as I say that, Gladius can plant.
He'll get the plant down, I think. Oh, no, he won't.
No, he can't.
As soon as I say that, he definitely won't be doing it because he doesn't drone out the player in bathroom. Still a massive problem. And now everyone, this advantage that Phoenix had slipped through their fingers within a matter of seconds. Everyone is already gone. Intense just 1-for-1. Trade out. Your diffuser, like...
Yeah.
Ace rushes in. He's got diffuser. He doesn't know that there's a player inside bathroom, which is the problem that they dealt with up until the very last second, the round prior to that. The reason why that player in bathroom wasn't a problem is because he was the only one left. There were still 3 players remaining around every other part of the bomb site that Intense could still have used to stop the plant, and Phoenix didn't clear. They simply didn't clear. You can't rely on Gona to get a 2K every single round. It's nice, it's not expected, but you need additional help up top if you're going to go for a lobby plant. So that's a flub. That's a massive flub on Phoenix's part, and they only have a couple more rounds of leeway that they can work with before things get down to match point territory. And if you're Intense, you're 1 round away from it yourself.
On Chalet, I was, praising Wichita Wolves on how quickly they were going for their executes. They would get control, and with still a minute on the clock, they would go for plants. It would work beautifully. The reason I don't love it from Phoenix is they're going for their 1-minute plants, but it's not working beautifully, all because they don't have that control. They're really seeming like they're rushing things, and they're going for kits down onto the ground when they don't actually have any sort of an advantage. There are still power positions being played by Intense that haven't been cleared out. And that's fine if you're going for maybe like a rush strategy, or if the time just doesn't allow you to clear those out. You've got to go for Hail Mary sometimes. If the plant doesn't go down, then that's the end of the round no matter what. So you've got to try it. But when there's still 60 seconds on the clock, I don't want to see you charging through Antechamber to try to get a plant down in the middle of the site when there's a guy still in bathroom and there's a guy still up above you, both of who are in strong positions to deny that plant. And yeah, they had a bit of cover, right? They did have somebody, I believe, on the CEO windows to try to deny that. I believe they had somebody, trying to watch that bathroom player as well, but it just wasn't enough. You could have taken your time there, gone for those picks. Unfortunately, we didn't see that coming in, and Phoenix are looking in a rough spot. It looks like Oregon might be likely.
They already understand that there is a player inside console. It's the Vigil. That should be Phoenix's first priority, is making sure that top floor is clear. They've done a pretty poor job of it through a couple of rounds thus far on just console alone. So they need to make that more of a priority and run through their checklist rather than just kind of storm in and hope that enough things have been done that they can kind of get away with a round win for free. Because it hasn't worked up until this point. So, Phoenix, there are a whole bunch of pings, but for the moment, the Vigil will still get away without any of his HP traded back. And instead, he's just sitting at the top of yellow stairs and knocks Gladius off of the rappel with a bullet or 2. And there isn't anyone to get that Vigil off of the board. Unless it comes from a... Nope, that's a Mozzie, and he's also doing damage from a different part of the map. Again, Phoenix are falling prey to their own rotate strategy. I'm trying to figure out how you're losing these 1v1s when you are droning very clearly and there's nothing. You're simply losing bodies left and right. What can you do here?
The pace really feels like it's getting the better of Phoenix, going in another gunfight, and he's just feeding the beast that is Limbo on a triple kill at the moment. Unflicks now in the 1v5, not even in the building, Jacob. He's got so much to do, and this just looks like it's going to be match point for Intense. It really feels like throughout this entire round, and even the last couple of rounds, the pacing has been in control of the defenders, which you never want to say because the attackers should have that control. But even though they're going for these roam clears, Limbo gets his 4th. It's a flawless round. Even though they're going for these roam clears, they're kind of rushing it, and they don't have anybody in position to trade. Consistently, they are solo, trying to clear things out. Sure, they've got a drone, but there's nobody behind them, and they're not taking their times with it. NTNS are going for these aggressive swings. It's working beautifully, and Jacob, there's just no answers from Phoenix Academy.
Nope, there's not. They're getting flustered. They're not playing together. There isn't a single person on Phoenix who's playing with another one of his own teammates to help get a refrag. It's like they're being beaten on the fundamentals by a team who is simply everywhere all at the same time. And I get if you're trying to drone and you're looking for players across the map, but Intense are doing such a much better job at confusing the hell out of Phoenix that there isn't a response, especially not a timely one. If there even is a response at different points through this map, I've been wondering if Phoenix even understand how they want to attack something, or if they're just going to let this one slide ahead to Oregon and hope that their result ends up looking different. We sit at match point for Intense. If they win this last round, we head to Oregon. If Phoenix win these next two, we go to overtime, which in this format is only a 1-round overtime and not 2, which, I'm going to be honest, I don't even know how a 1-round overtime fares in a format like this, but Intense simply want to avoid it altogether. Just win one more and you're set.
Yeah, that would be a scary round, to say the least. Phoenix versus NTNS. I mean, some glimmer of hope, right? NTNS have played the 2 best bomb sites on this map. They played Garage, they played Lobby, they won them both. Both are locked. You've got to go to either Teller's Archives, which, you know, we've seen do go very well for the attack so far in this matchup, or you've got to go Top Floor, which is, you know, known to be just a bad site. And so I'm worried that Phoenix can start to get, you know, some momentum behind them. We might not see that map 3 after all, because that overtime is, if they can win this, it's only 1 round away. Now, it would be an attack on the Garage, so the site selection isn't necessarily like a golden ticket for Phoenix, but for this 1 round, if they can build up momentum, get a solid take onto one, probably, I mean, the worst bomb site on the map, let's just say it, then they can really start to get some momentum going. But it's important that they don't mess this first step up, even if it is the easier of the 2.
All right, droning out 2 floors below site will work, because I think it's been proven at this point that Intense will put roamers really anywhere they feel like it, and the drone getting destroyed, I think, is pretty good proof of that. There is a fantastic pick to get, but you need to take that advantage and do something with it and not just let it slip through your fingers. Lycos is gone. Gonna finding the frag. Here we go. Now we're finding some momentum. That's Pyro's first kill in like 5 rounds, but you still need to capitalize. Player inside bathroom. Ghana needs to find the frag at the top of yellow. There is a rotate so we can just duck and weave back in amongst that entire hole, but there is another player also at the top of yellow, so Ghana needs to make sure he's not flanked or he's able to look at 2 different places at the exact same time. Ghana now also does have complete access to all of console office, but the problem is he doesn't even have the diffuser down with him, so it can't start to be planted, but he can maybe affect all of that control and force it into projector, which is where Gladius has opted to move to instead. So another couple of seconds, if that diffuser does go down, there's nobody with a nitro cell from below to help deny it. So just get the plant down as fast as you can, Gladius, because I don't think anyone's there to hold your cross. Actually, where are those players? There's a Zofia in console and 2 other players across the map. At least there's a refrag and there's still some time left, but Phoenix's positioning is all over the place right now.
I mean, so is Intense, to be fair. It seems like there's no pressure on this bomb site from the defense. Both teams all over the map. Unflix goes to pick up the kit and will start the plant once again inside of meeting. 1 more second on it and he will get the kit down. Now you're in a man advantage, but Gona does get downed. However, this is a strong post-plant position. Unflix can get on this window. The upside on Repel, nearly impossible to challenge. They've also got Owen playing behind the shield, looking for some shots. He is a bit on an island. It's going to be a 2v1 as long as that other attacker is outside on the windows, and Unflix certainly still is. Owen hits the shot anyways, though. A nice one onto Limbo. Getting traded here. Oh, no. Pops him off the shield, but doesn't hit his shots. Despite the advantage now, Unflix just has to play it passive. 15 seconds. If that gets to below 7, it's over for NTNS to try to claw this one back in a 1v1. Angel gets on it. Unflix needs to challenge. He can't let this go. Angel... in comes the nade. Angel's just gonna stick it. That's the map. NTNS forced it to Oregon, and it so feels bad. Phoenix are gonna let that one slip out of their fingers. Jacob, you hate to see it.
I was about to make a comment saying he's got nades and not to worry, but he didn't cook it quick enough. He straight up didn't. He pulled it out as soon as he heard somebody on the defuse kit, and it just... The timing from Phoenix Academy is abysmal. They just allow Coastline to go completely.
My heart,
right,
dude.
We're heading to Oregon in a hot second, but for the love of God, what is, like, momentum has decidedly shifted now. If it was anywhere in Phoenix's back pocket for Chalet, it has completely moved over now to NTNS after just one map. Chalet was close. This map obviously did have a couple of tiebreakers back and forth. We sat at 4-4, and then it's 3 straight, all in a row, while NTNS cleans house and doesn't permit Phoenix to do anything with their own attack. Phoenix looked disjointed. You gotta come together, have a break in between maps, lads, because for the love of God, I don't know what I'm looking at from you anymore.
That last round was so heartbreaking. That's supposed to be, the post plan of your dreams. That's the one where you can get on the upside and repel. There should be no chance that they could win it, but still manages to clutch that up. Incredible stuff coming in, particularly from the defense there. And hey, pros don't fake. You got to give some credit to the guy on the kid as well, going for that disable. That's super important to see, and so that's really nice coming out there from the defense. Obviously now Intense going to be able to force that to a third map. Really a close one. It's an intense series, so the names fit from both the teams.
Oh, you had to find a way to stick a pun in there. You just did.
Listen, sometimes it flows in naturally, okay? You can't blame me. That's just
it happens. I get it, and I get it. You're just I have to deal with too many other coworkers in different instances that like desperately have to make puns or they're just gonna die. Like I don't need to add you to the realm. But in this case, map 3 is finally on the cards for one of these series. It's the only series that is ever able to manage to force that decider map. We will come over to it in a hot second when we get the word. Then we can head over to a break, because I do think both of these teams needed heading into the final map of what's about to be the semi-final decider. Again, Dave with Wichita Wolves coming up tomorrow. That's what these guys are fighting for.
Yeah, it's an important match, right? You get out of that quarterfinals, the prize pool does increase incredibly quickly once you can get up to that, semifinals, grand finals. You really do want to be able to get the lion's share of that cash prize. Of course, we do have the Intel replay of the game.
Oh, is this the swing?
The biggest highlight, yeah. It's incredible how you either control that recoil and hit that shot onto Lycos. He gets the final one, too, as they finish off this round, shooting the yokai. He really does everything. I don't know what Pio is even up to during this clutch, but Unflex really does have a fantastic round. Manages to get the kills as he's swinging in, kill the yokai, get the plant down, focus back over to Antichamber and Storm. I'm sorry, my friend, but you just don't win that gunfight against Unflexed. And yeah, beautifully played by him. And that was the last round I think the Phoenix Academy were able to win.
Yep, it was off the back of a really nice swing, but I'm still going to stand by the idea that you don't have to be that reckless or that risky when you're just trying to play a piano. Hey, again, credit where credit is due. If something works, obviously, don't change if don't alter it if it's not broken. But still, last round before everything just kind of went to hell in a handbasket for the rest of Phoenix, and you need some sort of recovery, some recourse, something. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just a mentality reset. Maybe heading over to Oregon is a nice break because you weren't that confident in your consulate game to begin with. Again, teams did not have the ability to select maps heading into this round, which meant that you're just kind of at the mercy of the tournament, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but you need to be able to adapt for it. And Phoenix's adaptation just ran out really, really quick.
Yeah, it's absolutely a case where it's possible they don't have, consulate as a main part of their map pool, particularly for these lower teams, right? When you're in that sort of tier 2, even inside of Mexico, you don't necessarily have a full 7-map map pool. And in a tournament like this, that's going to punish you. So these teams definitely need to be on the ball to be able to step up on that one. And yeah, of course, Oregon does await them in map number 3.
All right, well, we'll get to map 3 in just a hot second. We'll throw it right back to the analysts for a quick rundown of exactly what we just saw, plus a break, and then Jesse and I will be back for the last map of the day before we head over to the rest of our stuff tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.
All right, everybody, back here in the studio. Yeso, Jasmine, and Stick. Great work from Jacob and Jesse there. And we will get back to that third map momentarily. But I got to break it down with my boys here. We had some predictions before this match. Stick took Intense, and Jasmine took the favorite, I would say, going in Phoenix Academy. We are tied up at 1 in this best of 3. Jasmine, are you sweating a little bit?
Stick, Yeso, I want to apologize. I mean, it was an intense series. Got to give him credit where credit is due. It has been an absolutely fiery series compared to what we've seen today. And now we're going on to the final map. I mean, who would have expected that?
Stick, did you expect it? I know you picked the Intense boys. Is this going to your expectations?
Well, I don't know if I would say it's going to my expectations particularly, but you know, as a caster or as an analyst, we always kind of root to see the full distance, to go to that third map, to head to the decider, and of course I got to back up my boys on Intense, but also I got to back up the fact that we want to step away from the 2 map series that we had both in the first game and then the one immediately following that, but now to get kind of more of a lengthy full best of 3. Of course, right at the start of this, we kind of had a map and a half because Chalet already was underway when we, the casters, and we, the analysts, kind of came in to start breaking everything down, and the teams had already been in progress on the map. But just from those 3 rounds, we kind of got a little bit of a preview, a little bit of a prologue coming into this one totally to get a better idea of where these 2 teams are at.
Yeah, definitely we're able to get a little bit of a preview, and then certainly that second map delivered after 2 maps. Obviously, you guys had your predictions going in. Do you feel like you want to switch those here? Are you both kind of confident in what you started off with? Stick, we'll go to you first.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with Intense here, just because I feel like there's been a couple of sort of these more unusual kind of fringe mistakes, a few timing issues here or there for Fenix, and I don't know if that's totally going to help them very much when you get onto a map like Oregon, where there's a lot of these very kind of vanilla attacks that are focused on securing control of the map. And for Consulate, usually it's actually a lot easier to get map control because there's so many windows. As an attacker, you get up on the rappel immediately, you open the barricade, and you can bisect a lot of map control that makes it difficult to roam as a defender, though both teams tried it to middling success on map number 2. It was shut down and the control was secured in a lot of times. However, I feel like NTNS are going to be able to kind of get over that issue and prevail a little bit more as we step onto Oregon. Of course, one of the most well understood maps in the pool, so I don't think we're going to have the same issue. Jesse and Jacob were talking about how you might not be prepared to play Chalet just because you haven't practiced it, and because the Razer Invitational for North America has a different format for the map pool as usual, where you have to play the maps that are lined out. So if you haven't practiced them, you might be a fish out of water. I can't say that's going to happen on Oregon.
All right, going to Oregon then. Jazzman, are you still feeling good about that Phoenix Academy prediction?
Well, yeah, I think I am. The thing about Oregon, so I guess this is good for you, because the way we think about Oregon is it's basically the Dust 2 or the Nuketown of our game. It's one of the most well-known maps in the entire pool. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I got the knowledge. But yeah, it's a really popular map. Everybody knows the basic strategies going into it. Everyone knows what reinforcements they should get. Everybody knows what they're pushing, what not to push, what to be careful of. It's the most well-read map and most well-understood map in the game. So coming into this, it's going to come down to pure gun skill. It's going to come down to pure brains and energy, and it's going to come down to who's the best team. It's as simple as that. It's a great map 3 decider, and I think that Phoenix kind of having that little bit of a brush up on Consulate, a map that isn't as popular as any other map in the map pool, probably the least popular as a matter of fact, and coming into Chalet, which is a very new map as well. I mean, those are 2 completely different maps in different spectrums. I think that with Oregon kind of being that sort of tie it all up, even map pool, I think that this is going to be the map where we can finally decide who the best team is going to be. All credit to NTNS or Intense and how they've been playing. Absolutely phenomenal. I'm sticking with my guns, though.
Okay, so then I'm going to put a challenge to both of you in as short as possible, maybe a sentence or 2. I'm going to have you make an argument for why the team you didn't pick wins. So, Jazzman, I'm going to start with you. An Intense victory looks like what? Real quick.
Intense victory looks like them speed running into the bomb site a lot. We saw a lot of aggressive and hectic plays of them getting themselves inside. That's easily punishable in Oregon. Consulate, not so much. So I think that NTNS, I mean, you know, they might have a little bit of a rough start on that. Phoenix might be a little bit more strategic.
Okay, Stick, real quick. Phoenix wins, why?
I think Phoenix are going to win if they hold control of the timetable. They cannot afford to slow down or have players that are desynced. If they can get that on lock here for the well-understood map of Oregon, they should be able to be successful just so long as they work together.
Okay, well, it promises to be a fun one. The final game of our quarterfinals here for the Razer Invitational North America, brought to you by Norton Gaming. It's Rainbow Six Siege weekend, and we've got our final map on deck. Let's get it.
All right, thank you, boys. We still got one more in the books on this series before we're finally all wrapped up and we understand who our semifinalists are to compete for the remainder of a $10,000 prize pool with a whole bunch of gear and swag on the opposite side of it. It's intense in Phoenix. We came in midway through Chalet, we came for the entirety of Consulate, and now we sit here with both teams essentially at equal footing again, and like the entirety of the advantage that was initially gained by Phoenix is now gone out the window after just one map.
Yeah, they were feeling good after the first one. Obviously, things have turned around on them, and I do think that, you know, although there were a couple of close rounds, it definitely was going in the favor of NTNS pretty heavily. We'll jump right into this game. Phoenix already winning the first round. We didn't quite catch it, but here on Oregon, they were able to come around and get that first one. Defending probably on dorms. I'm going to throw a wild guess out there. You typically don't start anywhere else. The fact that they're on laundry right now means that it's going to be either dorms or laundry, and it can't be laundry. So I assume a good defense from Phoenix. They start up 1-0. This is what you expect in Oregon, which, unlike the last two maps, can be extremely defender-sided at times.
Yep, it can. The fact that Phoenix already have one round on the board is phenomenal for their own chances as the rest of the series progresses. Problem is, though, for NTNS, you're attacking probably what is the most heavily defender-sided map, probably in the context of the whole map pool. I think there is definitely an argument to be made for the difficulty that you face when you're just trying to move through the map. You're trying to roam clear, you're trying to util clear, whatever it might be individually. You're contesting with a lot of things on a defense for Oregon. And it's also, I will venture a guess and say that Phoenix Academy is probably more suited to understanding how to work a map like Oregon, probably like one of the big three, big four in terms of like the overall Siege comp pool. I want to have more confidence in them, but again, after that last map, it is admittedly a little shaken.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, we'll come into this next couple of rounds, see how they can do on the side of NTNS. It's going to be difficult for them to attack here. Good deal with that mute jammer if they want to take it from the laundry side. There's two different ways you can take this bomb site, right? You can either come in through laundry, or you can come around the back and try to take from blue. Typically, the bunker tower blue side is a little bit more favored. Gone with the opening pick on Ash, though, to interrupt me a little bit there. This is more important. The sledge dying. Looks like 0 kills and 2 deaths so far in the 2 rounds they've had so far. Not a great start for Ashes, who's been one of the better players on NTNS. Kit looks like it's going to be down up on around meeting still, but Lycos can go back and catch that. It will be a front take for the majority of these players. But pressure from the back with the Kit could be huge. Gone away. What? Is he coming around and getting those couple of kills through Freezer? No way he hits those shots, and Lycos alone in the 1v5. Jacob, how did this go so wrong?
I don't know, but Ghana is everywhere all at the same time and also nowhere in NTNS's sights. Literally nowhere. 2 kills up Freezer, rotates from security back to meeting to grab the last kill. Where was this Phoenix last map? The one that isn't afraid to go for a roam. The one that understands how much of their opponent's attention will be focused primarily on, you know, opening up a hatch, or clearing utility, or looking from the top down and not looking at somebody who's right next to them. That's the kind of Phoenix that I was expecting to see on console that we didn't see, so I don't know, maybe this one will be over fast.
Yeah, it could be already at 2-0. Again, we got to preface this, right? This is an Oregon defense. You anticipate the defense on Oregon are going to start racking up those, those rounds. Looks like the bans are pretty similar as well. We're getting a sneak peek at them here, what they were. Thatcher, Nomad, Mira, Valkyrie. This has been standard all day today in these two teams. That makes sense as well. Things do check out there, so nothing too crazy out of the ordinary to really bring up, but Phoenix in a good spot so far. I think you've got to be worried about site rotations when they swap onto attack, but as of now, I'm not too. I'm liking these defenses, right? Because it's not even just they're winning because of the map. That last one was just a huge individual play from Gona. So if they're shooting like that, if they're making those rotations, anything can happen. It's not going to be blamed on the bomb site.
I will say, at least for Phoenix's sake, get momentum. Get 3 rounds in a row off the rip right here, and that's going to put Intense's moral high ground into, probably the gutter. Like, it's going to tank their mental. They're not going to be able to, like, reach into the pool of, oh, hey, we're doing good, like, unexpectedly. Like, no, you won't be able to say that if you're no longer performing up to par. So just keep this kind of stretch going. That's 2 rounds up. It's the biggest lead that you've had since Chalet, believe it or not. It's like the only lead that you've had since Chalet. So keep this kind of thing going, and that is not what you need for NTNS. I don't even know where that happened.
Yeah, I have no idea how that could have happened. Limbo gonna go down. When the Sonics did it, part of me felt like that was intentional. This one probably not intentional, as when the Sonics. Yeah, that's gonna be really tough for Intense. I mean, already this is probably their best chance of getting an attacking win. They are playing on the kitchen dining site. They're going for a full clear, and Owen, just based on the tracers, hits a nutty shot on an Angel, and now the man advantage getting even worse for Intense, and the fact that they're on attack doesn't make it any better either. There's another one for Gona. It just seems like these rounds are slipping away so quickly before NTNS even have a chance of winning them back.
Yep, a couple of early mistakes, and Phoenix Academy can kind of sit back and go like, you kind of lost the round for us before we even had to fire a shot. And to an extent, that's probably true. Here comes one quick rotate. At the very least, Storms can find 1, 2. Whoa!
Wait, what?
That shouldn't even be possible. He just swings and the wall bangs. Please tell me. I don't even think he had a ping. I don't think there was a ping there. I think he just heard something from Pit and just swung on it. But regardless of that, it's still a 3 versus 2, so Phoenix losing 2 players in quick succession like that means they can't get aggressive anymore. Sit back on the bomb site, wait for the rest of Intense to come to you, because if you make a move, you could very well lose it, like off that swing especially. Good lord, that swing was insane.
That was pretty nuts, but there's still more work to do. Obviously, these Toxic Babes going to really slow them down as they try to get into the bomb site. One more being thrown out by Gladius. He's got one in his pocket still. Shields up, as we're seeing on the hard pings, too, that they'd like to be able to destroy, but they've got no explosives left to do it with unless they can angle one of those X-Kairos. It's going to be very difficult for them to actually make this happen. Again, the man advantage still in favor of Phoenix. They've got players all around the site. Not a lot of drones either on the side of Intense, so they've thrown their flashbangs. They lose the first gunfight, and the second one as well goes in the favor of Phoenix Academy. They're really looking good here on Oregon.
Yep. Initial mistake is Ashes getting a TK, and from there, it all just kind of spirals out of control. Even though a 2v3 scenario is most assuredly closer than, a 5v2 or any other number that's bigger than 3, which in this case can only be 4 or 3.
Yeah, math checks out. Great job. Well done. Well done,
Jacob. The thing about it is more that the momentum is already kind of swung at that point, and it wasn't even necessarily something that your opponents did. It wasn't your opponents finding a frag or forcing somebody out of a tight spot. It wasn't your opponents on defense roam like on a roam getting a kill. That was a mistake that you made by yourself. And if those first 2 rounds and how quickly Phoenix were able to sweep all of Intense under the rug, I think a TK probably does even worse things to your moral, because you're already down before a single member of your team has gotten to the building yet, which is already a problem in and of itself.
To build off of that point too, I want to say that Intense are a strong team mentally, but looking back at the squad, every game we've seen from them against Phoenix have been incredibly back and forth until maybe one team slips ahead at the end, right? Both on Chalet and on Consulate, we saw rounds going back and forth, one and then the other and then the other and then one. It really was anybody's ball game for the majority of both those maps, and so we haven't really seen a team get a lead this large, at least not that I can recall from the rounds that we've seen. 3-0, a round of 3, a lead of 3 seems like the biggest that we've seen so far, so I'm quite worried that this might just spiral out of control for Intense.
It could, but that's 3 sites all right in a row. We went top floor down to basement, then to, it wasn't meeting, it was dining. So now that we have all 3 of those under Phoenix's belt, I'm going to hope that this may be something that you can do to correct it if you're in. Doesn't get them elusive. Really, really close. Still doesn't find it. Only about 25 HP taken off the board. But my point is that there are lessons that you can learn from how those previous rounds transpired, even in losses, but you need to translate it into something substantial, because right now, momentum is not on your side, and Phoenix all of a sudden have this massive swell of confidence that they didn't have last map.
Letting the Malusi get away there certainly hurts, but it's another thing that you can point to, like, okay, Phoenix are making mistakes. They are kind of roaming around on that main floor. You don't necessarily have to do that for this bomb site, but it can absolutely be strong to do so. Holding that sort of kitchen dining area can be so crucial. However, maybe less so for this style of a push. They are going to be going mostly from the master side. They do have, of course, Lycos with the kit inside here now. Ashes is down below trying to, help out with that electric claw that I assume is on the closet wall. Angel outside a big window going to be the one trying to pinch, but Ashes actually gets taken down from Pyro, likely on a roam down below. Still got one of the electric claws, though. That one was placed over there. We didn't quite catch it, but in either case, there's no more electricity on that side of the wall. So Lycos should be able to open this up, unless it's mute jammed, which it very well might be, in which case they might be really screwed.
He can probably still force entry from Trophy and knock the jammer off the wall. It's possible, but there's a Banshee, there's barbed wire. Like, Phoenix already knew that they would need to stall, especially on that one particular doorway. But at the very least, some utility has been cleared, and Angel will still find one, but another TK problem! Storm knows there's one top armory, but he'll knock Hibana out in the process. I don't even know if the rest of those X-Kairos pellets got ignited, and it probably won't matter, as now Ghana takes advantage of the TK to clear Storms out. So even killing a teammate in that moment was not worth it. I'm very convinced at this point that NTNS is about to fall victim to only their own mistakes, and Phoenix just have to play their cards close to their chest and not give anything else away. A 2 versus 4 still has some winnable prospects, but there aren't even frag grenades left in the Mavericks' hands that you could use in a scenario like this, and now he's all on his own. Ghana is going everywhere, nuclear, around Oregon to try to stave off his team from elimination, and now they sit 3 rounds away from winning the whole series outright.
Not like this. Not like
this. Please, not like this.
I'm okay if it's like a one-sided game, if it's because one team is just playing way better than the other, but Intense are kind of like, oh man, that hurts so bad, having to lose those couple of players. I mean, I do want to say that in that round, it did seem like it was going the way of Phoenix anyways. Did seem like without proper opening of that closet, it would have been very difficult to get a plant down. You have to go through that Banshee. There was barbed wire, there were mute jammers and electric claws, what have you. It was going to be a tough push no matter what. Dealing with that utility on the closet wall was going to be a problem for them, but they at least would have had a chance funneling in through sight. They did have a good pinching presence if they could actually go together, but that doesn't happen when you kill your own teammates and then there's somebody pushing from you around Armory as well. It's really, really tough. And so, maybe they could pull back if we have a little bit of a reset here because somebody did crash out, I believe. Then perhaps that's the moment to talk amongst yourselves and reset yourselves. But nah, not what you want to see. Not a good start, even for Oregon, which can be defender-sided.
Call it the technical timeout that you can't officially call because that's not something that this tournament offers. But yeah, just take a second, get a breather, figure out what's going wrong. You can't figure it out, I think, immediately after just a couple of rounds, but I do think that these TK mistakes so far have cost them big time. I think it's happened 2 rounds in a row. First was Ashes, then again was Storms.
Yeah.
And for 2 consecutive rounds, that already spells disaster. But if this kind of thing keeps on happening, I don't even know what the worst thing is from here. 1 TK you would think is already bad enough, but if you're doing it multiple times a game, that's probably the next step up. You just don't want this thing to spiral out of control any more than it already has, and it has to a pretty significant extent. There hasn't been a time where man count has really been even on either side of the coin. It's always been, Phoenix is 1 to 2, and then all of a sudden 4 men up on 1 lone player from Intense, and there simply isn't a method of recovery. So maybe it is a refrag game. Maybe you are buddying players up together to ensure that if one goes down, the other can get a refrag. I mean, if you're so concerned about spacing, then you shouldn't be worried about losing just 1 player to an engagement like that, or losing 2 players. Worry about losing 1 if it means you're going body for body, blow for blow. At the very least, that's some semblance of progress. Phoenix are just kind of shoving their will into NTNS's face at the moment, and it's working very well.
Yeah, and I do want to say, for the Intense fans out there who are thinking all hope is lost, if you can make this a 4-2 half, you're in a good spot still, right? 4-2 is kind of what you expect. You expect after 6 rounds, when you swap sides, the defenders will have about 4 rounds, the attackers will have about 2, and that's considered to be even. If you can go for a 3-3 split, that's great for attack. Obviously, that's not possible for Intense anymore. The issue is they've still got to attack onto Laundry, which is one of the hardest sites, I would argue, in the entire game, not just on this map. And then you're going to have one other either on Dining or Meeting, probably Dining based on where they went the first time around. So that one will be a little bit easier for you, but it's going to be really tough. We'll get back into the game with you guys here now. It seems like the rehost has ended, but I'm just worried, Jacob, the fact that they have to go in and attack onto Laundry. Like, in most circumstances, Laundry is a lock for the defense. So if you give that one to Phoenix, then you're looking at a 5-0. That's where this gets really, really dangerous for Intense going into the half swap.
Yep, and this is the kind of Phoenix that I wish had shown up on the previous map and probably has more of a chance of contesting against Wichita Wolves if they are able to win these next 3 rounds in a row. Like, just using a little bit of foresight, we already know what one half of the bracket looks like. We're just looking to solidify the other half. We know Sonics versus Dubium will be one of those first semifinal games, presumably the first game that we end up watching overall tomorrow. And then Wichita Wolves, who had a very, very clean sweep, only dropping 1 round over the course of 2 maps in their game against Lord Esports that we covered just previous to this one. Phoenix Academy are on their way to joining them. We can now officially start the hype train for them, because NTNS, for everything that was going right for them on Consulate, it has done nothing but fall apart since.
And to build the hype a little bit more for the qualifier fans that might have been following along before we even started this weekend, Phoenix and Wichita actually already faced off. That is Phoenix Academy to manage to play inside the qualifiers. I believe it was qualifier number 1. Phoenix Academy won that game. Wichita Wolves came back in the second qualifier and made it to the event. So there's a little bit of history there. I'm excited to see maybe if we get another reunion between those squads and perhaps a rematch for the Wolves if they can get some revenge against Phoenix. But there's a bit of a storyline building there, Jacob.
Even if it's a minor one, I'll still take it. Even if it's one that's only the 2 of us were able to concoct, I will absolutely still work with that as much as we can. The problem with trying to build storylines and something like this is we only saw, 2 full series. This one, we won't even see the full one because we didn't catch the first map. Like, if we had seen the Dubium one, then maybe we would have had a better picture on how teams might perform, or a little bit more of an accurate prediction or an accurate representation. But that being said, it's still looking pretty darn good for all teams involved in the semifinals, with the exception of Phoenix, just because they were forced all the way to a 3rd map. And even at the end of the day, if they're able to clean house relatively quickly here, it may not even be a problem.
Well, they're going to start working their way into the basement again. This is not quite a must-win, but it feels like a must-win to have a decent half going into round number 7 when they eventually get there. And of course, we're still assuming they win round 6 as well on the side of Intense, which is not a given, as we've already seen them lose the kitchen bomb site. As they are here, pretty passive hold from Phoenix, as you expect. Anchoring is just so strong on the site. You don't really have to do too much on defense to make this bomb site work. It really does just naturally form to the defender's point of view. It really does help them out. And I really don't think we're seeing enough from Intense just yet. We got 1:10 on the clock. They're not really in bunker yet. They haven't really made their way down. They are in freezer, I guess. But again, even then, you're just opening that laundry hatch. You're just starting to drone down the laundry stairs. And this is still going to take a few more seconds to get down here, clear out these mute jammers, get going with your push. Jacob, it just feels like this is going too slow for Intense to actually find success in round 5.
Yep, and then if they're relying solely on their fragging power to take them through this, it probably will also be met with a bitter end as well. But with 40 seconds remaining, there could be some peaks from Phoenix that make things far more advantageous for Intense. It'll just be a matter of whether they want to play whack-a-mole or if they just want to they want to play safe. And I think right now, if you're Phoenix, you absolutely want to play safe. A couple of flanks are being projected, or I think predicted, for Storms. Maybe he's still seeing if there is one that's about to flush him out, but here comes the smoke now. Diffuser is on Laundry side. Opening pick is unfixed onto Limbo, and the rest of NTNS right now is still being stalled out because of where the smoke is. But if the smoke can be forced back away and the Toxic Babes, no, Diffuser does get down. It's all kills, all orange on one side, but now blue answering back. A 2 versus 2, kind of out of the middle of nowhere, but Angel now has to plant with so little time. He needs the frags and can't find any of them. Almost all of those kills came within the last 30 seconds, and now only 2 rounds away are Phoenix from qualifying for semis.
So Jacob, there's 2 ways to attack the basement on Oregon. You can go down the tower, you can go through bunker, which is known as a back take, because they're coming from the back of the bomb site, or you can go for a front take, which involves going through the laundry, sort of room, and then going down the freezer corridor as well. And that's a huge argument against why you don't want to go for a front take. They tried it on the side of Intense. but there's just so much open area that you've got to sprint through to be able to get to the to actually into the bomb site to go for that plant. You saw at the bottom of main stairs when those toxic babes were starting to choke them out, all the NTNS could really do, because they can't fight those angles. I mean, they're not getting peaked. So they've just got to hold Shift W, try to get into sight to actually find some cover. But as they're running, the smoke goes for the peak. They do fall apart, and bodies just hit the floor. Now, there was a good pinch. I don't know if that came from the back or if that came from Freezer. So, you know, Intense tried to claw that one back, and they did a damn good job of getting close. But ultimately, I mean, that push is just so hard to make work unless you have something like Smokes. Maybe you've got Candelas. Maybe you've got really strong pressure in Freezer. There are ways to make it happen, but you need a pretty large advantage going into it, and NTNS had none of that. They went in totally raw and got punished hard.
This isn't even really something I think at this point NTNS can pull back on attack, on their own defense. Like,
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but the fact that you're 5-1 up, I think this may just be a matter of time for when Phoenix is capable of closing this one out. If it ends up being a 7-0, which is something we're certainly no stranger to as today has gone on, or if it, you know, comes down to the wire, somehow it turns into maybe a 7-5, maybe it hits overtime. I am certainly not expected that either of those two will happen based on what we've seen. Though it is Rainbow Six Siege, it is not a foregone conclusion. Anything is still possible. But NTNS have not shown enough adaptation or the ability to correct their play on the fly enough to justify any score other than, you know, maybe 1 to 2 rounds. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, and gonna make sure that's even more difficult to claw back. Angel gonna fall. Gona's had such an incredible day. I mean, particularly here in this map, it's been the one to drive things home for Phoenix Academy. But even earlier in the prior maps, I mean, Gona was a big player for the squad. He's really been proving his stuff on the Academy roster, and it's great to see these young gunners start to make a name for themselves in the Mexican scene or even elsewhere from some of the other squads that we might have seen today. So, you know, credit to Gona. He's been really having a good one, and you take down the Maverick. That is one of your 2 hard breachers, the only one that can effectively deal with those bandit batteries. So otherwise, you're in a really tough spot to actually make any entrance into the site. I mean, Jacob, for Phoenix Academy, this just seems like it's getting easier and easier. If this is a 6-0 half, I mean, that's got to be it, right?
Yeah, that opening pick capacity is the thing that is also contributing to putting NTNS's Bental into the gutter very quickly. So it's also a Maverick. You're losing one of your hard breachers. There's been a Thatcher ban throughout the entirety of this tournament so far. So you can't use anything else to get utility off of a wall. And Ashes, for his own part, the CL player who was fragging out last game, has no kills yet. I don't even know what Lycos is looking at. Clear out the top floor, my dudes. Run through your checklist. There is an order of operations for Rainbow Six, and you're doing, you know, part 3 before you even get to part 1. You can't worry about the breach until you try to clear out the top, but for Limbo's part, he will do that. The Bandit was the one situated up on the hatch, so now he's been removed from the field, but still bodies are being dropped faster than than NTNS are able to get them back on their side.
2v4, 45 seconds. They don't have the defuse kit. I mean, there's almost no advantage. They pop the lion charge to start making their way downstairs. Gonna use some of these holes in the floor that have been pre-opened up. Pyro, another one. I mean, it just feels like Jacob, the truck is out of gas. It's in neutral, and they're pushing it up the hill as hard as they can, but I don't know if they've got the strength to last. It's a 6-0 half, and this looks all but over.
At this point, match, map, series point. Here we are, the 3rd time for us today for one of these matchups, and it just might be Phoenix joining Wichita Wolves in those semifinals, unless the unthinkable happens. 6 rounds in a row to force overtime. Technically, it would be 7 rounds in a row because overtime is only 1 round in this format. So it's looking dire. I won't pull any punches on this one. It's looking like Phoenix Academy might be trying to complete the fastest Oregon we're going to see for the entirety of this tournament.
I mean, maybe we're being too hard on them. It is Oregon, which is a defender-sided map. They're going to start Laundry, which makes sense. It's the best bomb site, I would argue, in the entire game to defend on. So they've got everything going for them. But when I say best bomb site in the entire game, I mean, you know, you're still only looking at maybe like a 60-70% win rate. This is still absolutely a winnable site for Phoenix. And I think particularly if Intense are in the gutter mentally, doesn't matter how good the site is, Jacob, you just aren't going to be hitting your shots. You're not going to have that motivation, and it's going to go the way of Phoenix regardless. So, you know, not foregone conclusion. We're seeing some kind of cool operators come out here, which I'm liking already. The Clash from Storm is very common on this bomb site. Even on attack, though, Gona on the Nook makes me think they might go for something kind of sneaky, kind of crazy, but really Intense have to pull out something really magical to win this round, and this map, to be more specific. So, I don't know if they've got it in them.
You kind of got to ask yourself, what about your attacks went right? And if I'm totally honest, I can't really see anything about your attacks that went right. That's kind of the struggle. So if you're looking for your bright spots or the things to focus on, I just don't know how many of them exist. But credit where credit is due. We can't only focus on the negative from NTNS. Focus on the positive. Phoenix Academy have bounced back from a pretty significant downturn in that consulate matchup that we just saw previous to this, and they're genuinely are showing up in a way I didn't know if it was possible. Chalet was back and forth more than it had any right to be. Consulate had several tiebreakers and then just kind of slipped through their fingers, but now it almost seems like they're determined to end Oregon early. Here comes the Nook just storming down freezer stairs through the holes they've already opened up. Their sight lines work against them. In the words of our good friend Devin Emzo Becker, holes work both ways, and Gunna proves that right there.
0, 0, and 7 may be the final stat line for Ashes, a player that we were praising just a couple of maps ago, and now seemingly finding nothing on Oregon. This is going to be, again, very tough to claw back. A great opener coming in from Ghana, who has had a very different stat line, 10, 1, and 3, ridiculously hitting double digits, and it's been a very short game so far, and yeah, might not last too much longer if these kills keep on going the way of Phoenix. With a minute 40, they're going to take their time still. They don't want to rush this. It is going to be a front take, and I've talked about how I don't love those style of takes, but they can absolutely work, especially if you give yourself a bit of an advantage. That man count or that freezer pressure can absolutely do it. We've got 3 bodies, probably 4 actually, more like it, over on the front side of the bomb site. Gona alone going to be pinching from the back, trying to provide a little bit of pressure to make things heat up a little bit from Intense. If they start sweating, then this could be where Intense can, you know, close things out. But as the push comes in, it doesn't look good.
Their aggressive nature can just kind of give them clearance to storm all the way back to Laundry. It doesn't seem like the diffuser is something they're super concerned with, though I know that they will want to try to get that down as fast as they can. The Clash will be the primary concern, but with only 53 seconds left, I think it's more likely that they want to try for a back take. That's where the Wamai is trying to push to. That's also where some of this Laundry presence is coming from, and there's the kill from the hatch drop as Zofia just comes right in and knocks one player so far off his feet, he doesn't even know where he's landed anymore, and now everything is falling apart systematically. Kill after kill after kill. Won't be a flawless round. Angel claws one back, but everyone is swarming around him now. The shotgun won't be enough to save him or his squad, and Phoenix Academy finally, after getting taken to a 3rd map, go all the way to the semifinals against Wichita Wolves tomorrow. It took a while, but we finally got there.
Yeah, it wasn't always as easy as this map may have made it look, but certainly this was a hard-fought series overall when you look at the 3 maps combined. Just falling apart a little bit there from Intense when they got to this final hurdle of Oregon. They couldn't make it happen. They started on the rougher side, and the momentum just spiraled out of control. As you mentioned, Wichita Wolves now await them in the semifinals, a rematch of the first qualifier where it was a 7-3 victory for Phoenix on Border. So interested to see if they can actually claw back. Border was in the pool for the qualifiers, so that's not going to get played here in the actual bracket. I'm excited to see how that game goes. But of course, we can't forget the intel play of the game, Jacob. I'm thinking maybe that flick. Yeah, I know they lost this round, but this is so deserved.
So here comes the Bandit right back to the rotate. I'd say this is standard because he is still hunting for that roam. Yeah. But this shot right here, he's going to flick directly onto... He didn't know. We would have seen a ping come up on our screen if there had been a yellow ping or possibly even a red ping on that location, if he had known somebody was right there. He didn't. Instead, the swing happens within 0.2 seconds, and that's as he's... I would say check Moss. I would say do it for Phoenix, but at the same time, that is just one of those things you really can't check until you verify. But good grief. Good job from Storms. One of those very, very few bright spots that NTNS had through the course of that entire series, but as it stands, they are now eliminated from this tournament. So let's take a look at the bracket real fast, just so you have an idea of what we are working with. We began the day with Sonics and Zero Risk. That was a pretty brisk 2-0, if I do say so myself. And then Dubium versus St. Louis Leviathans was the game that we did not cover over the course of the semifinal, but that was still a Dubium 2-0 regardless. So our first semifinal will consist of both of those two players, and then Wichita Wolves and Phoenix Academy will be those final two players in our second semifinal that we will see tomorrow, but we got to get through all of these games first.
Really excited to see how this one ends up going for these couple of teams fighting out to be the champions of the Razer Invitational. But Jacob, I think that's going to be it for us. We've got a host and a couple of analysts to break down this final match, and then we'll close out the day. Boys, take it away.
All right, Jacob and Jesse, great cast on the day, gentlemen. A lot of work done by y'all, and loved to watch it here all throughout the day. Yay, so back here in the studio as we close out day one of Razer Invitational North America, brought to you by Norton Gaming. It is Rainbow Six Siege weekend. I've got the men with me, Jazzman, Sticula here, and it is a great way to close out the show. We finally got a third map. We headed over to Oregon, and a very definitive map as Phoenix takes it to close out the day. Jasmine, I know you're going to be feeling great.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix with that 7-0. I'm right, baby. Look at me. But, I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, Phoenix, clinical Siege. What else is there to say? You brought a man down to his knees and made him play Clash. That is how bad it got there for Intense. I mean, they looked great throughout that entire map 1 and 2. It looks like we had ourselves a very close series, but it was the ending. It was the beginning coming back to haunt us. It's another 7-0. And it was all Phoenix Academy, that map. I mean, there was nothing stopping this indomitable team. And all credit to Intense. I mean, even though we're ending off on a 7-0, they played their hearts out.
I think that's a great point to make, Stick. You certainly had a lot to believe in those guys. There's a reason you picked them. And I think despite the rough way that the third map went, I think they showed a lot in those first two to be proud of here, right?
Yeah, and I feel like the mental aspect definitely had an effect on the decider map. Of course, Consulate was closely fought. We were seeing, especially during the first half, a lot of rounds kind of going back and forth with some being picked away. I distinctly remember Jacob saying a lot of the time, and wow, NTNS, they're just barely going to edge it out and put themselves ahead. But it wasn't much more than a 1 or 2 round lead a lot of the times. Eventually Intense, they make it to match point. And I think the big mental boost that they got there, probably that didn't help out Phoenix Academy too much, was the Ninja Defuse. Sitting in the corner, the Sledge played it too passive and allowed the Malusi that opportunity to be able to get that defuse off and to send us to the third map. But upon reaching the third map, it was a struggle, really, to get started. Specifically, one of the reasons why I picked Intense over Phoenix Academy has got to be Ashes. But on the third map, he only got 1 kill. And you might say, you know, well, Sticula, I was looking at the scoreboard, and he had 0 kills right at the end. Well, he did have a single kill, but it was onto his teammate.
Oh, man, Stick calling Ashes out there. Caught him in 4K. You mentioned the play there. I want to check out our Seagate save of the match, and I believe it is that Ninja Defuse that you called out on the second map. Let's get into it. Break it down for me, Stick.
All right, here we go. This is a situation familiar to a lot of players, especially in that sort of match point position where you know it's do or die. And another thing that you always keep in mind, the repelled player here unflexed has so much of an advantage. But the difficulty here is that they planted deep default instead of the regular standard plant position behind the bomb chassis. And so Angel just knows that he's got to go for this here initially as we come back around on the replay. Just keep an eye on how unflexed plays this out on the repel. We'll see Malusi. A great pick there by Angel, a fight he had no business winning, but as the Malusi starts to go forward in, Unflexed is going to start to rappel down. He'll begin to peek up yet again, still no sound cue. Angel has not begun to plant. He goes up, but look at this. Immediately he goes back down, already halftime on the case. The frag grenade goes in, but as Jacob mentioned, it's just a second too late.
Yeah, just a little too late there from Unfixed, and that was able to push us to that final map, so great work there from Intense. Do want to give a shout out to Seagate. You've seen the Seagate saves of the matches all throughout the day. They are our official hardware partner of Razer Invitational North America. Check out their FireCuda 520 M.2 SSD and all of their other products. Use !Seagate in chat to get the links and all the information that you need. We appreciate the support there from Seagate. Now it is time for our Norton Gaming MVP of the series. Jazz, man, you guys were a little conflicted. You were trying to figure it out there after that second map, but it seemed pretty definitive at the end of the third map. Who'd you guys go with?
Gunna. That's his name. He just played lights out throughout the entire series. No matter what was going on, he was just constantly just barraging this team of Intense. I mean, no matter what, he was always there, always making huge plays, and off the back of his team. I mean, really good stuff from him. Teamwork definitely looks solid from him as well. Very flexible player, very capable player, and the numbers speak everything.
Great play there from Gunna.
I quickly want to talk about Gunna,
Sure.
more in depth, kind of get more of a stats picture. Gunna had 31 kills in total across the series, combining for a 1.8 KD. He was just unstoppable. A lot of times you're going to see Gunna kind of on that entry position and being the man in the opening engagement, and Gunna had a lot of success in doing so. I feel like Intense had this ability when they were winning rounds, oftentimes it was decided by that opening fight. If they got the opening kill, usually it wasn't just 1 or 2 picks. It was that opening kill and then 1, 2, 3, just knocking down the dominoes in their campaign on towards the bomb site, and that just wasn't there on the third map, and so it's going to result in a situation where you just don't know how to play.
Gunna going to have to be one of those players you keep an eye out tomorrow in the semifinals, as Phoenix going to have to go up against Wichita Wolves. So 2 great matches to start off our semifinals tomorrow. Just a reminder, that starts right back here at 12 p.m. Pacific time. Let's check out our Norton replay of the series here. Let's jump into it. Break it down for me, Jazz, man.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really expect much else from the MVP himself. It's Gunna in this one. Wow, you didn't have to slow down the whiff there. That was kind of rough. But anyway, on zero, probably one of the most flexible operators in the game, and it's this double kill that just helps Phoenix Academy get themselves inside of the site. We talked about how many plants were going down, and this isn't even just throughout this game between NTNS and Phoenix. It's also just, in general, a sort of a repeat of what's been going on throughout the entire tournament. Is just constantly plants going down, these post-plant situations. Can't do without Gunna. Really good stuff from him on the zero to secure him not only the round, but evidently and eventually the series.
All right, tomorrow it's Sonics versus Dubium, Wichita Wolves versus Phoenix Academy. It promises to be a fun one. You're not going to want to miss out on it. I'll be joined by Jasmine and Stick. Once again, we'll have Jacob and Jesse on the cast to cover all the action, so don't miss out. That will be semifinals and grand finals right here at twitch.tv/Razer. Okay, so don't miss out on that. Also, do want to give you guys one final reminder. Razer doing their awesome activation at the Razer stores in San Francisco and Las Vegas. You want to get one of these awesome mouse pads, participate in all kinds of other giveaways and good fun, and enjoy the show that we'll be putting on for you here. Make sure to head over to those Razer stores. Stick and Jasmine, great day. Great to work with you guys. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Any final thoughts before we close the show?
I just want to say thank you. So you've been absolutely incredible. Great host. Love the studio, by the way. Cool studio. And Stick, also, being the brains that fill in where I basically mess up everywhere. So just want to say appreciate you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, my man. Stick, I'm looking forward. Stick, a man of few words. He just Little bit of this, showing some love. All right, that's going to do it for us, folks. Hope you guys enjoyed the first day. Razer Invitational North America, brought to you by Norton Gaming. We're done for today, but we're ready to get more action in tomorrow. We'll close the show with our Intel Moments of Brilliance. We'll see you tomorrow.